but spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
So you see, son, good manners are very, very important. Someday, many years from now, when you're a grown-up, you'll be a man. And when you are, you should be a gentleman. Do you want me to go through it one more time?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open for ladies. If a door's shut, then knock first. Don't burp, don't swear, don't speak with your mouth full, don't reach across people's plates, keep your elbows off the table.
What table?
And don't interrupt. While we're at it, don't stare, don't use foul language, don't call people names, but do remember people's names. Always share your toys, play nice, and cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. On the bus, give up your seat to anyone who has trouble standing. Bottom line, treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes, but spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
Hey, there he is. How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand or what?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you okay?
I'm having a stroke.
Your face looks weird too.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you having a seizure or something?
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear.
I'm having a stroke.
You just need to know the sudden signs. Look for FAST, F-A-S-T, F, face drooping, A, arm weakness, or S, speech difficulty, then T, time. Time to call 911 immediately, because the sooner they get to the hospital, the sooner they'll get treatment, and that can make a remarkable difference in their recovery. Know the sudden signs: face, arm, speech, time. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
The average time a resume spends on an HR manager's desk is 7 seconds, and most of them are tossed aside. Now imagine if one of those resumes belonged to Yasmin, who was
living in a shelter, juggling 3 jobs. I had to be resilient. That's something that you can't teach.
or if that resume was from someone who
worked 12-hour shifts at the recycling company with my dad, who's 72. That taught me a work ethic that I carry with me every day.
we rely so much on a resume, yet it could never tell the full story of someone.
Growing up where I did, a lot of things could have gotten in the way of my goals, but I learned to push through, and that's what I bring to work every day.
So maybe it's time we look beyond the resume and look to Grads of Life. Discover new ways to develop great talent that are so much more than what's on paper at gradsoflife.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Grads of Life and the Ad Council.
Take a look under your bed. Find stuff under there? What about jobs? No? Now try your basement. There's a pair of overalls that overall you're not so into anymore. A perfectly good laptop that hasn't sat in your lap in months. And even more stuff, but still no jobs? Well, you really have both. See, stuff is defined as household articles considered as a group. Sometimes this stuff is no longer needed. Wait, no longer needed? That can't be right. Because remember those jobs you were looking for? Those are really needed, and they're the stuff inside your stuff. Even inside that winter coat that moved with you to Phoenix. Our job is to unlock those jobs, and it starts when you donate your stuff to your local Goodwill. Here's how we do it. When you donate to Goodwill, we sell your stuff to provide job training for people right here in your community. So just by teaming up with Goodwill, you help create jobs. And isn't that worth parting with the leftover guitar from your 80s cover band? Goodwill. Donate stuff, create jobs. Find your nearest donation center at goodwill.org. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Dear John, I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but you've left me no choice. I'm leaving. Uncontrolled high blood pressure is really serious, and lately you seem to really not care. I've been there for you since day one, and I know you think I'm going to keep ticking. But no, my friend, I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to the good times, when we were more active and ate more healthy foods, and you checked on me every once in a while? Is that too much to ask? I don't want to leave, but unless you stop ignoring me, what else am I supposed to do? Remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart. Don't let it quit on you. Doing the minimum to control your high blood pressure isn't doing enough. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get your blood pressure to a healthy range before it's too late. Find out how at heart.org/blood pressure. Check, change, control. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Jason Derulo. I love that music connects to people all over the country. But unfortunately, so does something else. Childhood hunger. 15 million kids struggle with hunger right here in America. And yet, every year, billions of pounds of surplus food in the U.S. go to waste instead of going to the children in need. Feeding America is working to change this. The Feeding America nationwide network of food banks rescues this surplus of food to help provide meals to families in virtually every community in the United States, including yours. But they just can't do this alone. Join me in the fight against hunger in America. For more information on what you can do to get involved, visit feedingamerica.org. That's feedingamerica.org. Together we can solve hunger. Together, we're feeding America. A message from Feeding America and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Jordan Love he's holding out for the Packers training camp. The Bengals say that they want to give JaMarr Chase a new big deal. And Fox Sports' Skip Bayless and Keyshawn Johnson take shots at Dak Prescott. And much, much more here on a new show of the Sports Loudmouth. Doc Rivers is going to have Damian Lillard run very fast out of town. Does he help them win? You're under 500. Aaron Judge helps the Yankees win. You're paying the player $300 million. You better be sure that guy's going to help you get over the hump. For some reason, this guy is completely lost on calling plays. Maybe he's a therapist. Did you see Lamar Jackson cry to the referee? No, he didn't. Hello to a new and for a new show of the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Daryl Marks. My co-host, the Speedster, Speedy Petey. And on our boards right now, obviously, everybody knows our executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman. We call him Fish. And Scoops is back, ladies and gentlemen, from his fabulous Poconos trip. Remember, you can call us at 631-672-3108 is the number to call. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including The Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey every single Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out all our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Speeder, what's up, man?
Well, eventful weekend with dealing with a bunch of negative stuff. I was a victim of losing some money, unfortunately. So
tell them what happened.
Yeah, I had to shut down a bunch of credit cards and banks. Now I got to deal with that again next week with my parents. Hopefully they can help me fix it and I can get some of that money back. We'll see.
How many porno sites have you been on?
No.
I mean, seriously,
No.
You're probably giving out information you shouldn't
No,
be.
but maybe the ones that got my money did. So I won't rule that out by any means.
Well, what kind of videos would you look at?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. You wouldn't be interested in going on any other sites?
Not with that.
I think it would be really, really fun to
I'm
watch.
sure you do.
What would you do if
I'm
you
sure you
saw
do.
something on national radio and we actually posted on our national show and you got a chance to watch something?
Well, it was a good run for our YouTube channel then.
Oh, man. But it's been an interesting weekend. It's been rainy, very interesting heat wave. It's just, I don't understand it. And by the way, everybody is out. Everybody and their mother is out. during the weekend, you can't find a spot at the mall. You can't find a spot at a restaurant. It's horrible. I actually went to a diner because I couldn't find a parking spot at this really well-known pizzeria shop, which me and my girlfriend like to go to. So not a very happy thought on trying to spend my weekend on my only day off to enjoy some Italian. I actually went to Pizza Hut yesterday. It was actually pretty good. I haven't eaten Pizza Hut in a very, very long time. Speedy, you like Pizza Hut?
Not in New York. I'd rather eat New York pizza.
You don't like Domino's?
It's okay. Like, it's good. Like, it was good at college, like to order late at night. But
that's why I had it. I ate it late at
fair
night.
enough.
I mean, what pizzeria is open after 10?
No, you're right. That's fair.
I mean, so I go to Pizza Hut. I like the sauce. I like the cheese. I like the dough. You like dough, Speedy?
Yes.
What kind of dough do you like?
Dough. What types of dough are
you? Like the Pillsbury Doughboy?
I don't think it's pizza made with that.
Can you imagine that? The Pillsbury Doughboy. Some dough made out of cookies. Why not? It would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Interesting is
cookie dough
to describe.
Yeah, there is cookie dough.
I know that.
Could you imagine your pizza tasting like cookie dough with some cheese on it?
That would be interesting.
Would it? Have you ever tried anything like that before?
No, I have not.
I have. I've gone to a bunch of different places, and they actually made pizza with cookie dough. So that is very interesting, and maybe you should try it. Anyways, at 8 o'clock, we'll be talking to LIU Brooklyn senior forward and captain Preston Brodziak. He will be joining us. It's the first time on our show. He is a hockey player. He will be drafted coming up in next year's draft. So very, very interesting. We'll have Preston on the show a little bit later in the show. So all you New York hockey fans, maybe the Rangers draft him. Maybe the Islanders draft him in the future. Maybe that, or maybe somewhere else. The Devils. At 9:30, we'll be talking to the owner of Rough Shot Supply Company, Jake Savicki. Right? Savicki. No, I thought it was Savac. Whatever. Savicki. Anyway, so Jake Savicki will be joining us a little bit later in the show. He does a lot of MLB, autograph signings, different pictures, photography, everything. So he sells it all. So we'll have him on the show a little bit later in the show. Jordan Love holding out from the Packers training camp. So we will get into that story first, guys, because it is a very, very interesting story because Jordan Love last year was one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the league. And in the second half of the season, there might have been maybe 3 quarterbacks that were better than he was. And in the playoffs, he was sensational. He really was as good as he could really get. And I'll say this about Jordan Love. A lot of people are going to compare him to Aaron Rodgers. A lot of people are going to compare him to Brett Favre or Bart Starr because of what the Green Bay Packers have produced over the years in quarterback play and decades of greatness when it comes to the quarterback. I think Jordan Love last year proved that he could be amongst the best in the league. I don't know if he's Aaron Rodgers. I don't think he's Brett Favre, but I think he could stand for something. I think he could stand for a Super Bowl trophy over there with the Green Bay Packers. Now, Green Bay made some great acquisitions in the offseason. They added Jacobs. I think he's a great addition to the organization. And I think that when you sit back and you wonder where the Green Bay Packers are heading, everything lies on Jordan Love's greatness. ESPN's Rob Demovsky reports that Jordan Love has not reported to training camp and won't report without a new deal. GM Brian Gutenkirst said that Sunday that the Packers and Love are close to an extension. Love will be playing on a 1-year extension worth about $11 million if they don't come or reach to a contract. Stephen A. Smith said he expects Jordan Love to get over $50 million this coming year. Fox Sports' Keyshawn Johnson says he expects Love to get the bag and could see him getting the biggest contract for a quarterback. Love had 4,159 passing yards, 32 touchdowns, and was one of only 4 quarterbacks to be top 10 in passing yards, touchdowns, and touchdowns to interceptions ratio last season. I mean, looking at his numbers, you can tell that this kid could be the future of this organization. And this organization does not really bring in free agents. They usually build around the draft. They build around their organization as a whole. They like to re-sign their players. They lost out on re-signing Aaron Rodgers. He decided that he wanted to part ways because he didn't get along with the president and the GM of the organization. And you saw what happened to Davante Adams. He wanted to get closer to his family. He decided to flee to go to Vegas. But usually, over the years, this Packers organization keeps their players in the primes of their careers. Now, Aaron Rodgers was there in the prime of his career. He left at the age of 39. Davante Adams left in the middle of his prime of his career. He left at the age of 28, 29. But if you look at the past of many different players from this organization, they've all stayed put. They've all rode it out. And you look at the success of the Green Bay Packers. Now, they've only won one Super Bowl in the last 20 years. And when you look back and you wonder where this organization is going to go, it all lies on the arm of Jordan Love. Now, Jordan Love, if anybody remembers, Jordan Love was really, if you look at the Packers and where the Packers came from when they drafted Jordan Love, they came from the second round, moved all the way into the first round to draft Jordan Love. And a lot of people question Jordan Love, sitting behind Aaron Rodgers for almost 4 years and not getting the spotlight, not getting the chance. And in the beginning of the season last year, he did not play well. It was really till Thanksgiving is when Jordan Love really took off. And after beating the Detroit Lions and playing a divisional game the way he did, and then showing his talents on national television, it really changed everything. And Jordan Love, all the way through going into the playoffs, was one of the top 5 quarterbacks in all of the NFL. I'm not going to lie about that. I expected Jordan Love to be a good quarterback. I just didn't think last year after the first half he was going to figure it out. And he did. He figured it out. And you have to give a lot of credit for Matt LaFleur. And Matt LaFleur developing a quarterback. Over the years, a lot of people question some of the different coaches that the Packers have had. And obviously, just with greatness, with Aaron Rodgers, I don't think anybody needed to be a superstar coach to coach Aaron Rodgers. And I don't think anybody needed to be a great coach to coach a guy like Brett Favre. But both guys only won one Super Bowl. If you look at the past, I mean, Brett Favre was there for 15 years, 14 years, won one Super Bowl against the New England Patriots. Aaron Rodgers won one Super Bowl in 2010 in a wild card game. Coming back, I think he was a 6 seed.
6 seed, yep. They were the only 6 seed that have ever won a Super Bowl at the time.
A 6 seed and winning a Super Bowl the way he did. And really it was the second half. And Jordan Love was right there with him. In the second half, he exploded, really became a superstar without a number 1 wide receiver. Say whatever you want with some of the young, talented wide receivers that they have over there. Watson might be the closest thing to a future number 1. But this is a team that has a bunch of number 2s, maybe even 3s. And again, this is an organization besides Davante Adams. And I know everybody's going to sit here and try to picture point some of these guys that they've had in the past. This is an organization that doesn't really draft number 1 wide receivers. They usually draft a lot of number 2s and build their team around tight ends and good offensive line play. That's what they've done over the years. Even running back play. If you look at some of the running backs that they've had in the past. If you look at Jordan Love has the potential to be one of the elite quarterbacks in this league. Now, he's going to have to find a way to get this team in the playoffs every single year in a division that is going to be open. And with Caleb Williams being over there now, and obviously Jared Goff there, this is a division that is going to be very, very competitive. Now, I don't know what J.J. McCarthy is going to be. Only time will tell. But we still know that there is a guy named Justin Jefferson in that division who plays for the Minnesota Vikings, who is as explosive as any wide receiver in the NFL. Jordan Love has the ability to put this team on his shoulders. Now, they decided to part ways with Jones. He went to Minnesota. And they brought in a guy like Jacobs. Now, Jacobs is going to be very explosive this year. I think he fits what the culture and the Green Bay Packers are looking for. A running back that can catch the ball in the backfield, just like Jones, and a little bit younger and can move inside and out on the field. Now, you sit here today, and you kind of wonder where the Green Bay Packers are going to go with this contract. Are they going to give him a $50 million contract, or are they going to give him incentives? Now, he will get probably somewhere between 50 and 55 million. He might take less because he wants to open the door, maybe in the future, to bring in some free agents to come and play with him, especially some of these older veteran players that might be in the prime of their careers. We've seen one of them, Higgins, we're going to talk about in a few minutes. Higgins is one of those guys that could become available next year. He did not get a long-term deal, T. Higgins, from the Cincinnati Bengals. There'll be a slew of teams looking to bring in a number one wide receiver in the offseason this year if he becomes available. And why not? Why not the Packers bring him in? He's a bona fide number one, and he could really, really help out this Packers offense. And again, you look at Jordan Love, there's still questions to this offense. We have to see how this offensive line, being that there's some old pieces that are still on this line. Now they're rebuilding it through the draft. They lost a top left tackle. He's obviously still a free agent. They're still going to be looking to fill in certain spots on this offensive side of the ball. And they need to protect this kid because his value, and especially what you're going to probably have to pay him. And you're talking about between 50 and 55 million. He is going to be amongst the elite when it comes to obviously Trevor Lawrence and Joe Burrow, who are the highest paid quarterbacks in the NFL. But again, Jordan Love might be one of those guys like Aaron Rodgers. Now, over the years, Aaron Rodgers did not want to give any deals to the Green Bay Packers, maybe because of obviously the GM and the president. But Jordan Love, with the organization depending on him and really putting it in his hands last year and taking a chance. Remember, they traded Aaron Rodgers on a whim. They did not know that Jordan Love was going to take off the way he did in his first season, especially in the second half. They took a chance on one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play this game. Some people say is the greatest quarterback ever to play the game. Now, again, you go back and you look at where they are this year. Are they the best in the division? No. Are they going to compete maybe as a wild card team? As of right now, it looks like it's the Lions division. All the acquisitions that they made in the offseason, the draft that they had, I think, and they didn't lose any pieces in the offseason. This is a team that's going to be I think they're going to be fully throttled to try to win a Super Bowl this year. Losing against San Francisco the way they did in the NFC title game, where they were honestly 2 quarters away from making the Super Bowl. And I don't know if anybody's seen Wide Receivers on Netflix. It's an amazing documentary. Definitely check it out. St. Brown, it's great to watch what St. Brown is on and off the field, how the work ethic and some of the players on his team. You got to meet a lot of guys in the locker room, some of the personalities. I think the understanding of where Jordan Love is, and in one of the hardest divisions in football, say whatever you want, with the Lions there now, and if Caleb Williams takes off, which a lot of people say he looks really, really good right now in OTAs, and he's getting ready for the preseason games, Caleb Williams could be everything and more than everybody believes he was going to be when he was drafted. So you're in a division with what? Practically all young quarterbacks. Just look at it. Jared Goff is 29 years old, probably going to be 30 this year, if I'm not mistaken. Then you have, he's in the prime of his career and has a lot left on a very young team. Then you have, obviously, Caleb Williams, the rookie, who's the first number one pick with all the acquisitions that they made, the Chicago Bears made in the offseason offensively, with Keenan Allen and the talent that they have and the draftees that they've added to this offense, and even the running back player in Swift. And then you have J.J. McCarthy. But guess what? They have Jefferson there. They have a young offensive line. And now they do have Jones over there running the ball in the backfield, who played very well in the playoffs last year when he came back from injury. You're in a division which all 4 quarterbacks, but all 4 quarterbacks are underage, they're young, and they're up and coming. So this is going to be probably one of the more electrifying divisions in all of the NFL going into this season and more. So again, when you look at the NFC is wide open this year. It is wide open, but it's all about who's going to pay me and what they're going to pay me. We're going to get into the Haason Reddick thing with the New York Jets. The Jets brought Haason Reddick in. They traded away picks to bring in Haason Reddick. The guy doesn't even want to sign it. He doesn't even want to play on this final year of his contract. He wants a big-time contract. If he doesn't get it, he's going to hold out again on the New York Jets. So he might be forced to be traded. Some people say he could be heading to Detroit, where he started his career, because Detroit has the money to pay him. So it's all about the money, man. And you can't blame these guys. There's no guaranteed money. The only guarantee is really the beginning of the contract, the offer, what is that? The guaranteed money that they offer in the beginning of the contract, and the signing bonus. So obviously being that Haason Reddick is going to be 31 this year, he's at the mid end of his prime where he wants the big contract. And if it's not going to be from the Jets, it's going to be somebody else. Jordan Love, after this first year, and by the way, the Green Bay Packers knew this was going to happen. They knew this was going to happen. They held him on the bench for 3 years under Aaron Rodgers, knowing that if he played well his first year on his fourth year, going into his fifth year option, they're going to have to re-sign him, because if they don't, he's going to be even more money. Now, $55 million might be a bargain this year and sign him this year, because next year, with the salaries going up the way they are for quarterbacks, it could be $65 million. It could be $66 million. So they're saving themselves at least $10 million if they sign him now. So it makes a lot of sense if you sit back and you wonder where the Green Bay Packers are going to go with this contract. And you don't blame Jordan Love not to show up at training, and they want him to go to camp, because if he's not there, how are the players and all the other players going to benefit with the calls, the play calling under the helm with him? So I think this is a big deal. Hopefully the Green Bay Packers get it done by the end of the week.
Yeah, you wonder with a lot of different concepts brought into this, because Jordan Love, like you said, most of his big games were in the second half of the season. But in terms of the consistency when it comes to his game logs, like the first half, it was kind of streaky. And is that going to be something that he gets better at? Is the second half, or at least a little bit less than the second half, what is he going to be steady with throughout his career? That's what you're judging when you're trying to give that quarterback a lot of money. We were talking about it with Trevor Lawrence. We were talking about it with Tua. Like, they all have their different discrepancies of why they should and shouldn't get that kind of money. And the Packers, with the division they're in, like you were saying, they might not have a choice, though, because they don't really have the amazing roster to just reset everything like the Lions do. And now even the Bears have really built up a really good roster.
The Lions have like $60 million to spend next year. They still have a lot of money, and they just re-signed St. Brown. So they just gave him one of the biggest wide receiving contracts in NFL history, and they still have a ton of money that they can spend in the offseason next year. I don't know if it's 60 million, but it's between 40 and 50 something million that they're going to have to spend. So whoever becomes a free agent in the offseason next year, they can add additional players, because a lot of these players are on their rookie contracts. They're young, and most of them are third and fourth round draft picks.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying that the Lions have, if they were not able to get a deal done with Jared Goff, like they at least have leeway with the already great talent that they have to go after a big swing at another quarterback that maybe become available. I don't know if the Packers necessarily have that. You're right. They have good receiving depth, but they don't have the obvious number one, because Christian Watson, while he has done well in small spurts, has not been consistent, and his route tree is not developed. There's certain things with his game that's still very flawed. Jaden Reed is a good number two, I think, but he's not really a number one. Like, he's their best route runner, and they didn't really have anyone consistent like that. And now they have a lot of depth there. They have two young tight ends, and they have a coach that really works with LaFleur well. So that's why, or with Love well. And that's why I think LaFleur.
Speedy, just think about it this way. If you look at the conference, the NFC conference right now as a whole, who are the two oldest players right now in the NFC?
The two oldest
quarterbacks
in the NFC.
Yes.
Kirk Cousins is probably one.
Okay.
And then probably would be Stafford probably.
Matthew Stafford. Yeah. Those are the two oldest quarterbacks in the NFC and two of the oldest quarterbacks in the NFL. Just think about it. Every other quarterback, with Jalen Hurts, you look at the Eagles. How old is he? 28. Mm-hmm. The Cowboys, Dak Prescott, he's 31. Okay. The Giants with Daniel Jones. What is he? 30 years old. The Commanders, young quarterback. Right. Jared Goff, 29. Packers, Jordan Love, 25, 26. Vikings have J.J. McCarthy. The Bears have a young quarterback in Caleb Williams. How old is he? 22, 23. The Buccaneers, Baker Mayfield, about 30 years old. The Saints, if you go over there and look
31, probably.
31. Carr, yeah. But he might not be the starting quarterback. He might lose his job. And then obviously we know Kirk Cousins. We know about Bryce Young over there. The 49ers have Brock Purdy. And then the Seahawks have Geno Smith. I would say Geno Smith.
Yeah, he might be older than Stafford.
Geno Smith is about 33.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the Cardinals have Kyle Murray. So if you look at all the quarterbacks, maybe 3 out of all those teams are probably over the age of 32. 3.
Right. And that's why I think you have to trust this kind of thing in terms of trying to sustain it in that division in particular, because I think the Packers still have a little more question marks. Like you were talking about the offensive line. Like Fish was mentioning in the private chat, they lost John Runyon in this offseason. David Bakhtiari, they cut him because he can't stay healthy. They drafted a kid this year in the first round, but like, is it going to be enough to be able to solidify everything with the other injury risk that those guys have? And the defense.
They brought some veteran players to play on that offensive line too. And this was fairly an older offensive line over the years because they kept a lot of these offensive linemen together with Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
Because Aaron Rodgers trusted him. After 1 year, Aaron Rodgers leaving and obviously tearing his Achilles, you see Bakhtiari, who's still available. No team has brought him, obviously coming off so many injuries. Bakhtiari will sign with somebody when an offensive lineman goes down, but he's still a veteran player that's still dangling and he's still around. There's other guys right now that the Green Bay Packers could be looking at to help out Jordan Love. Now, if you're going to go into the season with 3 out of the 5 offensive linemen that are young rookies, 2 years in a league, that you're putting your quarterback at risk. You need to make sure that there's some veterans on that offensive line that can help lead the way, because Jordan Love is still fairly young. This is only his second full year as a starting quarterback of the Green Bay Packers, and there's a lot of pressure on him. There's going to be a lot of pressure because of what he did in the second half last year, throwing over 4,000 yards when nobody expected him to do that, and putting up the numbers that he put up with really second-tier wide receivers. He didn't even have a number 1 wide receiver over the last 10 or 11 games. So, and Watson came back at the end of this season. So he didn't even have Watson all season long. So he was trying to, make plays with guys that were rookies and second tier wide receivers. So it shows you what Jordan Love could do on the field, but teams are going to figure him out. Teams are going to be watching tape of him. He's not going to be as efficient as he was last year. And this is his sophomore year as a starting quarterback. That's where a lot of pressure goes on the quarterback, and we'll see if his skills will develop even more in his second year as we saw in the first year.
And you wonder if the Packers, because we've seen this with other players in the past, especially with Aaron Rodgers, that we've talked about for the last 3 years, like Brian Gutekunst is very difficult with his contract negotiations as it is. They don't bring in a lot of free agents, and they've ended up cutting even some of the defensive ones that they had that were pretty good for them when they went to back-to-back NFC championship games in 2019 and 2020, because they didn't really work out. Now, some of the contracts have been good, but at the same time, Brian Gutekunst is very stingy in itself. So will Jordan Love be able to accept that kind of thing if maybe he says, all right, either less years or we have to backload it because we don't trust it or something like that? Guaranteed money always is a question. Like you said, the player options abilities or team option abilities that could happen with somebody that in his first year was very good. Like you said, best quarterback in the second half of the season, but can he get the consistency going? And can the Packers trust that they could build a good roster if they do pay Jordan Love right now? Because there's still a lot of question marks with that defense.
Well, obviously the money is going up. So with all the new TV deals, with the prime deals that the NFL is making right now and trying to negotiate some new television deals. And that's why we all know our friend, Mr. Roger Goodell, is going to get even more money in the next couple of years when the new CBA or his new contract goes up. He's making what, $55 million? He's probably going to be making about $65 to $70 million for all the deals that he is making for the NFL. The NFL obviously knows that there's going to be more money and more involvement in adding that 18th game. And if there's an 18th game, and we've heard it, we've had some NFL players, aka we had one on last week, that said that, obviously the NFL is trying to bring in an 18th game because there's more money and more involved to take away some of those preseason games, which a lot of the players don't want to play. So there's more understanding on what kind of money they can bring in for selling out, a stadium, a 50,000, 60,000 seat stadium, than going into a preseason game when you're not even going to sell out half the games or half the season, half the tickets, because nobody cares about the preseason. You're only going to see the starters for what, a minute in the game, or, the last game of the preseason, maybe you see them in a quarter. So nobody's going to go out there and spend the money. So the players and obviously the owners want more money, and they want to bring in more revenue where the game could actually open up, and more TV deals and more options for TV deals for a Thursday night football game or a Monday night football game or a Sunday night football game, where these, obviously ownership and players can make even more money and more revenue for the league, and open options for more contracts and more money to be made in the future.
Right. And the uptick is going to accumulate with all the other teams as well. And that's why I think the Packers have to be very smart with this, because they still have to really build up the rest of the homegrown offensive line and defense. I think the receivers, they're going to be there because they're the ones that have Jordan Love's chemistry right now. And like you said, they brought in Josh Jacobs, which if he had the year he had 2 years ago, or even a little down from that, like they're going to get good running back production, which they didn't really get last year because A.J. Dillon was horrible last year and Aaron Jones was up and down. So they were hoping to get more out of that with Jacobs. We'll see if the offensive line holds up. But the rest of their division, like there's a lot of talent in that division and still teams with a lot of cap space. The Bears and the Lions have a ton of cap space to continue to do even more. The Packers and the Vikings both had to really shed a lot of money to try to make the contracts work. Now they're getting younger, but it's not an obvious thing. Like the Packers are going to be a hot ticket because of the way Jordan Love played last year. The Lions are still the best team, but there's no guarantees based on that. So they got to be smart with this contract.
I wonder what those odds are on, hey, Jordan Love making 50 to 55 million. Well, guys, go check out Bovada, 100% on your first deposit. So whatever you put in, $200, you make $400. If you, that's match. If you want to put $300 in, you can make $600 when it comes to matching that money. Bet on almost anything, like the president election moving up. Obviously, if you're a Trump fan, you can make bets on that. No limitations on what state you are in. And you can obviously bet anywhere in the country. All you have to do is click the link on the top of the page, guys. And you can check out our QR code and you can check out Bovada. I'm telling you guys, if you are a betting man, lady, or over the age of 18 and you want to bet some money and make some money, you have a chance for your first deposit. All you got to do, ladies and gentlemen, is hit the link on the page right now, right over there, which we have Fish posting it up right now. And you got a chance, if you put $100 in, to be matched $100 more. That's $200 that you can bet with. If you put $600, that's $1,200 you can bet with moving forward. If you're a betting man or you like to bet, you have a chance right now by hitting our QR link right now and making some money. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. And speaking of money, the Bengals owner, Mike Brown, said on WLWT News that the Bengals will try hard to pay JaMarr Chase before the season starts. He added that the Bengals will bend over backwards to give Mr. Chase what he wants. He said about T. Higgins' contract situation is the Bengals won't pay guys just to pay them. The deadline to pay Higgins has passed, being he is playing on his franchise tag. Brown added he wanted Joe Burrow benched last season after the Bengals started 0-2 last season, which, by the way, makes no sense. The Bengals are third in betting odds to win the AFC this season, only behind the Ravens and the Chiefs. Obviously, Joe Burrow's health, it means everything. Everything moving forward going into the season really lies on Mr. Burrow. And by the way, you could check out his new haircut and his new style. He looks like Slim Shady, ladies and gentlemen. I actually love it. It actually looks good, and he wants to try something new. Who doesn't want to try something new, being that it's the summertime, you're hanging out, you're going to the beach, you're hanging out with all, I don't know if he's still dating the same girl, but he goes all to these different parties. I mean, who wouldn't want to go out and look different when it comes to, checking out some women, or women checking out you, because you're great. You're the great Joe Burrow, and you're making $55 million a year. JaMarr Chase is going to be expecting the biggest wide receiving contract in NFL history. Justin Jefferson broke that a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if you guys checked the wide receiver show on Netflix. They actually had him signing the contract, which is very interesting. Justin Jefferson, to me, is still the best wide receiver in football. But JaMarr Chase is a top 5 guy. There's no question that he is. Last year, in the beginning of the season, started off very, very slow. In the second half, even with a second-tier quarterback, really a third-tier quarterback in Browning, he still put up the numbers. He still had over 1,000 yards. He still I think he had 8 or 9 touchdowns. He still had a fantastic season. So JaMarr Chase, who obviously is Joe Burrow's number one guy, his go-to man. And I feel bad for T. Higgins, because T. Higgins has the opportunity now going into this offseason to make his money. But because you have a guy like JaMarr Chase, who are you going to pay? You're going to pay JaMarr, or you're going to pay T. Higgins? Now, they could pay both of them, but there's no way they're going to pay JaMarr probably around $36 to $38 million when T. Higgins wants 26 to 28 million. There's no way they're going to be able to do that. That means you're paying Joe Burrow 55 a year. Then you're going to have to pay T. Higgins 26 to 28 million. And then JaMarr, who's going to want 36 to 38 million. You have three players that are going to be making close to $100 million. You can't do that. That's more than half your team's money that you're going to be spending, close to it. So there's a 40%. There's no way the Bengals are going to do that. So the Bengals are going to have to decide, even if T. Higgins has a good season this year, instead of franchising him, try to get as much as you possibly can for him. Now, the trade deadline, there are going to be teams looking for a wide receiver. If T. Higgins has a start of a really, really good season and Joe Burrow stays healthy, you could see him. Now, T. Higgins didn't have a good season last year. He only had, 560 yards. Now, he was fighting injury, a little bit of injuries last year, but it was because of Joe Burrow. There was no excitement with Browning being under the helm. Browning played pretty well for a guy that was coming in and filling in for Joe Burrow, who, again, on any other team, Browning is a third-tier quarterback. He's not even a second-tier quarterback. But he played very, very well. But it looked like he was forcing the ball to JaMarr Chase. He didn't see the field as a number one quarterback would. And you could see that the guy that really benefited off that was really JaMarr Chase. And then obviously there were other guys that benefited over Browning, over T. Higgins too. So, I mean, JaMarr Chase is going to make a lot of money, and he's going to be compared to the wide receivers that just got it. Tyreek Hill, who he at one point, he did have the highest paid, wide receiving contract going into last year. And now going into this year, it's Justin Jefferson. So I thought that if the Bengals were a smart organization, they should have done this before the season's end or at the end of the season, made sure that they had JaMarr Chase's, John Hancock on a contract, because now that Justin Jefferson just signed a big contract, he's going to want to be matched or he's going to want to make more, and he's going to get it. And if it's not going to be from the Bengals, it'll be from somebody else. And they want to please Joe Burrow because Joe Burrow and him are very close. They played in LSU together, and that was one of the reasons why they drafted JaMarr Chase as early as they did.
Yeah, and you also look at the impact that he's had in bulk with the biggest games we've seen from wide receivers, probably outside of Justin Jefferson and maybe CeeDee Lamb last year. He's had a lot of 200-yard games in his career already, and against good teams. This is a guy that came into the league as a 5th overall pick for a team that had no expectations, and he had some of the biggest games against the Chiefs. He had big games against the Ravens, good teams, and he's changed that for Joe Burrow. And I think Joe Burrow and even Browning at the end of the season, the way they played with some of those other rookie wide receivers, it made it easier to make that decision to pay Chase earlier and before the wide receiver market spikes even more with CeeDee Lamb getting paid and a lot of other guys.
They made a lot of mistakes with that. And they lost a wide receiver in the offseason because of it. He goes to Tennessee. So, right, it was Tennessee that he went to. So
former quarterback coach. Yeah.
Yeah. So now you're looking at where they are. Now they're down to really 2 wide receivers. Now, they did draft a wide receiver, and they brought some unrestricted free agents in to try to make the team. But their 2 guys is JaMarr Chase and now T. Higgins. What happens when they lose T. Higgins? Now you have 1 wide receiver, and now you're going to be fishing for a wide receiver in next year's draft class, which is not going to be heavily, a big wide receiving class. This was the year, if you're going to draft a wide receiver, to draft them, and they didn't do that in the first round or 2 rounds. So now you're sitting here with the Bengals, and you're wondering, where do they go with this? Do they try to negotiate a deal that makes sense for T. Higgins and give JaMarr Chase that contract? But if you do that, you could set your team back, because now when some of these offensive linemen become available, Jonah Williams becomes available. I think he's coming up on a contract. What are they going to do with that? I don't know if he just signed a contract of some.
No, I think they let him go.
Oh, so Jonah Williams is gone. So they just lost one of the guys that they drafted in the first round from Alabama. So now they're trying to figure out ways to keep these guys on the roster. And that's the big problem right now. Once your team becomes more of age and gets older, and you don't have these guys signed on before their rookie contract is up, you set your team back, because now you're trying to figure out who you're keeping and who you're not keeping. And right now, they should have thought of that. They should have signed T. Higgins last year, made T. Higgins happy. Maybe you don't have to give him 26 million. Maybe you give him 22, 23 million. You save yourself 3 million and take that 3 million and invest it into a JaMarr Chase contract where you're going to have to overpay for. So I think it was a big mistake by the Bengals. There was a lot of mistakes that the Bengals as an organization has made. I don't think it was a big mistake to give Joe Burrow what he got. But the problem with Joe Burrow is he going to stay healthy? This is a guy that's been in the league for 4 years. You're paying him for 2 years out of the 4. That's scary too, because they need guys that could protect him. Their offensive line is very weak going into the season. This isn't the same offensive line when they had Whitmore there or one of these guys.
Mm-hmm.
This is not the same line it was where you had Pro Bowl players or, secondary, top end offensive linemen. They don't have that. They don't even have the depth going into this season. So if I were the Bengals, I would be worried about going into the season and trying to protect my quarterback.
Yeah, they're going to have to do a lot of things schematically to make that kind of thing work. They drafted a right tackle in the first round that was good in Armarius Mims, that I think could be, if he stays healthy, the third best tackle in this draft. Yeah, that's the one thing you could beg you're on, but you're right.
You cannot depend on a rookie.
Yeah.
Ask the Giants and Evan Neal.
No. And
you cannot depend on these guys.
Yeah, so that's going to be...
Look at the Jets.
Yeah.
Look what the Jets, they drafted Olu. Is he going to start? Is he going to be the starting right or left tackle? He's not. He's going to be starting behind Smith and obviously Morgan Mosley. Why? Because they want him to learn from 2 really good offensive linemen. Even though they expect Olu to be one of the elite guys from this draft class, it's better to sit behind these guys and learn from these guys than start them up in the season, which the Jets have had problems over the years, and these guys get hurt or they're not what they're expected to be because you're rushing these guys on a football field.
Yeah, they're trying to bank on a lot of good guys from other teams that maybe did well in other years. But again, Trent Brown's been kind of up and down throughout his career with the Patriots and the Raiders. They got Ted Karras over there. They still have Orlando Brown there, which is nice. But it's really patching together. Now, is it better than the offensive line they had on the Super Bowl team? Probably. But you also have to have the downgrade with the skill players too. Not, in addition to Tyler Boyd, they lost Joe Mixon. Are they going to be able to make it work with a running back by committee, which Zach Taylor comes from the Rams organization, which Sean McVay did do that when they went to the Super Bowl after the whole situation with Gurley. They made it work with some of their rookies. Now the Bengals have to do the same thing. And that's why they don't really have the leeway to pay both Chase and Higgins to make that kind of thing work. Because we were talking about with the 49ers with Brandon Ayuk last week. Like,
trade him.
Yeah. They have it because Brock Purdy doesn't have to get paid right now. But Joe Burrow's already paid.
The longer they wait, the less they get for him.
Of course.
And they have to know that right now, are they waiting until somebody gets hurt in preseason where you could say, okay, we got T. Higgins. What are you going to give me? I mean, I don't know what they're planning, but the longer they wait and they go into the season with T. Higgins and they don't get anything back for him, well, you're from something, maybe some teams would probably offer you a late first-round draft pick or early second-round draft pick. It'll all transition into a third and a fifth.
But you're better off keeping him at that point.
Yeah, so there's no reason to trade him. And then you're going to ride with him and lose him in the offseason or franchise him where he's going to be making $30 million next year. And that, as an organization, that you can't accept either. So I just think that the Bengals made a big mistake on not signing him last year, where he wanted to sign last year. Even with Joe Burrow getting hurt, I would have found a way, having a season that he had last year, in the middle of a season saying, listen, this is what we think you're worth. Sign it, take it or leave it. We'll give you a 3-4 year deal worth about, I don't know, 60-70 million. And that's what we're offering you. Take it or leave it. And he probably would have taken it because of the season that he was having.
Yeah.
But they sat still and they sat packed and they thought, hey, you know what? Having the bad season that he had, he's not going to be asking as much, and still asking between 24 and 26 million. And looking at that right now, he's not going to get it, not from them, but there'll be other teams like the Giants or other teams that are looking for a number one guy or maybe even a great number two guy, which, could you imagine him on the Cowboys? Now he's not going to the Cowboys because they don't have the money. Could you imagine him with that, as their secondary wide receiver under CeeDee Lamb? Mm-hmm. I mean, you're talking about prolific. I mean, that offense would be on fire, and they've been looking for a guy like T. Higgins for a long time. They just can't afford him. But again, there'll be other organizations that are not overpaying for some of their veteran guys and maybe be interested. How about the Chicago Bears?
How about any team that would lose out on Ayuk? The 3 teams we were talking about last week.
I mean, Keenan Allen got a contract, but did he get a lot of money?
No, he's not. He didn't get a contract. He's on the last year of his current
deal. That's what I'm
saying.
saying.
So, yeah, they could let him go if they wanted to.
So they could bring T. Higgins in. They could do a lot of different things, and they have a bunch of guys that are still fairly young. DJ Moore is under contract, so they don't have to overpay for him for at least another 2 years. So they have a chance right now that they could bring in a guy like T. Higgins. There are other teams that would be interested. How about the Green Bay Packers looking for a number one guy?
Yeah.
I mean, there are other teams right now looking for that guy, and I think T. Higgins knows that too. There'll be teams, even the Giants, looking for that number one guy. even though Malik Neighbors is expected to be the number one guy, there's no guarantees that he will in his first season. So a lot of questions right now. And by the way, Mike Brown adding and saying that he wanted Joe Burrow to sit after week 2 because of the bad play of Joe Burrow is pathetic. How do you not trust your star quarterback? How do you not believe you're going to bring in Browning 3 games into the season? What are you, nuts? I mean, that makes no sense. Now, if this is true, it just shows you how incompetent Mike Brown is as an owner.
When she's finally evolved to do something good things, and then he says that, who knows?
Why would you take out a quarterback that took you all the way to the Super Bowl and was one of the best players in the league that year? Obviously, the injury-prone situation is definitely going to drag his worth. But if he stays healthy, how many quarterbacks are better than Joe Burrow right now?
Right.
2? I mean, there's not many guys that are better than he is.
Yeah, I don't know how it's a silly statement to make. I don't know how much he actually truthfully believed it or he just was saying it as a joke. But either way, Mike Brown was finally evolving into becoming a much more modern owner the last 4 years, because in the past he was notoriously cheap. He never would keep their players, and he made a lot of guys really unhappy on the way leaving to the Bengals on those Marvin Lewis teams. And then they get rid of him. They try to rebuild it in a different way. Finally, they're spending money. They spent a lot of money on defense.
I can't believe Mike Brown's still there.
I know, and he's like
I'm
Jerry
surprised
Jones.
they didn't sell the team.
Yeah, he's like Jerry Jones. He's serving as the aficionado GM. They don't have a GM over there, so they had to really change their ways in order to make a modern identity. And 2 years in, they go to a Super Bowl. They spend all that money on defense. Now they spent a lot of money on the offensive line, but they're trying to. He's also trying to say the same thing. We're not going to pay T. Higgins just because you have to pay him. No, he's saying those kinds of things. Then he's saying Joe Burrow's bench.
That was one of the franchises I thought ownership probably would have sold for all those years of just failing and failure. I always thought that the Bengals ownership was going to sell the team. I mean, the facilities are disgusting. The way where they're training over there in Cincinnati. I mean, the grounds are horrible, I've heard. So and that was the thing. And by the way, if anybody knows that Joe Burrow is from the Ohio area. Now, I don't know if he was a Cincinnati Bengals fan, but he's from that area. So he was excited when he was drafted by the Cincinnati Bengals because he's right at home where he grew up. Yep. But I mean, if you look at where the Bengals are, they're light years where they were when, obviously there were certain other players on this roster. Now, again, this team has not won a Super Bowl. They were very, very close. And obviously JaMarr Chase is expected to get that money. And I just think that this is the problem. I say the same thing about the New York Jets. You bring in Devontae Adams, it's going to be harder to sign a Garrett Wilson. Right now, you have the opportunity to re-sign Garrett Wilson. He didn't have a great year. He had an okay year last year. He's going on to his 3rd-year contract. If he has somewhat of a good season this year, even if he has his best season with Aaron Rodgers, I would find a way to extend him in the offseason where he'd probably take, obviously less money to stay with the Jets because he still has a lot to prove and has a lot to prove with Aaron Rodgers. So that's where, and Sauce Gardner too. This is going to be his 3rd year in the NFL. He's going to be asking for a lot of money as well. So now you sit here and you wonder, maybe you sign both those guys in the offseason with Elijah Vera Tucker. You make sure that you can, and that's what they're probably doing and why they don't want to extend Haason Reddick, because they were just renting Haason Reddick this coming year. And then they were going to either trade him in the offseason and franchise him, or they would have traded him in the middle of a season if they're outside of the playoffs looking in. Who knows what's going to happen this year, being that the AFC's open and in a division where they're open to win, where a lot of people think they're going to be 12-7 or maybe even 13-6. Me being one of them, not 12-7. I'm sorry,
12-5.
12-5. I thought that the Jets could be a 12-5 or 13-14 this year. There are other people that think that the Jets might not win more than 9 games. So there's a lot of questions to the Jets. So we have to see how this is going to work if Aaron Rodgers stays healthy. The same thing with Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow can go down in week 4, week 5. The season is over once again, and you're gonna and then you're gonna decide, hey, you know what? Now we're gonna overpay JaMarr Chase. Now we're gonna trade T. Higgins. I think right now you have to decide: are we keeping T. Higgins? Or are we not? If we're not, let's move him and try to get as much back as we can. Maybe we get a pick and a player. Maybe we get one of these other wide receivers.
Or maybe you get a need for need in the middle of the season. Like maybe if the Bengals need help on defense, or the Bengals need help on their offensive line, and another team needs help on wide receiver, they just do 1-for-1 swap.
I just don't want, I don't want to see the Bengals wait too long and they don't get anything for him. And he is a guy that you can get a lot back for him if you trade him at the right time. Last year, they had a chance to sign him. That was the right time to sign him.
Sure.
And they screwed up. And I think they know that as ownership, as executives. You can't sit here and tell me, hey, T. Higgins had his worst season as a star wide receiver, as a starter, and he had 500 and something, 600 yards. That was the time to give him the extension,
Sure.
and you decide going into the offseason and holding it out and waiting for him or them to decide what they're doing with him. And now he's sitting there saying, I'm going to have a better season this year. I'm going to prove it with Joe Burrow. And then teams are going to have to overpay for me.
Yeah.
And you're going to wish that you either signed me or you moved me when you had a chance to. So to me, the Bengals put themselves in a really bad situation.
Yeah, and maybe that's the price you pay with having to build up some other positions. But Joe Burrow, I think that maybe they're trusting that he established himself well now as a top 3 quarterback when he is healthy to be able to make other guys work. But again, we'll see if it happens. There are other receivers they drafted last year. One was a 4th round pick, one was a 5th round pick. I like Charlie Jones, the kid they drafted last year out of Purdue, but is it going to be T. Higgins? Probably not. Is it going to be half of T. Higgins? We'll have to see.
Dak Prescott's in the tabloids again. A survey among Cowboy fans revealed that they have doubts about Dak Prescott, and they barely consider him a top 10 quarterback. The survey averaged Prescott out of number 7 among quarterbacks, but still a lot of fans have him after 11 or 12. Fox Sports' Keyshawn Johnson said he isn't surprised Dak is being doubted, calling him the villain of the Cowboys. Fox Sports' Skip Bayless, a huge Cowboys fan, says that Dak Prescott ain't it for the Cowboys franchise quarterback. Dak was second place in MVP voting last season, only behind Lamar Jackson. Dak had 3,892 yards, 30 touchdowns, and just 7 interceptions, a 68.4% completion percentage, and a 104.2 passer rating last season. First of all, for all those haters, all those doubters to Dak Prescott, shame on you guys. For him to come out and tell everybody he wasn't going to throw more than 8 interceptions last year, well, he was under 8 interceptions. The year before, I think he threw 14 or 13.
13 interceptions.
Yes.
It was tied for second most.
Okay, so he threw probably half of what he did the year before that. He played sensational. He was the second in MVP voting. Now, did he look good in the playoffs? How many quarterbacks play well in the playoffs?
How many Cowboys look good in that playoff game?
Seriously, Tony Romo, for all those Cowboy fans coming out and saying that Tony Romo was better than Dak Prescott, go look at the numbers. He's not even close. He's not even close. Was Tony Romo ever a top 3 MVP candidate to win an MVP? Never was. I don't want to hear it. How many wins does Tony Romo have in the playoffs?
3, and 1 shouldn't have counted because the refs completely helped them against the
And how
Lions.
long was his career?
2006, I believe, to 2017, so 11 years.
11 years in the NFL, and he only played in 3 playoff games. And he lost in every single one of them. Just think about that. Tony Romo is not a winner. And you could say whatever you want. Not many Cowboy quarterbacks were winners. Not for like 30 years. The last one, Troy Aikman. But look who he had on that team. Yeah. Look at the offensive line. World-renowned, one of the greatest offensive lines ever. One of the greatest defenses ever. Deion Sanders was a part of that team. One of the greatest wide receivers ever. One of the greatest running backs ever. I mean, seriously, when you have the talent that you had and no salary cap, that's why you won. And Jerry Jones don't have that anymore. Every team has the same amount of money to spend in the offseason. Every billionaire is rich. That's the facts. Now, Dak Prescott wants $60 million. He should get it. You can't mock a guy that put up the numbers he did last year and as efficient as he was last year for the Dallas Cowboys. And for any Cowboy fan taking shots at him, including the Beef or anybody out there taking shots at this guy that he can't win, that he can't play, it's ridiculous. Not many people have won in the playoffs in the last 10 years. If you look at the quarterbacks, 4, 3 have won in the playoffs, won a Super Bowl? Not many of them do it.
Yeah, because half of them are won by Mahomes or Brady.
But that's the facts.
Yeah.
So look who he has to go through. He had to go through Brady. He had to go through the Buccaneers when Brady came here. Look who he has to go in his division, Jalen Hurts. You got to beat great teams. You got to go through great players. Now, again, Dak wants a lot of money. He's got to produce in the playoffs. We all know that. And your time on the football field is going to show how much you're worth. But again, Dak Prescott's numbers are worthy enough. And I don't care what Skip Bayless says. That maybe that's why he's retiring, because he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
No, if that was the case, he should have retired 10 years ago.
It makes no sense why Skip Bayless would throw Dak Prescott under the bus. Again, he ain't it. Why? So who are you going to bring in if he ain't it? Who are you going to bring in the offseason if you lose Dak Prescott? Let me ask you. Tua Tagovailoa, you're going to bring him in? Are you kidding me? The guy can't stay healthy. How many concussions has he had since he stepped on a football field? 5? I mean, come on. If he becomes available, if Miami decides to part ways, which it looks like they are.
Especially in the private chat or Sanders. Oh, God, that would be a train wreck.
Who are you going to bring in? You're going to trust Trey Lance?
Oh, yeah. That's what the beef wants.
I mean, Trey Lance, who lost his job to a guy that was the 7th-round draft pick, the last pick in the draft, Brock Purdy, who played in a Super Bowl last year, and you lost it out on him when a team like the San Francisco 49ers gave up 2 first-round draft picks, a bunch of 2nd and 3rd-round picks for you?
And they also lost his job last year to the great Sam Darnold.
I mean, seriously, how does this work, and where does this go with this whole Dak Prescott hating? Dak Prescott right now, if he became available, 29 teams would be lined up ready to sign him.
Right, every team but 4, pretty much.
29.
Yeah.
You think the Giants wouldn't sign him if he became available? If Daniel Jones gets traded or let go? You don't think Dak would go to the Giants? Absolutely will. Just stick it right down the Cowboys, faces.
Oh, yeah, NFC East is the perfect revenge division. They always
just
do that.
think about it. For all those Dak haters out there, and there's a lot of them, everybody, all over social media, all the analysts that are coming out and saying Dak sucks, Dak this, Dak that, on social media, Twitter, X, whatever you call it, Instagram, saying that this guy can't do this and this guy. Look at what he's gone through. Look at in his career, the foot injury, the leg injury that he had that could have been career ending. Just think about that. Career ending and putting up the numbers he did last year. How about his mother dying before he even stepped on an NFL football field? His brother committing suicide. Right. All the obstacles that he had. His girlfriend breaking up with him when they were engaged and then getting married and now pregnant with his first. Or I think she gave birth. I don't know. But just think about it. All the stress, all the pressure this guy has in Cowboyville. Every single Cowboy fan is throwing him under the bus. Shame on you guys.
Yeah.
Shame on you.
Yeah. You can't have one sole player be blamed for a playoff game just because the Cowboys got blown out. Like, if the Cowboys got blown out, yeah, there's a lot of problems with you in a playoff game. That's what you're not trusting as a quarterback. If the Cowboys lost 13-10 and Dak struggled, okay, fine. Maybe you have a case. They lost 45-21, and your defense played horrible. Your offensive line played horrible. Your running game was bad. Your coaching was bad. That's not all on Dak Prescott. You could do the same logic.
What is the love fest for Tony Romo?
I don't know.
What is the love fest for Tony Romo? What has Tony Romo done for the Cowboys? What did he win? What has he done? Now, he's a great analyst. He's going to go to the Hall of Fame as an analyst. He is not a Hall of Famer. I don't want to hear him being compared to Eli Manning or Ben Roethlisberger or my guy, Phillip Rivers. Okay, because he's nowhere close to those guys. And I'm so tired of hearing all the Cowboy fans thinking that. And for anybody that says, I take Tony Romo back in a heartbeat, he looks like he's in better shape than Dak Prescott is. Are you kidding me? I am so tired of hearing the Cowboy fans. When he is gone, when they did, and by the way, the Cowboys are not going to let him go, because if they do, that sets the team back for another 10 years.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? This guy was a 4th-round draft pick. He wasn't a 1st-round draft pick. He was a 4th-round draft pick. Troy Aikman, 1st-round draft pick. You go back of all the quarterbacks that the Cowboys have had over the years that they have drafted, they're all practically 1st-round draft picks. This guy's a 4th round. Now, Tony Romo was an undrafted player, another guy that they found out of nowhere. But Tony Romo, he's better at golf than he was in football. Okay? Let's be honest. Tony Romo knows how to drive a ball better than he knows how to throw one. It's ridiculous. Dak Prescott deserves a lot of credit for all the things that he's come out and said. The deal with the Cowboy fans, the deal with the Philadelphia haters, the Giant haters. Everybody hates the Cowboys. He goes out stadium to stadium to stadium, puts up the numbers that he does, and does what he does best, and that supports and stands for the Cowboys star emblem as the, what do they call them?
America's team.
America's team. It's just ridiculous. For all the Cowboy fans, shame on you guys. Everybody on social media, you can hear me out on this one. You guys don't know what the hell you're talking about. This guy is one of the elite quarterbacks in the NFL. Go look at his numbers. Go compare his numbers for the last 5 years to all the quarterbacks, just like all those Kirk Cousins haters. Go look at Kirk Cousins' numbers in the last 5 years. There are not many quarterbacks that put up the numbers that these two guys put up, and how many haters, how many people have thrown these guys to the wolves. This guy is going to get $60 million. If it's not from the Cowboys, it's going to be from somebody else. Jerry Jones, better open up your checkbook, buddy, because you're going to have to pay to keep Dakio. And if you don't, somebody else will give Dakio the money. I'll give Dakio the money if Aaron Rodgers retires. There's no doubt about it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to get a heart attack from this. I'm so tired of the Cowboy fans. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. I'm tired. And for all the Giant fans that say, I don't want Dak Prescott, any day, anytime, you'd be crying Dak's name out in that, with all the fans, the audience, or whatever the hell, the fandom over there on, what are they, Giants Nation or whatever, Big Blue, Big Boo-hoo, okay? And by the way, when Joe Shane fails this year and, Mr. Dable fails this year and he gets fired like I said that they will, because we all know that Mara is not a very big fan of Joe Shane, I'm going to tell you I told you so. So all you Giant fans better be lined up, because if Dak becomes available, that's where he's heading. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be talking to LIU Brooklyn senior forward and captain Preston Brodziak. I'm not bad with names. Mr. Preston Brodziak here on the Sports Loudmouth. But first, our Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute
Are you ready to get loud?
with Tommy Scoops.
Top of the hour, I'm Tommy Scoops to bring you all the Loudmouth Sports Minute, and jumping straight into some NFL. Newest Jets linebacker Haason Reddick announces holdout seeking $25 to $28 million this season. Reddick, who was acquired by New York back in April this offseason, team says they had preferred seeing how Reddick performed before offering him a new deal. Other NFL news, Vikings are inking tackle Christian Darrisaw to a 4-year deal worth up to $113 million. Darrisaw, who was entering his 2024 season on his final year of his contract, will be a key piece of the team's O-line for years to come. And lastly, over in the NBA, newly acquired 76ers guard Paul George says that he felt like he was on the B team of LA. The veteran guard, who spent the last 3 seasons with the Clippers, took to his latest podcast episode to say that the Clippers felt like the B team behind the Lakers. Going now to Scoops of Scores, I'm going to give you a rundown of the MLB games going on as the Yankees have a 1-0 lead over the Mets at the top of the 4th, with the Marlins having a 6-3 lead over the Orioles at the end of the 3rd right now, while the Guardians have a 3-2 lead over the Tigers at the bottom of the 5th, while the Cardinals have a 1-0 lead over the Pirates at the top of the 6th, and the Padres have a 3-0 lead over the Nationals at the bottom of the 6th, with the Rays having a 1-0 lead over the Blue Jays. And currently the Reds and Braves are currently tied at 0 apiece, with a rain delay at the top of the 1st, with Phillies and Twins both at 0 apiece, and the Brewers and Cubs at 0 apiece, also at a rain delay at the top of the 1st. But that is all the time I have for you guys right now. Kicking it back to the boys for their next guest on the Sports Loudmouth.
This is the Sports Loudmouth.
Don't control your subconscious.
Willie Whoppers, Speedy! Willie Whoppers!
It's good for both.
I want you to slide it right in.
Like what?
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy. Petey, go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey every single Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listing for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. By the way, before we introduce our first guest, guys, go to Bovada. We have, obviously, our QR code that's going to be up on the screen. 100% first deposit, they are going to match. Ladies and gentlemen, if you deposit $100, they're going to give you $2. They'll give you an extra 100. If you put 200, they're going to give you an extra 200. So they're going to match everything. Bet on almost anything, including the presidential election. So in November, if you want to vote or you want to, well, you obviously have to vote, but if you want to bet on whoever is going to get in as president, we all know who's running. You have the chance to do that. And by the way, you can withdraw from Bitcoin, Litecoin, all of them, every single one of them. You can use all the coins out there on the, on the market. And by the way, no limitations on what state you are in. You can bet anywhere. All you have to do is click the link right over there on the top. And guys, you can use our link and you got a chance to win some money. Bovada, ladies and gentlemen. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time on our show, he's a Canadian. I'm looking at it right now. Long Island University, we're now talking to LIU, Brooklyn senior forward and captain, Preston Brodziak. And I'm sorry, I couldn't pronounce your name, but hey, now I can. Preston, what's up, buddy?
Oh, how's it going?
Oh, you look healthy, man. Everything looks good. Obviously, the draft just went by. It's crazy when you get the chance to see some of these youngsters and where they're coming from and how young they are. Some of these guys are getting drafted at 16 years old and might not see the NHL until they're 19, 20, 21. What is it like getting the chance to watch the NHL draft and watch all these youngsters get drafted and go from one team to another?
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I've had like a couple buddies go through it and get drafted. And I mean, if you don't get drafted, I think it's pretty cool to see some of your friends get to experience that, and they go on to camps and hopefully play in the league. And I just think it's so cool. I mean, it's everyone's dream to. I think it's what you think about when you're a kid and you're shooting pucks when you're younger. And it's so cool to see like the excitement and all that those kids get when they hear their name get called.
So how did you get into hockey? Did you get into any other sports growing up as well? And who are some of the players that got you into the game when you were younger?
Yeah, so I'm from a small town in Saskatchewan, Canada, and basically hockey's kind of everything in this area. Like we have super harsh winters, nice summers, but our winters are pretty harsh. So we got pretty much in my small town in every neighborhood has an outdoor rink, or people got outdoor rinks in their backyard, and you kind of live, breathe, and die hockey. So I think it was kind of a no-brainer right from a young age. All my buddies played hockey. I probably started skating when I was 3 or 4 years old. I think I hated it at first. I mean, it's anything you're not very good at the start, you're not going to like, but I started to get better and better. I had a weird kind of path to college hockey. I didn't always play the highest level. I got cut by some teams and just kind of stuck with it, and eventually worked my way up to play midget AAA in Saskatchewan, where I made the midget AAA team, had a good year, which led me to the BCHL for 3 years, which led me to Long Island. But that's basically my path. And then some players that I look up to, I would say, being from Saskatchewan, I'll give some kudos to Ryan Getzlaf. I think he's someone that I modeled my game after. I know he doesn't play anymore, but I mean, he was kind of like a two-way forward. Yeah, Hall of Famer. But just a two-way forward, that kind of responsible, trustworthy kind of player. So I would say Ryan Getzlaf. I like Pajot's game a lot with the Islanders. I think he works on his draws so much, and it puts him in lots of different situations out there, actually, which is kind of interesting to watch. I also love the way that Zach Hyman plays. I think that he's an absolute workhorse, and I think he's just like, he gives it everything he's got, and I feel like he's such a playoff kind of guy that he's someone that I think that everyone should almost model something, like model his work ethic off at least. But yeah, I'd say those three are kind of like the big ones. I like Bergeron as well, but yeah.
All retired guys. You got a lot of retired guys.
And Zach Hyman.
Zach Hyman.
Yeah,
Pajot. I like Pajot.
I like Pajot too. He plays for the Islanders. The guy can't score, but he could do everything else. He can win faceoffs. He's a good offensive, defensive player. It took him really the second half to really figure things out. It bothers me because the Islanders as an organization, they have an old man Lou running the organization. And they've made some major mistakes over the years, trading away draft picks. And I just think it set the team back. And as much as I like JG Pajot, he's a good player, I think he's overpaid. That's the only thing. I think when you look at the NHL and you're trying to negotiate deals and try to figure out how I could be a contender for a Stanley Cup, when you're paying your, what do you have? Your second or even your third line center, $5 million a year. That's a lot of money to pay a third line center. Way, he has played over the last 2 seasons. So I like JC Pajot. By the way, we are talking to LIU Brooklyn senior forward and captain Preston Brodziak. Preston, you're undersized. Obviously, you're 6 foot. You see some of these behemoths. These guys are like 6'3", 6'4". I mean, Connor McDavid, 6'3", 6'4". He skates like he's unbelievable. The skating skill that he has, the fastest skater in the NHL, puck handling skills. It's amazing what these guys transition into. Even the goalies. Yeah, I've interviewed some goalies that have been in the NHL. John Van Beesbroek being one of them. He was 5'8", 5'9". He said, you'll never see a guy under 6'2" in the NHL again being drafted. That's crazy to hear that when there were a couple of guys. Mike Richter was 5'10". He was 5'8". So goalies that were not of size, that were great goalies in the NHL. So it's amazing when you hear that. When you look at the size of some of these guys and the skills that some of these guys have now from what they were in the 90s and the early 2000s, what stands out more from their skills than you remember when you actually, as a young kid, watching these kids as a toddler, watching guys like Brett Hull or even Keith Tkachuk play?
Yeah, I think that when I was younger, just watching players play, like where I'm from, we have a junior A team, and just watching those guys, like back then they were pretty much like men, like they all had full beards, and they were a lot bigger, it seemed like back then. And then I think that it's a whole new style of game nowadays. I think that the players are a lot smaller, but a lot more skill and a lot more finesse. And I think it's kids that are working in their driveway, working on this stuff that you've never seen before, that they're kind of inventing a new part to the game. And I think it's cool to see. I think that you also need those bigger guys that kind of keep it in line, keep the game in line. And you need that physical aspect as well. I never want to see that part leave, but I would say it's cool to see, and it's some of the stuff these kids are doing nowadays is just insane. Like kids that are like 10 years old, doing the Michigan and stuff like that is pretty cool. But I think that it's interesting to see the way that hockey's gone in the last even 20 years, and I'm very curious to see what it'll be in 20 years from now.
So the college hockey is different than a lot of other college sports, where a lot of the Power 5 conferences aren't like overpowering it. Besides the Big Ten, which have a lot of good hockey schools, like they're not overpowering it the same way you saw in football and basketball. Who are some of the toughest teams and the toughest players you played against in your career?
I would say skill-wise in the BCHL, we had Alex Newhook and Kent Johnson, who were obviously two of the most skilled guys I think I've ever played against. But just playing against we played against Boston College last year, and their whole team was just insane. Like we went up early 2-0, and I think we took a 5-minute penalty. So we let their power play go out there for 5 minutes, which was probably the biggest mistake you could do, and they just completely took it to us. They tied it up instantly, and then we ended up losing 4-2. But our goalie stood on his head, probably close to 50 saves. Like they're so dominant, and you can tell like these guys are just going to be studs in the NHL, like Will Smith, Perreault, guys like that. Like their shots are insane. They're just, the way they move is pretty crazy. But yeah, we got to play some really cool teams, being an independent team. Like LIU, we're independent. We're not a part of a conference, so we kind of build our own schedule. So therefore we got to play the Penn State, the Ohio State, Boston College, Arizona State. Like we went to all these big schools, so we kind of got to. It'd be different if we were in the Atlantic and, we were playing against smaller schools like Mercyhurst all the time and stuff like that. But we got to actually play against those big schools and those big players, which is kind of the cool part about being independent. It sucks at the end of the year because you're not playing for like a league championship. You kind of have, it's a little harder to make your way into the NCAA tournament. But for me, it was cool to go see, as a kid from small town Saskatchewan, like it was cool to go see Notre Dame's football, like drive by Notre Dame's football stadium and then go see Notre Dame's facilities. Like it was just so cool to me because it's such a different atmosphere college wise, I feel like, in the States compared to Canada.
My question for you is, you look at all these captains and everybody asks the question, how do you become a captain? Your team obviously votes. What was it like being picked by all your peers to be the captain of LIU? I mean, I could only imagine how excited you were to have all your peers actually pick you to wear that C. I remember
I was assistant captain.
Okay, so you're an assistant still being picked as an assistant captain. It's still it's a great honor. How many assistant captains are on a team? 3?
This year I think we had 5. We had a lot of assistant captains, but I think it's because we had such a good leadership group this year. Our captain his name is Jack Quinn. He was same age as me at 99, and he came in. So actually, LIU went Division 1 4 years ago, and there was a group of us that came in that year, and lots of guys either went to different teams or kind of graduated or moved on, and there was only 4 of us left our 4th year that was there from the very start of the build, and all 4 of us actually got to wear a letter this year. Me, Jordan DeSico, Nolan Welsh, and then Jack Quinn was our captain, and it was obviously well deserved by Jack. I mean, the guy's probably one of the best leaders I've ever seen in my life, but it's a big privilege to wear a letter. I feel like on any team you play on, I feel like that's something that you should strive for, because it just goes to show that people do look up to you and you're doing the right things. So I think that it's something you should strive for every year, but it's obviously it's a lot of responsibility. I mean, you got to kind of you can't be scared to say some things to the players or the coaches, and you got to, it's like a happy medium you got to find. And I mean, you got to always be doing the right thing. And it was a huge privilege to wear it, especially to wear it with those 3 other guys that helped build this program from Division 1 to where it's at now. But yeah, it's unbelievable.
So New York as a hockey culture, obviously you're from LA, Brooklyn as well, and Long Island, obviously huge hockey culture with the Islanders as well. What is it like as a player witnessing that kind of thing, and also in the city and in Long Island? Like, what is some of your experiences been like?
Yeah, it was unreal. We're actually located at LIU Post, which is in Greenville. So there's 2 campuses. There's Brooklyn campus and Post, and we were at Post campus, which is kind of by Manhasset and stuff, only 15 minutes from the rink.
Post. I know exactly where it is. Yep.
Yeah. So we played out at Eisenhower Park, so we were only like 15, 20 minutes from
where
there.
the Islanders used to train. Yep.
Yeah, they practiced there. So it was really cool seeing the Islanders. Like, we'd see them kind of every morning out there and with all their coaches, and you'd see guys walking through the lobby. So that part was really cool. And just in general, like, I mean, I feel like there's such a demand for hockey there. And I mean, you can see it with the price of how much ice is an hour there. I mean, it's like $600-$700, maybe even more, to rent the ice for an hour, which is kind of crazy to me, just being from Canada. I mean, I feel like ice is just always pretty available, but you can just see there's so much passion there. You go to the games. I think Islanders fans are pretty funny, to be honest. You guys kind of just all yell, shoot the puck a lot. And games kind of made me laugh a lot. But I liked going to the Islanders games. It was such a cool atmosphere. The rink is gorgeous. Like, I feel like it's one of the nicer rinks in the NHL, just being brand new.
Would you blame the Islander fans? I mean, they don't score goals, okay? So, of course, the first thing they're going to say is shoot. I mean, the Islanders, what did they average last year? 3.1 goals a game. I think they were like 2nd or 3rd lowest in the NHL. They don't score a lot of goals. So, of course, we're telling we're telling the players to shoot. Half these guys don't know how to shoot, and they're on the team.
I just remember last year at one game, Islanders were on a power play, and all the fans were yelling shoot, and the Islanders weren't shooting, and then they zipped it back and forth like 3 times, and then had the wide open net and scored, and then all the fans jumped up and were pretty excited, but they were just yelling at Dobson to shoot it from the point with no traffic, which was kind of funny. Or they were chanting "sell the team," which made me laugh, and then they scored, and then they stopped chanting "sell the team," which was kind of funny too. I mean, there's so much passion there that I feel like they need more rinks in Long Island. That's just, I feel like, a kind of a problem that I've seen. They need more rinks there because there's such a high demand for hockey there, and the fans are passionate, the kids are passionate. My goalie for my team started a company called Between the Pipes, and he would train goalies. He'd just do he would do like one-on-one lessons, small group lessons, and then they expanded to player lessons too. And I I'd help out a little bit, volunteer, do whatever, go help out a lot. And I mean, you can just see it. All those kids, some of those kids are on the ice 3 times a day, like 5 days, 6 days a week. Like it's crazy. There's some of the kids that are obsessed with hockey. I mean, they're obsessed with the Islanders. I mean, you guys have a really good like learn to skate program that goes on at our rink actually in Eisenhower. So that was always cool to see too. And we'd volunteer there a lot. And yeah, I don't know. It's just such as a in general, the community I feel like is super passionate about hockey, and it's cool to see. I didn't know what to expect when I first got there at all. Like I've been to Arizona. Like my parents have a place in Arizona, and you go to Arizona and places like that where hockey's obviously not that popular there. I mean, it's usually basketball and football, but you can tell that like in New York, they really care about all 4 sports that they have.
We are talking LIU Brooklyn senior forward and assistant captain, Speedy. You put captain, assistant captain, Preston Brodziak. You know, I going back to Islander fans and the craziness over here in Islanderville. I think the Islander fans are so clueless half the time. I'm just speaking the truth because even the Ranger fans, and that's why they absolutely hate each other. I know it's great when you get to go to an Islander Ranger game, which I've been to many of them, and it's all fair, love, and war. I don't like going to Ranger games in Madison Square Garden because they're vicious. And Islander fans are not very nice either when you're over there as a Ranger fan. But I think the Ranger fans are a little crazier than the Islander fans, just my opinion. But, I want to ask you a question. Okay, you're from Canada. Growing up, who did you root for?
Growing up, I rooted for the Penguins because I liked Crosby, but also Edmonton. There was a distant cousin of mine, Kyle Brodziak, who played on Edmonton, and we went to a couple games, and my dad actually knew someone related to Jarrett Stoll too, so we got to go meet lots of those players. And I just remember being a little kid and like watching Edmonton's practice at that age and seeing Ryan Smith and Al Shemsky and all those guys.
Oh,
I mean, where I'm from, it's kind of like it's all industrial, like oil field.
I was surprised you didn't say Toronto.
Kind of like all the jobs.
I thought you were a Toronto Maple Leafs fan
So
or
I
an Ottawa
feel-
Senator fan.
Sorry, what was that?
I thought you were a Toronto Maple Leafs fan or an Ottawa Senator fan. That's where I thought you were. But
oh no, I do like the Leafs. I like watching Matthews. I like Nylander.
You like Tavares
but
too? You like him? You like him?
I love
That little
Tavares.
punk?
I think I love Tavares. I think he's a great player. But
He's a punk. He's a punk. Okay. I want to know. I want to know your honest opinion here. All right, because I know you're laughing, you're giggling. But when he decided to screw the Islanders the way he did, after telling Lou Lamoriello at the trade deadline, "Hey, I want to be an Islander for life. Make sure that you sign me in the offseason." But right behind the Islanders' back, he had his girlfriend or his fiance go over there to Toronto, go and, obviously accept a nursing job over there, knowing that you're going to Toronto, screw the Islanders and trading you and getting pieces back, get nothing back from trading you, and then smiling and laughing at the Islanders at your press conference in Toronto, not even using players' name like Barzell, going out in there and saying the kid instead of using his own name when you know his name's Matthew Barzell. I mean, seriously, that guy is a crater head, all right? I'm just telling you the truth.
I would hate to be an Islanders fan in that situation. I would hate to be an Islanders fan in that situation, but I don't know how much his girlfriend's nursing job had to do with him wanting to go back home and play for the Leafs, the team that
you
he
don't
grew
think
up.
it's a rinky dink? You don't think it's a coinky dink in the middle of a season? His girlfriend's going for a job in Toronto? Come on, Preston. Don't try to beat around the bush. Everybody knew that's where he was heading. I mean, seriously, I knew the Islanders were getting screwed by John Tavares, especially when he posted up that picture with him in the Leaf pajamas, Mr. Pajama Boy over there. Nobody
had to, the pajama picture had to have definitely hurt you guys quite a bit. I mean, seeing that would have broke my heart if I was a diehard Islanders fan. I mean, it was destiny for him to go back home.
Oh, it was
We need a
destiny
cup
for
back.
us too. It was destiny for us. He
I
goes
just-
to Toronto. They can barely get out of the first round, and the Islanders go to back-to-back Eastern Conference championships. So thank you, Johnny, for doing absolutely nothing when you were here.
I just want to see a cup come back to Canada. That's all I care about. I want as long as it's not Montreal. To be honest, I don't really
They were
care
the
for
last
them.
one in
But
'93.
yeah, I want to see Edmonton win a cup so bad. I want to see McDavid and Draisaitl. I think McDavid and Draisaitl, like those are my two favorite players to watch.
They're the two best players in the world. Of course.
I
you're a
think
fan.
I love Draisaitl. I think he's got so much swagger out there, and like I want to see the best players win. And I mean, where I'm from, everybody's either Oilers or Flames or Winnipeg Jets fans. So West, you got to represent Western Canada. I'd like to see the Canucks win as well, but basically anyone other than Montreal. But that cup's got to come back to Canada. I mean, all the players that play on these teams are from Canada, so like we need a Canadian team.
Preston. You see that guy right across right over there, Speedy over here? This guy's infatuated with Connor McDavid. If he had a chance to be Connor McDavid's man, he'd be Connor McDavid's man. Am I right, Speedy?
No. don't listen to him. I
will
want
say this. I will say this about Connor McDavid. Oh boy, his girl, his fiance, whatever she is, one of the sexiest girls out there. I'm telling you. Every time I look at these hockey players' girlfriends, their wives, I mean, like what? They're smoke shows. All of them. Every single one of them. You ever see Alexander Ovechkin's girl, his wife? I mean, she's a smoke show. I've never seen an ugly wife when it comes to a hockey player. Every one of them has a hot wife. I mean, I guess if you're an NHL player, you're gonna have a hot wife. So
You don't think Alex Ovechkin's a smoke show?
You have to ask Speedy. I'm not into it.
I don't know. Ask his dentist that sees him probably 10 times a year. They probably have the closest track to answer that question. I wanted to ask him, we were talking about the Canadian teams. I saw also all playoffs along with the Oilers going to the Cup, obviously, and then the Leafs, obviously. Every year they make the playoffs. Is it most of perception as for Canadian fans to want Canada to get a cup or still hate on those two teams in particular? Because I was seeing mixed reviews on social media.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like most people that you talk to from here, they have like a favorite team that they cheer for, and it's usually a Canadian team. And then if that team loses, they cheer for the next Canadian team. That's what I see. Unless you're like an Oilers fan, then you're obviously never going to cheer for the Flames to win the cup. You're going to cheer for whoever they're playing against, or vice versa. But I feel like mostly in Canada, we want that cup to come back to Canada.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, that's never going to happen, my friend. So,
well, it comes in the summer. It comes in the summer lots.
That's right. You go and check it out. That's about it. You don't want to touch it. Every time you touch it, it's bad luck. So,
yeah.
I've seen. By the way, I was on the ice. I was on the ice when the St. Louis Blues knocked off the Boston Bruins in Boston. I was doing the interviews on the ice over there. It was a great experience watching them hoist the cup. I actually got a chance to touch the cup and kiss the cup, as Craig Berube gave me a chance to kiss the cup. But it was definitely something to remember and to educate people on why you play the game is to get your name put on that cup. I mean, that's why everybody, when I was a kid, I was a great hockey player too. If I didn't hurt my knee, maybe my name's on that cup. You know, it's, you always, that's your dream, your admiration is to go. And by the way, you're now in Long Island. I mean, look how many great Long Island players that have come out of here over the last couple of years. I mean, two of the great defensemen right now in the NHL, one on Boston, one on the Rangers, are from Long Island, one from Wantaw, not far from you over there, and the Fox being one of them. And then there's another one from Long Beach, who is McElroy, who's one of the better defensemen in the league. And if you look at the last 5 years in the NHL draft, there were over 20 NHL players drafted by NHL teams from Long Island. So there you go. The numbers are going.
I think it's just going to keep, I think that number is just going to keep growing too, because you can see like the demand for hockey in that community. And even like with our goalie, Brandon, who runs between the pipes, like constantly busy. These kids they want to be out there all the time. And I think that, I think it's going to get even, I think that you're going to start seeing more numbers because all those kids kind of look up to, now that they have a college hockey team on Long Island too, they want to at least make it to college. And then once they get there, who knows, maybe they're getting drafted or going to camps after that.
If you and Brandon are ever in Arizona, we'll have to hook up with our friend Eddie Lack over there, who coaches.
Eddie was in the
I'm sure he would love that.
Yeah. Well, listen, Speedy, I like that, between the pipes. I mean, Speedy likes to be between the pipes, right?
I'm not a goalie.
But you like to be between the pipes.
I'm not a goalie.
I mean, you like piping, right?
Preston, can you tell him that piping is not a verb? Unless you're being told to pipe down. About pipe
90% of the world would too.
Well, yeah, Press, he doesn't understand what we're talking about. That's the best part of it. I mean, Speedy likes the pipes,
No, his friend Brandon,
likes
who's involved with the goalie,
likes them thick.
Well,
he doesn't like them. He doesn't
and
like
now
them
you go
thick.
there.
Thickness.
Anyways, Press, we really appreciate the timer. And by the way, I don't know if this is your first interview, but it's not going to be a last. You have a great knack when it comes to, speaking, and you should do it more often. And maybe we get you in the studio. You live here in Long Island. Why not get you in the studio, talk a little puck when the season starts, and have a little fun? Maybe you bring your partner over there, the guy between the pipes. Speedy likes the pipes,
Oh my God. I'm not a goalie.
Well, thank you guys. Thanks for having me. That was fun.
Absolutely. You're fantastic. Keep up the good work. We're rooting for LIU, and maybe this season we'll come and watch some of your games, some of your practice. We'd love to do that.
Sounds good.
All right, Preston Brodziak. By the way, I do remember he says it's a cousin, right?
Kyle Brodziak, yeah.
Distant,
Well, I remember when Minnesota was asking
very,
about him.
very distant.
Okay. Yeah, I don't remember
Just
him
had
with
the
the
same
Oilers,
last
but I
name.
remember Minnesota.
We're all distant cousins. Even you might be
Yep.
my distant cousin. We might be like six or, you might be my seventh cousin. Okay. I mean, I might have some Brodziaks in my, in the back of, back of my line of, blood.
You never know.
I don't know. It's Preston's family tree. Maybe he could investigate if Preston and Kyle Brodziak have any relation to your family.
Well, I'm not from Canada, so it might be a long, long, long list.
You have no Canadian heritage?
No, I don't. Not at all. I'm actually German, Spanish, Russian, and Italian. That's what I am. So no Canadian.
I remember you had German and Russian. I didn't remember the other combinations.
I've been to Canada a lot. I used to play hockey there. It's great over there. It's beautiful. It's one of my favorite places to go. Me and my girl go there every single year. We go to Toronto, Montreal. We were in Niagara this year. We love Canada. It's a beautiful, 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 beautiful city. So we love you, man. Thank you. Keep up the good work.
It's the best.
It is. There's no doubt about that. That's
Thank
for sure.
you.
Preston Brodziak, fantastic, great interview, great personality. A little lackluster. I mean, you would like to go between the pipes, right?
I am not a goalie. I am not going between any pipes.
Why not?
I'm not a goalie.
I mean, it would be great for you.
No, it won't.
You don't like?
I would not be good as
anything
involving pipe.
It's about, yes, it is. It's about piping. You could pipe, right?
No.
You don't want to pipe?
No.
So you want to be piped?
No.
What is it?
Sexual scenario.
I don't want to be a victim of piping scenarios either.
I think you should be open for it.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
sure
it'd be
you
fun.
do.
I think it'd be fun.
I'm sure you do.
I think we would all enjoy it, watching you being piped.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
I mean, it would be great. I think everybody.
Yes, I'm sure
we should
everyone
vote.
would love a good laugh.
A good laugh. Why don't we go to a quick sports minute? When we come back, we'll definitely get into the New York Jets. Haason Reddick doesn't seem like he's coming to training camp. Not surprised for all you Jet fans thinking that he was. As Connor Hughes comes out and says, he's not. So we'll get into that and much, much more when we come back here on the Sports Loudmouth. But first, our Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute
Are you ready to get loud?
with Tommy Scoops.
Everyone knows it's time for the Loudmouth Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops here and bringing it over into the NFL. The NFL and NFLPA are in very high-level talks on an 18-game season, and after recent rumors and proposals of a potential increase to 18 games, both sides are getting closer to making it happen before the 2030 season. Other NFL news, Bill Belichick reportedly declined a 49ers role after the Patriots' exit. Kyle Shanahan revealed he offered a role to Belichick on his staff to do, quote, whatever it is that he wants. which Belichick politely declined. Lastly, over in the MLB, Yankees top prospect Jason Dominguez nears return to game action as Dominguez, who has been out after suffering an oblique strain on June 15, is nearing a return to game action and should be back within the coming weeks. And now I'm going to transition into Scoops' scores, where the Yankees and Mets are currently tied at 1 apiece at the bottom of the 5th, with the Marlins having a 6-3 lead over the Orioles and the Guardians having a 5-2 lead over the Tigers at the top of the 7th. At the bottom of the 8th, the Cardinals have a 1-0 lead over the Pirates, while at the top of the 8th, the Padres have a 3-0 lead over the Nationals, and the Rays also have a 3-0 lead over the Blue Jays at the top of the 5th, with the Reds and Braves still in a rain delay with 0 on the board at the top of the 1st, while the Phillies and Twins currently tied at 0 apiece, and Rangers have a 2-0 lead over the White Sox. The Brewers and Cubs still tied at 0 apiece in the rain delay at the top of the 1st, but that is all the time I have for you guys right now. Can get back to the boys for the next segment on the Sports Loudmouth.
This is the Sports Loudmouth.
Let me go burn a bush in a crab. I'm not licking anyone. Good for me, good for you. Slap that ass. I want you to slide it right in.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey every single Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out all our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. By the way, that was a great interview. I'd like to thank Preston Brodziak for joining us. He seems like a really nice kid. Hopefully, I last year only had 2 assists or something like that. Listen, he's not a goal scorer. He doesn't have to be a goal scorer. He just needs to play and he needs to compete. And if you're a good offensive, defensive player and you can do everything, you're definitely in need when it comes to your position. So shout out to Preston for joining us. I know he's very, very busy as the hockey season, the off season has just begun and the season's right around the corner. So it's very close. And I'm sure he's training and getting ready for the season for his final year, his senior year as a NCAA hockey player. So, it's so funny, Speedy. Have you ever you do a show and your armpits sweat? Do you ever feel like sometimes your armpits sweat?
Not in a while, but I have.
Your armpits don't sweat?
Not in a while. I've not noticeably.
What
do
you
smell?
Are you not? What do you mean? You can smell it?
Where I could feel it or smell it, I guess.
So your armpits smell? Is that what you're saying?
If they were like that, I might.
Do you spray yourself every day?
Spray myself? What am I with bug spray? What am I going to put on bug spray or sunscreen for indoor show?
Well, there is deodorant that you can spray.
I use deodorant, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But mine is
do you
not a
spray
spray.
yourself?
Mine is not a spray, though.
Do you spray yourself?
No, it's not a spray.
Okay.
My deodorant is not a spray.
Do you rub yourself?
Yes.
Well, where do you rub yourself?
In my armpits.
Okay. You just said you rubbed yourself. I mean,
yes. What do I have? Somebody else put deodorant on?
I don't know what you do. You could be rubbing something else. I don't know. I mean,
where else do you put deodorant?
Well, there's other places you could put deodorant.
Yes, technically, but it's weird.
Why is it weird? I want to know.
Put deodorant on another spot of your body?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Deodorant smells good, right?
Whatever.
Yes, it does. It smells good, right?
Okay.
All right. So, I mean, you don't spray Axe in different parts of your body?
I don't have Axe, no.
So you don't want to spray yourself?
I don't have Axe,
okay.
No.
Do you want an Axe?
No.
All right. Why wouldn't you want an Axe?
Because I'm not a lumberjack.
I'm not a lumberjack.
If I was a lumberjack, I wouldn't be here.
By the way, has anybody seen what's going on in the world right now? I mean, seriously. I'm just waiting for something nationally crazy to happen. I really am. Everything and anything that's happened over the last couple of weeks has happened. I mean, Biden drops out. Now we have another person, another Democratic, popular, elective moving forward as possibly our future president. Donald Trump gets shot at. I mean, almost dies. I mean, just missed his head. I mean, crazier things happen in this world. I mean, seriously. So, I'll say this. For all the things that happen in the world and all the craziness that's happened in the world, I'm just happy to be alive today. That's all I'm going to say about that. I want to get off that subject. Anyways, at 9:30, we'll be talking to owner of Rough Shot Supply Company, Jake Savicki. That's right. So I've never heard of Jake. I've never met Jake before. So Speedy, I guess, reached out to him and wanted to talk about memorabilia. So why not?
A big MLB content creator as well on his Instagram as well.
All right. So we will be speaking to Jake as the second half of the season has just begun, as the Yankees and the Mets are playing tonight. So I'm sure he has his own opinion.
He has some spicy takes on the Yankees for sure.
He must be a Mets fan.
No, he's a Dodger fan, but he said he was telling me when I was trying to get him on. He was messaging me. He had some spicy takes about Yankees and Yankees fans.
NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that Haason Reddick is holding out from the Jets training camp. SNY's Connor Hughes also added that the Jets offered Reddick a contract before trading for him, but Reddick turned it down. Hughes added that Reddick is seeking a new deal worth about $25 to $28 million per year. Former Jets GM Mike Tannenbaum says that the Jets have to give Haason Reddick a new deal or it will make them look dumb. Fox Sports' Colin Cowherd thinks that it's ridiculous that the Jets are viewed as a Super Bowl team and says they're more of an 8-win team. Reddick had 11 sacks last season and has had 11 or more sacks each of the last 4 seasons. We all knew Haason Reddick was going to do this. I knew that the Jets offered him a contract when they were going to bring him in before they traded for him. I knew he was going to decline because I know it was between 18 and 20 million. He wants between 25 and 28 million. I don't know if the Jets are going to be giving him that kind of money because next year they're going to have to pay Elijah Vera Tucker. He could become available as he's going on to his 5th year. A guy like Sauce Gardner, who's going into his 3rd year, he's going to be expecting an extension, and maybe even Garrett Wilson if he has a breakout year. So they're going to have to pay their youngsters next offseason. They don't want to pay a guy that's 30, going to be 31 years old, where he could be at the tail end of the prime of his career. So I'll say this. Haason Reddick is going to have to either play this year or sit out. If he sits out for the season, he's not going to get anywhere close to $25 to $28 million because sitting out is only going to set you back. Ask Deshaun Watson. Ask all these guys that have sit out for a significant amount of time.
Ask Jets legend Le'Veon Bell.
They come back into the NFL and they're not the same players. So Haason Reddick is going to have to make a decision. Am I going to play out this final year of my contract or take whatever the Jets offer me? Now, I do believe one way or another, the Jets will negotiate a deal which makes sense for both teams in both theories. But right now, the Jets do not look good as an organization because they gave up draft picks for a guy that they already knew that wanted a big-time contract and did not want to go or sign to another team unless he was getting the money that he was going to be offered that he was asking for. So, I mean, Colin Cowherd coming out and saying that the Jets are an 8-win team, I don't know how he thinks that. This team is one of the most talented teams in the league. If Aaron Rodgers stays healthy, they won 7 games last year without Aaron Rodgers, with Zach Wilson and 3 or 4 other quarterbacks you never even heard of. So I have no idea why Colin Cowherd believes with Aaron Rodgers being healthy, with the team and the talent that they have, they're only going to win 8 games. So that doesn't make any sense. This is the same Colin Cowherd that came out and said that Sam Darnold's going to be the next coming. Okay. Sam Darnold, who's been a journeyman ever since he's left the Jets. He went to Carolina, San Francisco. Where is he now?
Vikings.
The Minnesota Vikings, who, by the way, have come out and said that he might start over J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah.
So I again, sitting here and listening to Colin Cowherd, I mean, you take it for a grain of salt. But you look at the kind of thing with Haason Reddick, it does bother me as a Jet fan because I think in this defense and having an offseason playing under the Robert Saleh tree of defense with guys like Quinton Williams and Quincy Williams and C.J. Mosley and Sauce Gardner and DJ Reed, with the talent that they have on this line with some of the young guys that Jermaine Johnson and all these other guys that they have, having a veteran guy like Haason Reddick on one side of the field going after the quarterback, you would think that this is the best defense in the league. You can argue this is the best defense in the league. Now losing Bryce Huff in the offseason, he goes to the Philadelphia Eagles, and then you bring in Haason Reddick, where you thought you're upgrading at the position, not downgrading actually, and now losing Bryce Huff, he's going to be starting for the Eagles this year, and not having Haason Reddick on this roster, probably all OTAs, all preseason long. He might show up sometime this offseason, and not having an offseason, I mean, it spells trouble for the New York Jets. And here's another thing. For all you Jet fans out there, when the Jets landed Haason Reddick, sitting here and saying, oh, Super Bowl or bust. Haason Reddick, how many Super Bowls has he played in? He played in one, okay? He played in one Super Bowl with the Eagles. How many success seasons? And I'm not saying what he's put up. The defense has put up when he was on the roster. 3 out of the 8 years he's been in the NFL. Haason Reddick has been a good player at the tail end of his 8-year career. All right? How many years does anybody believe Haason Reddick has? 2 at the top of his game? If he misses this offseason, he's already behind the 8 ball. You're talking about probably this season not really picking up his game or figuring things out until week 8 or week 9. That sets the team back. That sets the Jets deciding if he's going to be starting or being a third down pass rusher. I mean, you have to look at that when you have all these guys training all off season, training with the whole defense and having the opportunities to get their reps and then lose their reps to a guy that had no off season. I mean, if you're a coach, if you're Robert Saleh, who I think is one of the worst coaches right now in the NFL, if you have a guy like Robert Saleh, I don't want to hear how you're so obsessed with Haason Reddick and his skills. Haason Reddick not having an offseason, you cannot start him over Jermaine Johnson or any of these youngsters that you have that you drafted in the past and that you're depending on having a good season after spending a first-round draft pick for in the last couple of years.
And also you look at Reddick, the way he is structured into a 4-3 defense versus the first couple of years of his career, most of his career before he went to the Eagles, a 3-4 defense. Like the Eagles were able to play him as a stand-up linebacker a lot of the time. Not that he didn't play on the raw defensive line right at the line of scrimmage a lot. He still did sometimes, but the Eagles had so much depth where they didn't need to do that kind of thing. Now the Jets losing Bryce Huff. Yes, Jermaine Johnson is nice. We'll see how their depth guys are. But again, Carl Lawson, Will McDonald, there's still a lot of question marks with both of them as well. And those types of...
Carl Lawson's not even starting. The only reason why Carl Lawson's on this roster is because they couldn't get rid of the contract.
Right.
They were strapped in going into the offseason with the, I think, $8 or $9 million that they were going to have to pay him if they dropped him. They might as well keep him and have him on the roster. That was the only reason. And Carl Lawson's been a shell of himself since he hurt himself.
Right. At the time, it was interesting. I remember in 2021, the Jets got him and the Bengals let go of Lawson. They got Trey Hendrickson. Obviously, they got the better of that. But I always thought Lawson still had a good contract at the time, but he was injury prone. And now the Jets are definitely paying the price of that. And now with dealing with Haason Reddick, where you don't know where he's going to fit in this defense. And we know Robert Saleh. The one thing I think when I'm not even talking about his head coaching ability, when it comes to his defensive play calling and defensive structure, sometimes he is very stubborn and wants guys to play one way. And I don't think Haason Reddick has been that kind of player in his career. When he was with Arizona, he was in a heavy blitz defense, James Betcher, but then went to the Giants. Then even their coordinators after that, they were all that same type of player. And then Carolina, he was in that same kind of defense. And then the Eagles, he was kind of rotational. So we don't know what type of player he's going to fit in with the Jets, who don't like to blitz their linebackers a lot. Do you put him on the edge? They probably should, but he's not as much of that as he is a stand-up linebacker.
He's an edge player. That's where they're putting him. That's where he wants that kind of money. If he wants 25 to 28 million, he's got to show himself on the edge. And if he doesn't produce, now last year he produced, he had 11 sacks. The years before, the last 4 seasons, he's had close to 11 sacks a season. So he's expected. And to me, on paper, if he's on that roster, he's the best pass rusher the Jets have had since John Abraham. There's no argument to that. But does he fit this defense? Does he fit with Quincy Williams or Quentin Williams and some of the defensive players? And again, you're coming from an Eagles team that really was depending on you on the edge. Are the Jets really depending on him with the secondary that the Jets have that the Eagles didn't have last year?
But you still need a level of pressure. Any good secondary can help.
They like to bring up the safeties, the Jets. The Jets like to bring up the corners. Haason Reddick and the Eagles did not like to do that. They like to play man to man. That's what they like to do in the spread, and especially in a 3-4 defense. This is a different defense. That's Robert Saleh likes to bring up the safeties the way he does, and he likes to rush different patterns and different audibles that he calls. It's a different defense. And like you said, is he going to fit this defense when he's not going to be dependent on as much as he was with the Eagles?
But two things that the Eagles and Jets defenses both have in common is they're both not reliant on blitzing. And Haason Reddick has always been kind of a blitz linebacker type that if he does transitions to the Jets, which both with the Jets and also when Robert Saleh was with the 49ers, they didn't have a lot of those types of players as much. They had more of the base linebackers. Like you said, they like to play a lot of zone and then come up with the safeties a lot of the time. And CJ Mosley fits that mold perfectly. Quincy Williams definitely fits that mold perfectly with the way he improved in coverage the last 2 years. And now you're seeing with Haason Reddick, who's more of that stand-up linebacker as an edge rusher, can he transition to that? Or are they going to have him play on the raw line of scrimmage as a defensive end, still on the edge. But regardless, if you hold out and you continue to make this harder, he's not going to be able to train in that kind of defense next to Jermaine Johnson, who,
and that's what's going to set him back. And with the players and the youngsters that they have, they're not going to start Haason Reddick over them, even though Haason Reddick is a star. When you look at how many Pro Bowls he's been in the last couple of years and the type of player that he's been for the Eagles, that's not going to change anything. And Aaron Rodgers is running that team. He's part of that organization now. And if Aaron Rodgers believes that Jermaine Johnson is a better fit and any one of those guys that have worked in the offseason and put their time in the offseason as much as everybody else, and Haason Reddick wasn't, you think Aaron Rodgers is going to sit there as a team leader and say, oh, put Haason Reddick in? That's not going to happen. And this is a Jet team that has been really together on everything that's happened this offseason. As you've seen, the acquisitions that they've made, the Mike Williams move, that was strictly some of the players that have came out. Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner being, a guy that was recruiting, and even Aaron Rodgers recruiting some of these players and bringing them in and interviewing and being a part of the interviews. Haason Reddick, there was no interview. The Jets made the move. They made the trade. They told him that they're bringing him in. They said that they were trying to negotiate a deal before they made the trade. They knew that bringing him in, they weren't going to negotiate the deal until either the middle of the season or at the end of the season. Haason Reddick knew, and he even told the Jets that he's going to play out his final contract, and then he screws the Jets. So this is a typical the Jets move over the years where they believe the players and they bring players in, and it doesn't work out. And I have a feeling that the Jets are going to look like the bad guys here because I'm not blaming Joe Douglas on this. I'm not. I think Joe Douglas is standing still and standing pat on this because I think he knows as a whole, this is an organization that has done that over the last 2 years and has believed in the talent that they've had through the draft and some of the players that they brought in through free agency. So very interesting. I want to bring in Fish on this story because he is a Giant fan, but a lot of this stuff has been attacked by a lot of Giant fans on social media about the Jets and the organization, making fun of the Jets organization for making a move like this and taking a guy like Haason Reddick on and trading away pieces and draft stock on bringing a guy over here and losing Bryce Huff to the same team that they traded to add him to the organization. So your thoughts to the Haason Reddick story?
It is kind of weird that they can't get the guy under contract for the role they just gave up in Bryce Huff, and they just took him for, I guess, cheaper than what Reddick is wanting.
Oh yeah,
it doesn't make any sense why they would make this deal if they weren't going to pay him in the first place. We talked about this months ago when it happened. I remember, since now we were talking about this before, Errol. It's almost 6 months I've been on the show with you guys at the end of this month, and I remember this Reddick story a while ago, and it has not gone any farther than they had it originally. It was always going to be there had to be a contract before he showed up. He's not going to show up. He's been consistent. What did Joe Douglas think was going to change? Now, as a Giants fan, look, we got to grasp for straws of people to beat up on. We've been watching not a great display on Hard Knocks these last few weeks, in my opinion.
I haven't watched it, and tonight is the fourth episode, right? The fourth episode?
Yeah.
I didn't see the third. I'm going to watch the third and the fourth episode tomorrow so we could talk about it on Thursday. But I've been hearing a lot of knocks on social media, and some of my friends that are big Giant fans telling me that the Giants look really, really bad on Hard Knocks. They don't look like an organization that knows what they're doing. So
it's like Shane is kind of getting exposed in certain ways. He also looks good in other ways. He kind of comes off as a little
puppet.
Hokey.
He's a puppet.
No, not really a puppet, but kind of like hokey, like, oh shucks type of thing, and then kind of like, he's just like making offhanded jokes about not giving Barkley a contract. Like, hey, I offered them his contract, last year.
Here's another thing. I watched the second episode, and he's talking to his social media guys and all these other guys on what he needs to say to the press about Saquon Barkley. Like, he doesn't know what to say. He's got other people. Instead of being the GM and knowing how you're going to approach things, you got to ask other people. You got to ask the guys or the people that you hired under you to give you information, because you don't know how it's going to come off through the press if you're going to throw Saquon under the bus, and you need to word it right. These guys are telling him how to word it so he doesn't look like a bad guy, when you had all off season to figure out how you're going to word it, because you knew you weren't going to sign Saquon Barkley. So now you're sitting there, you're going to the draft, or you're going to you're going to the combine, and everybody asks you a question about the first thing they asked was Saquon, the last thing they ask is Saquon, and all you're doing is copycatting the guys that you hired that are giving you information and wording it where you don't look like a fool, even though you still did.
Yeah, I don't like it very much at all. It's hard to feel confident. I've been trying to be in the corner of Shane and Daboll ever since that run again, the playoff victory versus the Vikings that first year. You see all the negative last year, the kind of poor etiquette on the sideline from Daboll. Even though I like fiery coaches personally, it still wasn't a great look for him a couple of times, just tossing the tablet when he was upset with Daniel Jones, just kind of like it falls out of his hand. Like he just like basically wanted to curse him out so bad. He's like, this piece of garbage can't even do the basic thing on this tablet. Unbelievable. And it's just not a positive mindset that you want to have as a coach. You could be negative to your players, but you have to have that positive mindset. And then from the general manager situation where you see that it's kind of like he's not the executive. He's just kind of the guy that's facilitating people to do the job, and he's going to sign off on the general consensus. I'm not a huge fan of that. I want someone a little bit more gusto, a little bit. I don't want Gettleman who's going to do it all by himself and not know what he's talking about. But it can't be this polar opposite either, where it's this communal type of nonsense as opposed to someone who has a real vision.
Mike Tannenbaum speaking up and saying that if the Jets can't give a new deal to Haason Reddick, it makes them look dumb. Let's go back when Mike Tannenbaum was the GM of the New York Jets. Let's please go back on Mr. Dumb himself, who went out there, and he likes to throw Jets GMs under the bus because he's no longer there when Rex Ryan was there. And pretty much they had a roster that was good enough to win a Super Bowl, and you decided to, let players go, let them go to free agency. Made no sense. And Mike Tannenbaum, he was there, but when Mangini was there. He was there when all these other guys were there. And everything that he did as a GM, you would probably shake your head or even scratch your head. Now, Mike Tannenbaum's very liked around the league. He's no longer a GM. I think he worked a little bit with the Miami Dolphins after the Jets. He lost that job pretty quick because ownership did not want him there anymore. And he hasn't gotten a job since. So even Rex Ryan, you say whatever you want about Rex, and I love Sexy Rexy. I loved him as the coach of the New York Jets, going back-to-back title games, but could never get over the hump. And one of the things that really stood out to me about Rex Ryan is when it came down to making, a winning run or a winning, first half and a second half, playing 4 quarters, he couldn't do it. That was the problem with the Jets. The Jets in those times, they couldn't have 4 good quarters. They would play well in the third and fourth quarter, or they'll play well in the second and the fourth quarter, but choke in the first and the third quarter. They never played 4 quarters. And even last year, there was maybe 1 or 2 games that the Jets played all 4 quarters great. I remember against the Texans, one of them, and against the Kansas City Chiefs, the other. The rest of the season, I mean, even against the Eagles, the Eagles gave that game away. Right. Okay. They gave that game away. The Jets should not have won that game. So, and if you go up and down over the last 2 years of the Jets, and I'm not blaming Joe Douglas for any of this. Okay. Now, has Joe Douglas made a lot of great moves? No, but his draft has been good. He stands tall about what he believes in. And say whatever you want. Besides the Zach Wilson move, his drafts have been really. It's changed their franchise around. So, and that's how they draw Aaron Rodgers. That's the only way they were going to draw Aaron Rodgers, is the talent, the young talent that they have on the roster. It was better than the Green Bay Packers, and he decided, hey, you know what? I'll take less and have a better chance of winning the AFC than stay in the NFC and deal with what I'm dealing with in the NFC with this Green Bay Packer team, which I can't stand the GM. I can't stand the president. So I just think that when you look at the Jets right now, Mike Tannenbaum should not be speaking. He should not be saying anything. If anything, Mike Tannenbaum should stand still. I mean, he never sticks up for the Jets. Every time there's a controversial thing going on with the New York Jets, Mike Tannenbaum's behind it. He is behind it. Why? Because he didn't have a good relationship with Woody Johnson. He probably didn't. Did he have a good relationship with the Jet fans? The Jet fans booed him. The Jet fans couldn't stand him. The 2 or 3 good years that he had with Rex Ryan wasn't because of him. It wasn't because of his roster. It was built really because it wasn't even Rex Ryan's roster. It was really Todd Bowles' roster. Rex Ryan just took over a roster that was pretty much built already, right? Am I wrong?
Yeah, and that team was a lot through free agency at the end of it as well. After Tannenbaum
I'm sorry, it
left.
wasn't Todd Bowles. It wasn't Todd Bowles. Todd Bowles was after Reddick.
No, it was Mangini.
It was Mangini. It was Mangini's roster.
Yeah,
that's right.
They added a couple free agents after.
I went a little too forward on that.
Yeah, they added free agents like the Jason Taylors, LaDainian Tomlinsons, guys like that to put that roster together the second time after Tannenbaum left too. Going back to Reddick, Fish, I want to ask if you, as a coach, like schematically, think of the same way I'm worried about with Reddick too, him being mostly a stand-up linebacker as an edge rusher too. Do you think that could hurt them in the Jets scheme?
Yeah, he's not the guy you want, playing in coverage. That's the problem. He's one of these. I always call it a 5-2 when you have a guy like that, as opposed to a 3-4, because you really want those two guys on the edge bringing the pain, kind of in that. Like, it's really more of a high school defense where he's like excels. So in the NFL, you usually have one of those guys as the dropper and one of the guys coming, and you want to be able to mix it up so you're not predictable as a defense. So Reddick's going to have to drop some. And we know he's below average at best in coverage. And just with that fact alone, he doesn't deserve $28 million. You can't do that if you're going to drop him off the ball. And if he's not going to play, more than 40% of the snaps, which is also not exactly what we're looking at. So if he wants to play as a third down pass rusher, that's fine. Don't expect to get more than $12 million to $15 million for doing it. That's why we're at such an impasse. Does he really think he's playing 85% of the snaps and dropping into coverage like a third of the time?
He'll play more snaps than Huff was, and Huff got $16 to $18 million a year. So I think he's better than Huff, obviously, but is he that much better than Huff?
Not $8 million.
No, I don't think so either. Now, Haason Reddick, obviously he's been in the league for about 8 years. I mean, he failed in Detroit. It didn't work out in Detroit. He went to the Eagles, and the 4 years that he was with the Eagles, he was very successful. So you have to give him credit. Maybe his game has changed. Maybe that defense really fit the way he liked to run it, and liked to play. But this is a different defense. But I don't think it's going to make a difference from 3-4 to 4-3. Haason Reddick knows how to use his hands. He's one of the best on the edges because of his hands. His footwork is pretty good, but they say his hands are immaculate. He's very strong. He has very strong hands. He has hammers for hands, and that's how he gets to the quarterback. And, that's when you look at his ability of seeing the field the way he has over the last couple of years, being the Eagles' number one guy for four years that he was there, it says a lot about his talent. Now, I just don't know if I'm an organization right now and I look at the Jets and I look at the talent that I have that I'm going to have to pay in the next couple of years. Am I going to take him over 26-year-old Elijah Vera Tucker if he could stay healthy? That would be a no. That's an offensive lineman. It's going to be a big piece to the future. Are you going to take him over Sauce Gardner, who's one of the top 3 corners in the league, who's been a top 2 corner in the last, in the 2 years that he's been in the league? That would be a no. And Garrett Wilson, if he has a breakout year, are you going to just sit and say, you know what, we're going to ride this and we're going to take our chances with Garrett Wilson on his 4th or 5th year? The Jets aren't going to do that. They're going to pay him. So they would rather look at the 3 guys that I just mentioned that are going to be looking for a contract than going outside of the box and saying, you know what, I'm going to pay Haason Reddick.
Yeah, and it's interesting with we talk about position droughts as well. And the Jets have had trouble developing edge rushers. Like you said, he's probably the best one they're going to have since John Abraham, too. But at the same time, $25 million for a guy that's older and we don't know how he's going to fit in the defense is a big unknown.
Who do we have on the phone?
Jeff,
what's up?
Look, man, you can have your point about Tannenbaum and be right that, he only says things because he hates the Jets.
He does.
You might be right. You're right. Okay, fair. You might be right about that. But just because he made mistakes before doesn't mean he doesn't have a point now. They shouldn't have made that trade unless they were going to sign him. Why give up assets if you're not going to sign him? And I love the Jets as much as the next guy. You know they're my team. But he just because he screwed up before doesn't mean he can't have a point now.
What did the Jets give up for Haason Reddick?
It was a 5 and I think a next year 6.
A 5 and a 6. Is that really hurting the Jets? Is that really bothering the Jets? Also,
that's assets. That's assets.
But
those can be depth players that are cheap players that can play, because every year you can't sign everybody. Like how we lost Huff, right? You can get some guys, some backup linemen, some things like that. You can get guys with a 5th and a 6th round pick, dude. You can.
So you're upset that the Jets gave up a 5 and a 6 for Haason Reddick, who has been a Pro Bowl player for the last 4 years, and you're going to be upset at that.
Well, you're giving up 6 years of players, right? Those contracts are minimum 3-year contracts for a 5th and a 6th round player. So you're giving up 6 years of players for 1 year of Haason Reddick.
Yeah, well,
if you're not going to sign him, that's all it is.
But maybe that's what the Jets thought. Hey, they're going for a Super Bowl. This is their chance. They have the pass rusher that they've been.
We're not going for a Super Bowl. We're winning a Super Bowl.
But that's what the Jets want. So they were looking towards, hey, you know what? We'll rent him for a year. But the Jets did come out and say, and if you listen to what Connor, you said that the Jets did make an offer to him when they made that trade. He wanted more. The Jets offered him, I think I heard, between 18 and 20 million. He wants 25 to 28 million.
Right. Well, that's also part of the mistake, because you should already have that hammered out for him ready to sign before you make that trade.
But Haason, there was stories coming out that Haason Reddick came out and said that he will play out his 1 year option if he has to. And go to free agency. He will play for the Jets. And then all of a sudden, after the Jets made the trade and they all made him an offer and he wouldn't take it, he all of a sudden is holding out. So he pretty much said, you know what? I screwed the Eagles and now I'm going to screw the Jets. That's what he's doing.
That's his prerogative to do.
Yes, it is. How is that the Jets' fault?
Because they should have had the contract ready and he should have signed it. It should have been, the trade should have been contingent on him signing that contract. They should have already had it done. That's when you make that trade. So hate Tannenbaum all you want, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have a point now.
Again, it's different when you sit there and what you're giving up. Now, if the Jets gave up a 2nd or a 3rd round draft pick for Haason Reddick, I would say you're right. It was wrong for the Jets to do that. A 5 and a 6, which, by the way, the Jets got back in other trades in the draft this year. So they made those players back.
It's worse, Errol. It's not a 5 and a 6. It's a conditional 3rd in 2026 that can become a 2nd.
Yes. And
that's what I meant. The Jets got a 6th back, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and here's another thing. If he doesn't play, and the Jets trade him, they could get a 2nd round draft pick for him.
So don't backtrack now. Now it's not 5 and a 6, and you said it would be
that was my fault.
That's Speedy. Hold on.
No. But that doesn't change. But that doesn't change what you said originally, because you thought, and that's fine. It was a mistake. You thought it was a 5 or 6. You go, and then you go, it would be much different if it was a 2nd or 3rd. Well, guess what? Now it is a 2nd or a 3rd.
All right, so it's a bad move, but guess what? The Jets weren't the ones that screwed up. It was Haason Reddick who the Jets offered the money.
But that's part of the screw up. They should have had the trade should have been contingent on him signing the contract. That's the mistake, and that's on Joe Douglas. That's a fact.
Again, maybe it is a fact, but if the Jets decide to move that contract and move Haason Reddick, they could get something back more than that. The Jets could get a 2nd round draft pick for Haason Reddick. I know Detroit's looking for a pass rusher. They came out and said that there was stories coming out that if there's any team that's interested in making a move and is willing to trade up a prospect or two to get Haason Reddick on that roster, it is the Detroit Lions. And the Detroit Lions are a Super Bowl contender. So I could see Detroit trading a 2nd round draft pick. I could see them do that. I could see them giving up a 3rd.
Maybe, but why would they, knowing that he's going to hold out regardless? If that's the point.
Because they have the money.
Because they have the money. Now he screwed the Jets, and now he's going to screw another team. So why would they do that?
Because
they need to have the contract ready.
Because the Lions have the money, and the Lions have a lot of money. And I said that in the beginning.
Do they have the money anymore?
100%.
Yeah, $45 million in cap space.
They have $45 million in cap space.
They just gave a boatload to Jared Goff and St. Brown.
Yes, and St. Brown, well deserved as well. And I again, watching that wide receiving show on Netflix. Shame on the NFL not making him a Pro Bowl. Now, he's an all-pro player, but shame on the NFL or the fans not voting him into the Pro Bowl. It's pathetic. 1,500 yards and 10 touchdowns, and he's not in the Pro Bowl. Makes no sense.
And the other problem with Haason Reddick is, how far is he willing to take this? Is he going to sit out the 10 weeks that he could sit out to hold out?
It'll be stupid for him. If he wants to get 25, 28 million, he wants to prove himself on the field. And the Jets, even if he proves himself on the field, I could see the Jets trading him at the trade deadline. If the Jets are in it or not in it, with the depth that the Jets have on the defensive side of the ball, they don't.
Well, if he sits out the 10 weeks, that's past the trade deadline, because isn't the trade deadline 8 weeks?
Yeah. Yes, but he's not going to sit out 10 weeks. He's not going to do that.
But he could, though. That's his right. That's part of the whole thing, because if you sit out more than 10, then you don't get the year of
Jeff, when was
so
the
he can sit out.
Jets? Jeff, how many players in the past have sit out for the 10
Oh
games?
yeah, not many. Yeah, no, not many at all. But I wouldn't put it past this guy. He seems pretty dug in.
I think he's dug in. He's trying to call the Jets bluff. I really do think he's trying to call the Jets bluff. But I do believe that the Jets are going to sit still and they're going to wait until he makes the move. I do believe that sometime this preseason, maybe after the first preseason game, but this also holds the Jets back and holds the Jets up for ransom because now usually these guys take at least 3 to 4 weeks to get back into shape, football shape, and then get into training shape. And by the time he's ready to be back at the top of his game, it could be week 8 or week 9. And that could set the Jets back at the defensive line, on the defensive side of the ball, because they depended on Haason Reddick after they decided to part ways with Bryce Huff.
Yeah, that's his job though, to stay in shape. So I'm sure he's doing something.
Yeah, but football shape. I mean, these guys, man, we've seen this before. We've seen guys come back. Deshaun Watson was away from football all these years, practicing, training, getting his body ready, and he comes back. He's a shell of himself. Now this year, I think
but I think that's a whole lot different because quarterback is more about timing and rhythm with other people. Right. Haason Reddick is just the ball snapped, kill the quarterback.
Yes, but don't you need rhythm? Don't you need technique? Don't you?
No, not even close to what a quarterback.
No, I'm not saying.
You have to be on
but you need rhythm. You need technique, don't you? You need to. You need to see that in a live
Snap
game.
the ball, kill the quarterback. That's his job.
Yeah,
There's
but it's not
technique.
as
It involves technique.
It's not as easy as it
It's
sounds.
the guy's nose off and spit it in his face. That's what it is.
Yeah,
It's
then
like
you'll
the
get
offensive line.
penalized for roughing the passer in today's
It's
rules.
just like the offensive line. How many offensive linemen have been away from the game for a year and then they come back, they're a shell of themselves?
The Jets just had one in Mekhi Becton.
Yeah, they're never the same. Why? Because they're away from the game, the speed of the game and everything. You got to get back in touch to the speed of the game.
But you're trying to get speedy. You're trying to compare Haason Reddick.
No, I'm not.
Who's like a speed guy to a fat pig that couldn't.
I knew you were going to say that.
that.
I knew you were going to say that, Jeff.
Mikel, by the way, by the way, Becton is not.
You're comparing apples and banjos, Speedy. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like it's not even the same thing, dude.
Apples and
But it's the point of getting it back in the football thing, where Mekhi Becton we knew needed to improve on his technique from his first year in the league. Even his rookie year that was good,
Becton's
we
a
knew
fat
there was
pig.
improvements.
But
he was thought of that way in his first year, Jeff.
He
Only
wasn't
his
thought that
second
way
year.
His first year, he was over 400 pounds. What
And
do you
his
mean?
second year, not his first year.
His first year was a top 5 left tackle. He was. If you look at his numbers, he was.
Yeah, and that he wasn't.
They called him the big ticket, and then he was really the fat.
He
ticket.
played well that year at 340 something
overweight
pounds,
ticket.
and then his second year he had all those issues with the weight, and he got hurt at the beginning of the season, and
They
that's
should have
what
called him the movie ticket because that's what he was eating, movie popcorn with all that butter on it. Nonstop.
Yes, Snug. He was the official New York king of the buffet.
He was. I'm not going to lie about that. I tried to stick up for Becton for many, many, many years. I think it was like two out of the 4 years, the 3 years that he was a Jet. I stuck up for him. I thought he was going to figure things out. He could never come back. And he had 2 knee injuries, 2 knee injuries coming back. He could never come back at full strength. And look, he's not even on a roster. He's not even going to make
Your
a roster.
knees would blow out too if you had to carry around 400 pounds.
Well, isn't Olu? Isn't he like 320, 330?
Yeah,
he's pretty heavy and he's in great shape. So I mean,
right, but there's a huge difference there. There's a massive difference there between being 320, which by the way is 100 pounds lighter. Because I think Olu Fashanu, isn't he like 6'6" or something, or 6'7"?
6'6", and I think he was weighed at 328, 330. I think.
I heard 328. I thought.
Yeah, that's
right.
What I think
and also keep this in mind as well. He's muscular.
Yes.
And what do we know about working out, Earl? Muscle weighs more than fat.
No question.
Right. And the fat pig is 400 pounds of fat. He's that thing that the Ghostbusters tried to capture. That's
Slimer?
what he looks like.
Oh, the Stay Puff marshmallow.
Yes.
Yeah, Stay Puff. Yeah.
No, him and the green thing. What was the green thing?
Slimer and Stay Puff. Yeah. I was a big Ghostbusters fan. Yeah.
Right. And there's a difference between Olu Fashanu, who's 300 pounds of muscle.
Yeah.
That's a massive difference.
Again, you look at where the Jets are, and I'm not taking all the shots at Mike Tannenbaum. It just seems like every time there's, obviously taking shots of an organization, you hear Mike Tannenbaum's name being brought up.
Which he doesn't do with the Dolphins.
No, he doesn't do that with the Dolphins. He doesn't do it with any of the organizations.
He does all the time. He did today with McAfee and talking about the Tua contract. He was killing him for that.
No, I didn't hear that.
Well, again, Tua's not even going to be a part of, Miami in the long run. So I think that Miami.
You never know.
I think Miami's going to part ways with him. Even with the season that he has, it's just he's too injury prone. And again, next year I could see Miami doing everything they can to try to move up in the draft and get the guy that they want. So
I think that depends on the number.
And maybe Dak Prescott, if he becomes available, I could see Dak going to Miami as well.
Hey, how about
captain 3 players?
They have other problems there. How about CeeDee Lamb tonight saying that he's not showing up to camp tomorrow?
I don't blame him.
That's inevitable.
I don't blame him.
I don't blame him either.
No, I don't blame him. First of all, last year he was the best wide receiver in football.
Yep.
There's not even an argument. He was the best wide receiver in football.
I mean, one of.
No,
he was the best.
But
he was the best once Tyreek Hill got hurt.
I mean, how many guys last year had four games last year with 200 or more yards?
I think the only other one was Tyreek Hill. But then Tyreek Hill got hurt at the end of the year, so Lamb's numbers were better.
And Lamb stayed healthy practically all season long, and he was consistent all year. And by the way, if you look at Tyreek Hill, he still has another wide receiver on the other side of the ball.
Correct.
He had nobody, and he still put up his numbers. So that tells you how good CeeDee Lamb is. By the way, Beef, you were wrong about that.
Oh, my God. Do you remember that phone call? Do you remember that phone call? I remember it like it was yesterday.
It was really.
Oh, believe me, we've even told our Cowboys guests, any Cowboy guests we've had on.
And you want to know something funny about the Beef? And I make fun of him all the time because we play in his fantasy league, and both years, his number one pick was who? CeeDee Lamb.
Mm-hmm.
So
I was hoping it was going to be Zeke Elliott.
No, it was CeeDee Lamb. Both years he drafted CeeDee Lamb. I'm like, I thought you hate CeeDee Lamb. He says, wow, he's good. I say, yeah, he's really good. Okay.
Oh, you got to give him credit though. This year he smoked me in the playoffs, and then he won the league. So
not as good as the great Xavier McKinney, who we wanted to trade for.
Oh, I know. By the way, is no longer with the Giants and get his second contract.
Hey, listen, and McKinney got a contract. He got another contract.
But with the Packers,
yeah, as well as he should. I don't think McKinney is anywhere close to CeeDee Lamb. Obviously, you're talking about the top three wide receiver in the league to a guy that's not even a top 7 safety in the league.
He's a good safety, but he's not an elite safety.
I think he's a top 10.
Yeah, maybe.
You would consider him a top 10.
But
I would say
the Packers gave him a lot. Packers gave him a lot of money for that kind
10
of
or
thing.
11.
I don't think the Giants could bring it back, but he's definitely not CeeDee Lamb at his position.
He was one of the better defensive players for the Giants.
Oh, in 2022, he was a tremendous safety. He was probably top 5 performance-wise that year. Last year kind of dropped off a little.
He still played well last year.
He still played well at some points during the season. What do they give him? $17 million? I don't know, but
the only team that was offering him $17 million is a team that had the money to give it to him. And Green Bay was one of those teams that needed to help out their secondary, which last year, really in the beginning of the season, they were fighting injuries. It was the second half of the season where their secondary played very, very well. And they needed that help against tight ends. So they brought McKinney in. And that, if you watch the playoffs, if you look against San Francisco, what happened against San Francisco? They could not stop George Kittle.
Mm-hmm.
So they need help in the offseason. That's what they did. They brought in McKinney. They thought he would be a good fit. Maybe he is. We'll see what happens. We'll see if Jordan Love is as good as he was in his freshman year.
Yep.
That's the most important thing is if Jordan Love puts up the numbers that he did last year, I think the Green Bay Packers are put in a very good position because they're in probably one of the hardest divisions in all of football.
Probably the deepest in the NFC for sure. Because there's really no bad team. The Vikings are the worst team, but they're not really called as a bad team.
Both North divisions. Yeah. And the NFC North and the AFC North are probably the two best divisions, or you can argue two of the best divisions in both conferences.
There's no really bad team.
I mean, I don't care, man. I'm just going to stand on the fact that if that dork likes a guy, he's going to be dog shit. And if he hates a guy, the guy's a Hall of Famer.
Poor Beef. Stop it, man. Why do you keep it? He's not even
I don't know. It's not looking
He's
good.
not even here to defend himself.
Jeff, it's not looking good for Leighton Vander Esch, who already retired, to make the Hall of Fame, who the Beef
Right. But think about he was a huge Sean Lee guy and hated that they drafted Vander Esch, and then Sean Lee basically snapped his neck in half and had to quit. And then he was like, "Oh, Vander Esch, love Vander Esch," and then he snapped his neck and had to quit. Oh, but I hate CeeDee Lamb. He's probably a Hall of Fame. Oh, Tyler Smith, he's terrible. Why did we get Tyler Smith? He was the best guy on their line last year. Like Tyler Smith's going to be a really good player.
Yeah,
like,
he is.
This dude is just like
he doesn't watch college ball like you do and Speedy does and like a lot of you guys do.
He doesn't watch football, period. He thought Zeke Elliott was better than Barry Sanders.
Well, that was probably the worst take I've ever heard in my
life.
Oh yeah,
his father to this day,
his father to this day, every time I go to a dinner with them and I bring up the Barry Sanders, he looks at his son and he gives him a look like, what is my son?
He thought the guy who lost his job to Tony Pollard was better than Barry Sanders. That's how you describe it.
So much that he had to come back are like $2 million this year.
I would love to get Barry Sanders on this show and ask him, do you think out of all the running backs in the last 5 to 7 years, who do you think was anywhere close to the type of player you were? I will tell you this, Zeke is not going to be the name that he's going to bring up. I can tell you that. Zeke's name will not be one of those guys. I can promise.
Did we even bring that up when we had Tyrone Crawford on the show too? Like, and he was even laughing a little bit.
Yes,
even though he played with Zeke.
Yes, and he was very.
I think they're kind of different running backs, though. Like Barry had elusiveness to him, and Zeke's kind of more of a north-south guy. Doesn't
Thanks,
have,
James.
The juke,
Yeah, I was worried about that when he came out of the draft too. I don't think if he played for the Cowboys, he would have been as good as quickly as he was either.
No, he had 5 Hall of Famers he was running behind. Speedy, you could have run behind that line.
I wouldn't go that far.
Speaking of Hall of Famers, Carmelo Anthony said on the Paul George podcast that both Paul George and Jaylen Brown got snubbed from Team USA. Melo said he believed Paul George got snubbed because he isn't as marketable as some of the other players that made it. Melo said it's ridiculous that Jaylen Brown didn't make it considering how well he played at the NBA Finals. Melo also took shots at Grant Hill, saying it's ridiculous to think those two players don't fit Team USA's style of play. Team USA has had 2 close calls in 2 games so far, only winning by 1 point versus South Sudan and only 4 points against Germany. By the way, Team USA has not looked good. They have not looked good. And
they look great. Are you kidding?
They look
fantastic. As a guy who took South Sudan plus 44.5.
I mean, for you probably made a lot of money, but I'm telling you.
Dude, it was a light. When they were leading at halftime, I was like, dude, there's no way they get outscored in this. Because they're only playing 10-minute quarters in the Olympics. It's not 12-minute quarters. I'm like, dude, there's no way that they're going to outscore them by 60 in 20 minutes.
And Carmelo Anthony has some arguments to the Paul George thing. Paul George was on Team USA for many, many years. He hurt his leg. He broke his leg on Team USA. He practically gave his career up for Team USA basketball. And then to be snubbed out of it, and he's still one of the best two-way players still in the NBA. Kawhi Leonard got snubbed. Yeah. It made no sense why they took him off the roster.
Kawhi Leonard did not get snubbed.
Yes, he did.
He was on the team and left.
No. That's not the story.
That's what we thought happened.
That's what we thought. No, it wasn't the case. Something happened in the locker room, Jeff. Something went on in the locker room during practice, and LeBron James supposedly was one of the guys that said that they don't need a Kawhi Leonard. They don't need a guy that's going to demand the ball. They need a guy that's just going to be a defensive style of player that's going to help out in the guard play, the defense.
But he was there and left. Correct?
No, he was asked to leave. Team USA asked him to leave. That's the story.
See you later.
Jaylen Brown got snubbed. There's no doubt about it. This is the guy.
He didn't get snubbed. He didn't get snubbed either.
He got snubbed.
They got to put a team together and it's got to fit. You can't just have.
Jaylen Brown. He's one of the best two-way players in the league. You don't think he got snubbed? You're going to tell me that Derek White? You're going to tell me Derek White's a better fit than he is? Come on, Jeff.
Yeah. Do they need a ball handler? And by the way, who was the guy that blocked the shot against South Sudan to win the game? Derek White.
Derek White is going to be the ball handler. You're going to see LeBron James take the ball up every single
because
time.
Drew Holiday is there, but they can't.
And Steph Curry.
And Halliburton.
But Steph Curry isn't a dribbler. He's a shooter. Right? Like, he's not like
the dribbler. He's one of the best ball handlers in the league. What are you talking about?
No, they're using him as
a shooter.
Mike Miller. Yes, that's how they're using him. Like, that's what they're doing.
But you could do it if Halliburton's on the court at the same time. But
you can use him as a two-way player. You can use him as a ball handler.
I can't think of a single guy that honestly is like a snub. I honestly can't think of a single one.
Derek White should not be on this roster.
Who should be on the team?
Jaylen Brown. He should be.
Donovan Mitchell.
Donovan Mitchell should be a part of this roster.
That's one of the dumbest answers I've ever heard. Okay.
Why?
Because Donovan Mitchell tore his hamstring and missed the whole playoffs. He can't play.
Donovan Mitchell's fine.
He's not going to.
He's playing at Rucker Park right now. What are you talking about?
Then let him play at Rucker Park. But when you miss the rest of the playoffs to injury, you're not going to play in the
If the
Olympics.
Cavs forced a Game 7, he would have played.
Okay, Joel Embiid didn't have a hurt leg. He didn't have a hurt knee. You're going to tell me Joel Embiid? He was hobbling the whole crew against
the season.
Get out of here. He wasn't healthy. He had his knees drained.
Finished the season.
He had his knees
Donovan
drained.
Mitchell didn't finish the season, did he?
Stop, Jeff. You're not going to tell me. Donovan Mitchell's a better fit than Derek White.
Jeff, name one thing Derek White does better than Donovan Mitchell.
I heard you mention Jalen Brunson last week. That has to be the dumbest thing I've ever heard, too.
Jalen Brunson's
because
fine.
Jalen Brunson's hand's in a cast.
He's fine now. I mean, he was on the show. He was on his own show.
Jalen Brunson's hand in a cast?
Not that I saw on his podcast the other day.
Yeah, dude, he's got a broken hand.
Okay, so he's not on the roster. Okay, well, take that away, Jalen Brunson. Take him away. Jaylen Brown, Donovan Mitchell. I'd take any of those guys over Derek White. I would take any of those guys.
You don't play in the Olympics if you don't finish your season. You know what I'm saying? Embiid's injury was early and he came back. That has more of a case than Donovan Mitchell does.
Yeah, and how well has he played?
Oh, no, yeah, that's a whole nother point. Yeah, he hasn't played well. That's a whole different issue.
Halpern got hurt. He got hurt at the end of the playoffs. He didn't finish the end of the season. He didn't finish the end of the season.
And more recently than Donovan Mitchell.
How was he on the roster?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't have Halliburton on that roster either. I'd take Kawhi over that, but LeBron has a beef with Kawhi, so that just is what it is.
That's what I believe. I think it was LeBron and Kawhi Leonard.
By the way, and how is that any different, by the way, than Michael Jordan hating Isaiah Thomas?
I said that. I argued that this is turning into the same thing of keeping Isaiah Thomas on the roster. But guess what? Kawhi Leonard was on this roster, and they sent him home. They sent him home.
He's a dork.
He's a dork. He's probably the best two-way player in the NBA. You can't even argue. Who's better than him? Who's better than him?
I mean, there's a lot of good two-way players because Derek White's good, Drew Holiday is good. He may not have the size, but as far as two-way goes, they're right there. Embiid is a very good two-way player. Tatum, a very good two-way player. You know, he's first team all defense, you know, all that stuff every year. They have a lot of really good two-way players on that team, dude.
I'm not saying
there's a lot of them.
Yeah, Kawhi Leonard is probably, and I don't think anybody's going to argue in the last 10 years, Kawhi Leonard's been the best two-way player in the NBA. I don't think
one of the best players in the league. Yeah, he's been one of the best players in the league.
Carmelo Anthony's not wrong. I think Paul George, if you're going to, Derek White should not be my choice out of all the guys you could choose. If you're going to say Kawhi home, I would look at Paul George. I would look at Donovan Mitchell. I would look at any one of those guys we've mentioned. You could go up and down. There were other players that I would have probably taken over him. Jaylen Brown definitely would have taken him over Derek White. Absolutely take him over. First of all, he can defend multiple positions.
Right, but it depends on what you need, though. Like if Embiid goes down, bringing in Jaylen Brown? No, that's a whole different position.
Okay, and what's the difference between Derek White? Why do you have 4 point guards on your roster?
Yeah, right.
Why do you have 4 point guards on your roster? Does that make sense? Why? Actually, you have 5.
But there's so many other guys on the team that are positionless.
But you don't need 4 to 5 point guards. I don't know. Look at what they get. They're playing teams that they shouldn't even be in the same game, seem in the same realm as them, and they're getting embarrassed.
Whoa. At 44.5 points, buddy. Like, let's keep those spreads where they are.
I'm going to tell you, South Sudan became a country when I was in high school, and
you don't even know their best player. He's not even in the NBA.
No,
he's not even in the NBA.
I do know the South Sudan actually has the tallest tribe in the world, though. They're all like 7 feet and stuff.
Right, Jeff. They literally became a country in 2011 when I was in high school, and they took Team USA to only lose by 1 point.
That's embarrassing.
Yes.
Right, but that doesn't mean they don't have guys from other countries that just got
let me ask you a question,
national status.
Jeff, let me ask you a question.
Like, look at Embiid. Is Embiid an American?
Jeff,
and he was born in Nigeria.
Yeah, but he's been in America most of his life. He's been in America.
But he's Nigeria. He's from Nigeria and got status, so that's how it works. So I'm sure that they gave some status in South Sudan to some of those guys. I'm sure not all of those guys.
Look at the Canadian team. Look at some of these other players that are playing. Dante DiVincenzo, was he born in Italy? No, he's playing for Italy. I mean, he couldn't make the American team, so he went to Italy. We see this a lot.
I think Kyrie Irving actually has Australian citizenship or something like that.
Yeah, he's not playing.
Right, but at the same point, right, but at the same point, if your last name is DiVincenzo, you get a pass, right?
But here's my argument to your argument. You look at Jaylen Brown, and we got to get to our guest, but if you look at Jaylen Brown right now, and you look at the roster, Team USA right now, you're going to tell me, out of all the players that you have on your roster, I would take Jaylen Brown at least over 5 of the guys on that roster. At least.
Yeah.
I would.
I mean, maybe, but it's about building a team, though, and having a position in mind.
He's one of the most hated players. By the way, I've become a fan of Jaylen Brown. I've become a fan of Jaylen Brown. Everything that he said he's been doing on podcasts, all the different things that he's been on, I think he's the funniest guy. The fact that he's playing the bad guy and he's playing the villain, I love it. I absolutely love it.
But he's not playing the bad guy. He's playing the honest guy. He looked at his girlfriend and said, Bronny ain't an NBA guy. And he's right. Has Bronny scored a basket?
No, he hasn't made a 3 in like 5 summer league.
I said that
what
about
a basket. Does he have
he has
a
points.
single point?
Yeah, his points.
Dude, you know how many people attacked me on my Bronny take, telling me that I don't know. That some people are comparing him to I forget who they were, Isaiah Thomas or something like that. I'm like, what are you on drugs? This guy.
Buddy, I told you coming out of high school, he wasn't a top 100 player in high school.
Yes, you did say that. You did, but I thought
he's terrible.
No, he's not. He's not a good player. He's not, and
he's terrible.
He is where he is because of who his father is. That's the facts. And LeBron James is running this USA team. And what is USA? What is the excuses? There's no Kobe Bryant anymore. That's going to save the day with the Redeem team. LeBron is 40 years old. What is the excuse going to be if they get knocked out by Lithuania or somebody of that magnitude? Oh, yeah. What's going to happen then? Because I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to say Donovan Mitchell. I'm going to say Jaylen Brown. I'm going to say all these guys, Paul George, Jaylen, every single one of these guys you could have brought to this roster that could have made you. Oh, Kawhi Leonard, you sent home to bring in Derek White to add a 4th or 5th point guard. That makes no sense on a roster. By the way, all these teams, all these supposedly big, these teams, Canada, they're bigger than Team USA. All these teams that we mentioned are bigger. Rosters are bigger than Team USA. How does this match up?
But I want to wait till the Olympics start because these games kind of mean nothing. And like all they're really doing is kind of playing to the caliber of their opponent. Okay, South Sudan states they played out, but people are forgetting earlier in these exhibitions gearing up for the Olympics, they body bagged Canada.
Yes, but I still think Canada is going to be one of the hard teams to beat. I think their roster is really, really good, and
but you can't just focus on the negative. The positive, they beat one of the best teams. Canada has one of the best teams. When you look at that roster, that's as good as any other. Like France will have a good roster. Canada has a good roster, and they smoked them. Yeah. So like, look, I don't know. Maybe they kind of took it easy, and then all of a sudden they were getting embarrassed. Like, oh damn, like let's pick it up. So I'm a wait and see guy because you're right. It didn't look good, but also you're leaving out the fact that they body bagged Canada.
Joel Embiid's so slow. It's so funny when he walks up and he runs up and down the court. He's worse. When you watch the Joker and you watch Jokic and how unathletic he is, when he runs up and down the court, he's very athletic, by the way. He doesn't look athletic. Joel Embiid looks less athletic than he does. It's so funny. I don't know how this guy's a great basketball. He's a great sensational basketball player, but he doesn't look it when he runs up and down the court. It really doesn't.
Nikola Jokic is the most athletic horse trainer you've ever met.
Jeff,
that's what he does. No, I gotta go home to my horses.
That's right.
I don't give a shit about parade horses.
Jeff, thank you for calling, buddy.
All right, beef sucks.
He hasn't dug at the beef in a while off the phone.
Oh, man. Poor Beef. He's not even here to protect himself. When we come back, we will have our very special guest for the first time on the Sports Loudmouth. We will be talking to owner of Rough Shot Supply Company, Jake Savicki. But first, our Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
Are you ready to get loud?
With Tommy Scoops.
That is right. Everybody knows this is the Loudmouth Sports Minute, and I am Tommy Scoops to bring you guys all the news. And starting off over in the NFL, Broncos head coach Sean Payton announced his plans to mix it up at QB in training camp. The team plans to rotate between QBs Jarrett Stidham, Zach Wilson, and rookie first-rounder Bo Nix for the start of training camp. Other NFL news, the Raiders are announcing the team will be placing wide receiver Michael Gallup on the retired/reserve list. Gallup, who spent the last 6 seasons with the Cowboys, signed a 1-year deal this offseason with Las Vegas and is likely going to be calling it a career. Lastly, over in the MLB, the Giants are claiming outfielder Derek Hill off of waivers from the Rangers, as Texas signed Hill, a former first-round pick, to the Tigers, to a minor league deal over the winter, as Hill is now shipped off to San Francisco. Now heading into Swoops' scores, where currently right now the Mets have a 3-2 lead over the Yankees at the top of the 8th, while the Rays have a 4-2 lead over the Blue Jays at the bottom of the 8th. Also at the top of the 8th, the Phillies and Twins are both tied at 0 apiece, with the Rangers having a 2-1 lead over the White Sox at the bottom of the 6th. Brewers and Cubs still currently right now tied at 0 apiece, heading into the bottom first, with the Diamondbacks having a 5-1 lead over the Royals at the top of the 6th, and the Red Sox having a 6-0 lead over the Rockies at the bottom of the 3rd. That is currently all the time I have for you guys right now. Kicking it back to the boys for our next guest on the Sports Loudmouth.
This is the Sports Loudmouth.
It's good for both. Spanky. Oh, I want. There's barely any hair. What's a good flavor? Willy Whoppers, Speedy! Willy Whoppers!
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy. Petey, go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth, which airs every single Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listing for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Before we get to our guest, guys, check out Bovada. Our QR code is going to be on top of the page. It's one of the best betting organizations out there. You talk about all the sports books. Bovada is one of the best. 100% on your first deposit. That means they actually, if you put $100 down, you're going to get an extra $100. Bet on almost anything like the presidential election that's coming up in November. You could bet on anything, any sport, any quarter, any period, you name it. You have a chance to bet on anything you want. You could bet on what color underwear Speedy's wearing right now as we speak. You have a chance to bet on anything. You could actually withdraw from your Bitcoin, your Ethereum, everything. So you can use all of that. No limitations on what state you are in. You could bet anywhere on. And obviously, DraftKings and FanDuel, you cannot do that. You can do that with Bovada. All you have to do is click the link on the top of this page. And by the way, guys, I'm going to tell you right now, you have a chance to win and make some money through our QR code. I'm sorry. I call it a QR7, but a QR code. So just hit our QR code and have a chance to win on Bovada. Bovada, one of the best in the business. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our very special guest. He's never been on a show. Very happy to have him on. Owner of the Rough Shot Supply Company, Jake Savicki. Jake, what's up, buddy?
What's up, guys? Oh, yeah. Let me turn this off. Hold on. How we doing? We good? You good?
Yeah. We're good, man. I mean, obviously, we're healthy. I mean, look at Speedy. I mean, we were talking about piping early in the show. Speedy, you were all about it, right?
No.
Why? What's wrong with piping?
I don't care about piping.
Piping is good. I mean, piping is going to keep you young. You know,
I don't care.
Well, you don't even know what it means. So how do you?
I don't want to know what it means.
Well, we were talking about being between pipes. I mean, this guy sells, pictures and autographed pictures of goaltenders. Maybe we could get a picture of you between the pipes.
That is not happening because I'm not a goalie.
You could be a goalie.
I'm not.
We can have you stop many different things, including pipes.
There you go, Speedy. That's perfect for you. Anyways,
hey, you guys have a TikTok account, yeah?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Tell me the name of it. I'm live on TikTok. I told my audience I'm gonna jump on a radio show. They can come listen. So.
Well, we're not live on TikTok, but you can check us out on TikTok.
No, I said I am right now. So
all right. We got to do that. We got to go live on TikTok too. We haven't been doing that, but it's the Sports Loudmouth. You can find us there, and the worldwide
WWSRN radio.
WWSRN_radio. So one of those. The Sports Loudmouth is the one that we promote. So you can go there. And you know what's so funny? We sit here today, and there's a lot to get into with you. I know you're a baseball guy and you're a big baseball fan, and I've heard you taking shots at the New York Yankees. Okay, I know you're a Dodger fan, and you say the Yankees don't have any leadership, and that's why the Yankees don't win. That's great. That's grand. Let me ask you a question. What kind of leadership does the Dodgers have right now? They have Shohei Ohtani on that roster right now that should have been kicked out of baseball. Obviously, baseball paid off whatever they had to pay off. Pete Rose, godforsaken guy that should be in the Hall of Fame right now, is sitting still. If I was Pete Rose, I wouldn't be very happy if Shohei Ohtani was doing what he was doing and getting away with it. I mean, what does the Dodgers have when it comes to leadership? Please tell me. Don't tell me they're Coach Robinson. That guy's an idiot too.
Hey, I actually know Dave Roberts. I like him a lot. I think he is good.
Oh, there you go. So we can go back and forth on this one.
I will tell you this. I'll tell you this. I would be pissed too if I was Pete Rose. I'm pissed for Pete Rose for the last 15 years without knowing what's happening, without anything now. But I feel like they just cracked down on a few minor leaguers to like say, oh, see, we really do take care of this. And Ohtani if it was real, he would have been suspended or kicked out too. But I don't know that. I think that's why they did that to those poor guys. That's what it feels like. But I don't know. The Dodgers are injured. If they get healthy, they're going to roll.
What the hell the Yankees are? I mean, the Yankees are injured. Look at their bullpen right now.
Okay, talk to me about who's injured. Talk to me about who's injured right now on the Yanks.
Okay, so
that would change the game.
Let's go back to last year because you said the Yankees are never going to win because of leadership. Did the Yankees not have the most injuries in baseball last year?
Yeah,
they did. How many injuries did the Yankees have last year?
I don't know, but if they had a lot, then I believe
47 injuries.
47. Okay.
47 injuries last year, okay? This year, since Giancarlo Stanton's been hurt, what has this roster done since Giancarlo Stanton's been out of the roster?
Probably not well, 10 and 22 or something.
Yeah, they haven't played well. And it has a lot to do with the lineup and really protecting the middle part of their lineup. And in the Yankees bullpen, if you go up and down their roster, in the beginning of the season, I would say about 5 guys right now are hurt that are not even a part of the same beginning roster in their bullpen rotation. They lost Jonathan Loaisiga before the season even started. I mean, he has, what is he having? Tommy John surgery. He's out for the season. They've lost so many different pitchers in that bullpen early in the season. We're going into the second half. I think the Yankees have 6 guys out of their bullpen, 7 guys injured right now. So you sit here and you say, oh, the Dodgers, they have injuries. The Yankees have injuries too. They're also in a harder division than the Dodgers. Who do the Dodgers have to play against? Oh, I'm sorry. The San Diego Padres. They're a difficult team. They're horrible. I mean, seriously, Machado is a shell of himself. He's not the same player. That team is not very, very good. And that's the team right now in second place right behind them. So is there anybody that scares you in that division? Probably not. If you look at the Yankees, they got Baltimore. The Red Sox are playing well. They still have Tampa in that division. And Toronto is not playing good baseball. But I'm sure they're going to figure things out. They're not as bad as their record shows. So tell me, what do the Dodgers have to worry about every single year to what the Yankees have to worry about every single week?
They both worry about the same thing, which is winning a World Series. It doesn't matter who's in the Dodgers division. They could give a shit less about winning that. They're trying to win a World Series. So yeah, they don't care. They're going to get there either way. The Yankees and Dodgers do not spend billions of dollars to win playoff games. They do it to win a championship. So
deferred money the Dodgers spend, which is for TJ.
Watch.
They're going the Mets to try.
But listen, here's what I hear. Okay, Dodgers have a full starting rotation on the injured list. You know that when we talk about pitching. But we're getting Mookie Betts healthy, a couple guys here or there, whatever. If you're telling me that the Yankees lineup suffers because their DH who strikes out or hits a bomb or needs a walker to get around the bases is the missing piece for them to win a championship, and their lineup can't function without that dude, you guys are in trouble.
Jason Dominguez, he's a center fielder. He's a 5-tool player. They haven't had him practically all season long. I don't know. I could pull up the roster and some of the injury report that the Yankees have.
I know they're injured, but I'm telling you, right, if I was the Yankees, I would. Now I coached against
Mark
this kid.
Schmidt, Jason Dominguez, Anthony Rizzo.
Let me tell you what they should do. I coached against this kid in high school, and I would prefer right now. I would rather throw Spencer Jones out there. Go figure it out, buddy, and let Stanton sit on the bench. I wouldn't give a shit. I'll tell you right now, I literally watched that kid in high school. I coached against him for 4 years. He's unbelievable. But I think that's the guy is an absolute monster when it comes to speed. He's good in the outfield. He's a good throw, and I don't think he's going to play the outfield right now with the guys he got. But you put him up at the plate and let him do some stuff, I'm telling you, you got a guy that's home run or bust and can't even move around the bases without being worried about being on the DL for the rest of the year. Stanton, to me, is ship him off to somebody who wants to sell some tickets for a month and get someone else for him. That's
I'm
what
not arguing with you, okay? I'm not arguing, but Stan's he was having a good season before he got hurt. He was playing good. He lost 15 pounds of muscle. He was at that point, he was borderline all-star before he got hurt. I mean, how many home runs did he have? 15, 16 home runs. He was on his way to hit 40 home runs this year. He was going to give the Yankees about 110, 115 RBIs. He was going to give you that in the middle of the lineup, batting fifth or batting fourth. So I understand what you're saying. If you look at the Dodgers right now, what's going on with Friedman? What's going on with that guy? I mean, you paid him. He decided to stay. He decided to not stay with the Braves, to go to the Dodgers. And what has he done really since he's been there? If not anything, he's not the same player. He's a shell of what he was over there. And I'm going to tell you right now, the Braves actually made the right choice because they have one of the best, if not the best, first baseman in baseball, to the guy that was one of the best who went to the Dodgers, that is deferred his way over there to first base. So there you go.
To say Freeman has been a shell of himself is a tough call. Freeman is pretty damn good, and he's coming off a very, very good coming out of Atlanta. So from going from very, very good to good, I'll take Freeman any day over there. And these are guys that he's been there, he's done it, he's won one, he's seen it. You need those guys on your team, as you know. The Yankees and the leadership we talk about, I just don't see it. What guy on that team?
Aaron Judge is not a leader? Come on, man.
I don't think Aaron Judge is a leader. Can you picture him walking? Can you picture him walking in that clubhouse and saying, "Listen up, guys, it's not good enough to go 10-22, blah blah blah," and have them all go, "Yeah." I don't see that. I don't see that out of him. I watched
him. Get out of here. Where are you from, man? Are you from LA?
Listen, no, I'm from San Diego. I like Aaron Judge. I love Aaron Judge, actually. But I'm telling you, I do not see it. I don't see Boone being the guy to get them there. Look at last year. And I'm not saying, you got to win to know how to win. The Texas Rangers last year, you talk about a guy that I would like. If I had Seager on my team, I'd feel comfortable as having at least one guy that's
another Dodger.
They did have Seager on their team.
Another Dodger.
They had Seager.
Like them that money.
I'm very comfortable with that guy being a leader and saying, here's how we need to do things, blah, blah. But you have Bochy, a guy that knows exactly how to win. He's done it a million times. That's why a team like Texas last year, who they didn't have a list of guys that have won World Series and know how, but they were led by the man. Bochy's the man. He knows how to win.
How many Bruce Bochys are there in the major leagues? As a matter of fact, how many managers in the last, I would say, 10 years have been successful winning World Series? Now, Robertson, he's failed a lot with the Dodgers, okay?
It's Roberts. If we're going to get it right.
I like Robertson because I want to add, I want to drag the name because I remember him on the Boston Red Sox. It makes me sick to my stomach, okay? I remember him stealing second base. I remember him doing what he did, and one of the main reasons why the Yankees lost in the ALCS against the Boston Red Sox, and the Red Sox win their first World Series was because of Roberts. Okay,
it's all because of the steal. One steal.
Thank you for making me sick to my stomach.
Spark a 3-0 lead.
That's why I'm calling him Robertson. I don't care.
And he still steals second off Mariano when everyone knew he came fresh off the bench to just steal second base. That's your only job. You throw him out, you win a World Series that year. But
look at that smile on his face. Look at that smile on his face. Look at that. He's enjoying this. He loves it.
Let me ask you this, as a Yankee guy, you think Boone's the guy to lead him? Do you like him?
I'll tell you this. I didn't think Joe Girardi was the guy, and he won in 2009. I didn't think he was the guy.
Joe Girardi.
I didn't think Joe Torre was the guy either when he took over the team in the 90s. The only reason why he took over the team is because when Steinbrenner offered Buck Showalter back the job because he couldn't find anybody else, or the two other guys that he wanted decided to turn the job down, Buck said, "You know what? I don't want the job anymore." And Buck, he stepped down, and the last person on his list was Joe Torre. He gives Joe Torre the job, and Joe Torre goes on and wins 4 World Series. Who would have thought that? So no, I didn't, and I still don't. I'm not a big Joe Girardi fan. I like Thompson. I love what Thompson's doing with Philadelphia. But listen, if you look at Aaron Boone's coaching tree and his manager tree, the 3 of those guys that came from his managing tree are very successful so far in baseball. And Aaron Boone, if you look at his record as a manager for the Yankees in the last 5 years as the manager, tell me a Yankee manager in 5 years that has a better record than Aaron Boone does.
I couldn't tell you, but I will tell you in 5 years. I'll tell you, Torrey and those guys had different teams. It was a different brand of baseball where guys wanted to win. Now, when you're a manager, look at last year. The Arizona Diamondbacks get to the World Series.
I remember, yeah.
With a bunch of – this is what I think you need to win the World Series, because I don't think you'll ever have another dynasty type team, at least not anytime recent or in the near future with the
Not
way
in baseball.
Not in baseball. And the Yankees, they were a dynasty a couple times, right? They went 4 out of 6 years, whatever it was. Several times.
4 out of 5 years in the 90s, and then the 70s, I think they were like 3 out of 4 at one point.
Yeah. So you look at the 4 out of 5 90s team, that's a whole entire different brand of baseball. And I'm not saying it's better or worse, but the way the guys played the game to win. You're looking at guys now where last year the Diamondbacks, who were 25th in payroll or something. No, not 25th.
Yeah, they were all young because they were shedding salary.
Yeah, it was exactly. They had a bunch of young, hungry dudes. They were unpaid that came together for 4 weeks at the end of the season and played amazing baseball. Now, when you have to manage the Yankees, you're managing a bunch of paid guys that are veterans. They're going, we're good. We got our money. Now we got to go worry about winning. They don't do it the same way. They don't have any grinders on the friggin' Yanks. And I bet that pisses you off because I know what you guys are like. I don't think they have it. I
don't care.
Well, I know.
They don't have very many grinders either. The Tommy Pham was calling them out last year too.
I just don't see it for him. Talent doesn't win just straight.
Well, you have youngsters. You have to build around a core. I think the Yankees have built around a core. I think Anthony Volpe is going to be a big part of the future. If Jason Dominguez actually stays healthy, he will be a big part of the future. You like the kid Jones. I've been saying that the Yankees should wait until next year to call him up. I don't bring him up this year. Don't bring him up too early. I think he's the future left fielder for the New York Yankees. I think Giancarlo Stanton will be the automatic DH. I think they're going to lose Soto in the offseason. I've been saying that was my take. He's going to go to the Mets. I think that's what's going to happen. The Yankees are not going to have to overpay Juan Soto when they have this young kid in Jones, who some people think he's a left-handed power hitter like Aaron Judge. He's that type of player that you can use in many. He's a 5-tool player that you can just put him right in. You can click him right in, and you can put him at 2, you can put him at 3, you can put him at 4 or 5. So yeah, I do. I think the Yankees are doing it right. They did it in the 90s. They had to build around a core of players: Bernie Williams, Derek Jeter, Mariano Rivera, Andy Pettit. They did that over the years, and they made the Fab 4 or Fab 5, whatever the hell they call it. The Yankees are doing that now. Teams are trying to mimic what the Yankees did in the 90s. If you go back and you look at the teams that have been successful or are being successful right now, look at Baltimore. Look what the Baltimore Orioles are doing right now. They're building around a core of players. Now, they might not be able to keep those players because you have this guy, Jackson Holliday, who looks like, he's up and down. He's still a very young player. This kid's going to be a star. We know what his father is. So we know what the type of players that they have on this team. They have one of the best catchers in baseball. They have one of the best shortstops in baseball. They're loaded, but they're not going to be able to keep all those players, no matter who the ownership is. So these teams, what we mentioned, the Dodgers have one of the best farm systems in baseball. I'm not going to take that away from them. They do it very, very well. We actually interview one of their scouts. So he's been on our show numerous amount of times, and we talk about what he looks for from players and all that other stuff. A 5-tool, 4-tool type of player. I sit here right now. The Dodgers are buying their way into trying to win World Series. And if you ask the Yankee fans over the years, after those World Series, all the success that the Yankees have had, besides 2009 when they bought CeCe Sabathia, A.J. Burnett, and Mark Teixeira, the Yankees have been unsuccessful. Why? Because buying players like Jason Giambi doesn't do it for you. You can't win like that. And now you look at the Dodgers. If you think, bring Ohtani in and Freddie Freeman in and Mookie Betts in and bring this guy in and bring that guy in and bring Tyler Glasnow and you're going to win. By the way, he has the perfect last name, Tyler Glasnow. because he's made out of glass. Okay, that's what Tyler Glass.
And yeah, he's been the Dodgers' best starting pitcher.
That's it. I mean, when he stays healthy, I mean,
He's been incredibly good.
Yeah, but how long is that going to happen? And Walker Buehler, who I love very, very much, he's having a bad season. He's not having a season. Where's he going next year? Because they're not going to be able to re-sign him because they just give defer money after defer money. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. And I'm going to tell you this right now. The Dodgers aren't winning anything this year because there's going to be a team in the National League. And I like Pittsburgh. I like Cincinnati. I think one of these teams are going to
the Reds are really good, like plus 38 run differential.
I think these teams are going to sneak in. And what happened to the Dodgers last year in the wild card game? They got knocked out. Look at Baltimore. What happened to them in the wild card game? They got knocked out. You don't win with talent. You win with grittiness, like you said. So you go back to the Yankees and you say the Yankees aren't gritty. Anthony Volpe is a pretty gritty player. I've watched the plays up the bat right now. He's a gritty player. Aaron Judge is a gritty player. Say whatever you want. He's not a playoff player. He hasn't proven himself yet. But either was Alex Rodriguez until 2009.
Oh, yeah, he was getting scrutinized.
He was getting scrutinized. So eventually they're going to figure things out. You can't tell me that he's not going to figure things out as good a baseball player as he is. Tell me a 5-tool player that's better than Aaron Judge right now. Tell me. Because I would like to argue that because there is nobody right now in baseball. You're going to tell me Aaron Judge isn't the best player in baseball right now? He is. I mean, the numbers would tell you that he is in every category. So I'm going to sit here. Now, I'm not saying the Yankees will win the World Series because I don't think they are. I don't. I take shots at the New York Yankees all the time. There's something that the Yankees are missing. I don't know what it is. I'm not the GM. Brian Cashman is. But I'm going to tell you this right now, for all the Yankees fans that are trying to run him out of town, I'm going to tell you this right now. They run him out of town and they fire Brian Cashman. There'll be 30 other teams lining up right now ready to hire him. So that's my spiel of the New York Yankees. I don't think they're winning the World Series. I don't. I think it's going to be a surprise team.
Let me tell you that this will change your thought on me being the Yankee hater. Before the season started, I did a podcast. My prediction was that the Dodgers would beat the Yankees in the World Series. So I think they're good. I've said, and part of it was like, baseball has all these stories, right? And everybody's always like, talks about baseball dying. I'm like, and baseball works in a certain way where you look at a certain story and you go, that seems impossible that would line up 20 years later or whatever it is. I said, I think this is what baseball needs. It needs the two biggest giants playing each other. It would be huge. It would be good for the game. And I just feel like it's going to happen that way. Both teams have, I won't say significantly, but not looked nearly as promising as they did before the season started. Well, you got these, but I'm a big believer in that. That's why I look at the teams that win. If you can get a team that is healthy and talented like the Yankees and the Dodgers, and you can mix that grittiness into them, it's a done deal. There will be another dynasty team sometime in the near future. But the Baltimore Orioles, like you said, they might not keep these guys for long, but they might get one before they let them go because that's the kind of team that gets in there. If Arizona saw somebody else last year in the World Series that was not nearly as hot and good as Texas, they might have been the world champs.
Yes.
And who cares what happens after that? Freaking Diamondbacks won one. Like, awesome. And they move on. So you look at these teams, and that's the only thing that will, I think, beat those teams, those younger teams, or those teams that are kind of built, through the farm system, and they're going to lose some guys. But when those guys are all at their peak together and they're 22 and 25 and 27 and 23, you're like,
I want to laugh. I want to say something. The Diamondbacks have been more successful in the last 30 years than the Dodgers have.
Okay. Well, hey, if we're going to do that, then we can do the same. In the last 15 years, they've been to more World Series, right? You could say a lot of things with that. Because you're one of the no, I don't know that well, yeah, I guess they won their World Series, but
they did.
They won one World Series.
Are you one of the Mickey Mouse World Series guys?
No, I'm not a Mickey Mouse. No.
All right.
The playoff format only changed by one team. Like, there are 8 teams versus the 6 they have now.
Honestly, the Marlins have been very successful every other decade. So
the Marlins have, Jake, I don't know if you know the stat. The Marlins have, until the COVID year, because they finally had a playoff loss, the Marlins, every year they made the playoffs, won the World Series in their franchise existence. They never made it besides 97 and 03 up until the 2020 season.
I love that. I think that's
playoff winning percentage.
They do. It's crazy. I mean, I have to say something about a lot of these teams, and I do think it'll be a surprise team. I'm not going to
can't wait for the Reds-Royals World Series this year.
I think Seattle's going to make some moves at the trade deadline. I think Seattle makes the playoffs. I think Seattle's dangerous. I think Cleveland's going to be dangerous this year because of their pitching staff. I think they're every year their pitching staff is good. They have the best closer in baseball. I think they're as dangerous as anybody. I mean, it's all about the bullpen. Everybody says for years we used to say it's all about the starting rotation. It's all about this. It's not. It's how many arms you have in the bullpen. It's how healthy you are in the bullpen going into the playoffs.
Because the game has changed. It used to be all about the starters because they're giving you 7, 8, 9. Now they're giving you 4. And if it's close to the third time through the lineup, here comes the bullpen for 6 innings.
Or starters out of the bullpen, too, is another strategy that's been common. The Astros kind of started that trend as well in 17, even though they cheated. But regardless.
They cheat every year. Let's be honest. They find a way to cheat in every way. You know,
most teams probably do, if we're really being honest.
They do. They do. I mean,
the Rockies did, but nobody cared.
I mean, and we argue this all the time. And by the way, we are speaking to owner of Rough Shot Supply Company, Jake Savicki. He's a big baseball guy. He's all over social media. He's got a big TikTok following, and we're very happy to have him on. It's the first time on our show. It's a good conversation about baseball. You look at what Houston has done over the years, and in baseball, I've said this many, many times. The hardest thing to do in professional sports is hit a ball. It's the hardest thing to do. To guess, I mean, all these pitches, they're throwing over 100 miles per hour. I mean, if you're not throwing 97 or more, you're not going to last in the major leagues. And you have to have, at least as a starter, you need 4 pitches. I mean, these guys are throwing knuckle curveballs. These got the slurve balls. I've never even spitballs, whatever the hell they're doing.
Spitballs are illegal now.
You know what
besides
I mean.
that, yeah.
You know what I mean. They're still doing that too.
Well, sticky substances. They're probably
To be fair, I just think they changed the name of like the 4-seam and the 2-seam now to like sink or slide. It's like every pitch is 98, and I'm like, oh, that was an off-speed pitch somehow, or that was not a fastball. Okay, but no, it is a pretty wild game, and there was a really good conversation with Trout and Todd Frazier were on a podcast talking, I think last year when Trout was struggling.
Yeah,
and he asked him, he's like, what's going on, Trout? He's like, is it something with your swing? What are you feeling? You know, and Trout's like, hey man, we played at the same time. He's like, when somebody came in throwing 95, you know, what'd you guys all say? And he's like, we were all like, oh shit, we got to get ready to go today. This dude's bringing some heat. And Trout's like, yeah, now everyone throws 99. He's like, what do you mean? Why am I struggling? He's like, this is freaking impossible. So it really, to your point, Trout was just saying how quickly the game changed to velocity over everything. And it makes it obviously very difficult. You know, I would rather hit, you know, guessing 4 different pitches that are 91 to 80 than guessing one pitch at 100. I really would. I'd rather go, no, give me the guy that throws 4 pitches at 90 and it has a 5-mile-an-hour difference.
I watched a college player recently, and I was on TikTok, and I don't go on TikTok all the time. He was at a facility. He threw 109. He went from 100 to 104 to 106 to 109. He's throwing 109 miles per hour.
I saw that on the run that he was doing the pull down sprint and run.
Yeah, if you could control 109 miles per hour, how the hell do you see it? How do you see it?
Just don't throw it 20 times a game like Jacob deGrom did his last year with the Mets.
It's crazy. It doesn't make sense. It's just, but that's what I'm saying. I remember The Rookie, the movie, and he's throwing like 95, and everybody like, if you throw 95, you're in the majors. Mm-hmm. Okay. If you're not throwing 97, you're not in the majors. It's just the facts now. I mean, unless you're a knuckleball pitcher or you have, you know, these off-speed pitchers like Jacob deGrom that could throw a changeup, and you, no matter how much you think you can hit it, there's no way you're going to hit it. So I play baseball, and I think everybody says the hardest position in sports is being a quarterback. I disagree. I think it's the guy that's standing at the plate trying to swing against these pitchers. I think that's the hardest position. When I watch Aaron Judge, you know, pull these balls and he's hitting them into another hemisphere, and the way he does it, because some of these pitchers are so out of, you know, off the plate, and he's smacking the ball all over the place. I mean, I'm amazed how he sees it. And then I had a conversation with Alex Rodriguez years ago when I interviewed him for 15 minutes. I said, he didn't want to talk about baseball. He wanted to talk about football. I love that about Alex. He kind of went off subject. Mm-hmm. I said, what made you such a great hitter? And he says, well, everybody would say the steroids, and I disagree. He said that when I watched a pitcher throw the ball, I could see the seams come out of the pitcher's hands. And I would be able to see the seams before it hits the catcher's glove. And I'm like, what are you like, superhuman? He says, I had the ability, and he says, I'm not the only player that could do that. I mean, Barrett Bonds said it. When you're that good of a hitter and you have the concentration, the way you can see the ball, it doesn't matter where or how it's coming out of the hand. It's just the way it's coming out of hand is the way I swing at it. So I think it's amazing. I think it's the hardest thing to do in professional sports.
I agree.
Or trying to get a serve from a guy that's hitting 130, 140 miles per hour, a tennis player. That's pretty impossible too. So
I do agree on both. I'm not trying to return an Andy Roddick serve back in the day, and I'm not trying to hit any of these pitchers in today's game. But to your point on that, some guys, it's different for them. It's just different. I had a kid in high school. He got drafted in the 5th round by the Rangers, and it was literally like when a high school kid sees 90 miles an hour, it looks like they're seeing 100. They're all late. They're all like, oh, but they, of course, walk out there and go, oh, this is nothing. I'll hammer this guy. And then they get blown up 3 straight pitches. I'm like, dude, come on. I had one kid that would see 90 and it looked like 80 to him. His body language, the way he hit, the way he did everything. I'm like, this is just different. And he worked his ass off, but he naturally saw it better than everyone else, and it showed. So those guys, and that's the crazy thing, is almost every single one of these big leaguers is like that. Some of them are obviously much better than others. Judge is incredibly powerful and good, but they all have that. It's just different. You don't hit 99. Well, you might also have to worry about a 89 mile an hour slider at the same time. You're like, it takes a special human being. So I do agree, but like, I was just watching that home run he was just shown that Judge hit. What happens in the playoffs or in big game when it's 4-2 in the bottom of the 8th? It's a 3-1 count. He's not throwing a fastball middle in like he did. We're going to put him on and then go give us the next guy. And you can really alleviate a very good player like Judge. You can minimize his potential to change the game in a 7-game series or a 5-game series. It's like, that's my problem with having one dude like that and not putting the right pieces around him, because Judge is not going to be like this for long. He's big. That body is going to break.
180 pounds. Yep. With a bad toe.
He's just too big to last long.
You need to massage it, Speedy.
No,
you need to massage
Aaron Judge's toe.
You need to pipe him.
I'm not piping Aaron Judge's toe.
You don't want a World Series.
No, Errol already confirms Juan Soto's going to the Mets. So we'll
I already confirmed it. I want all the fans to know that when it happens, I can tell you that I was right. There you go.
We'll take the durable guy, not Aaron Judge with all his toe injuries.
That's another Yankee guy for me, or Soto, who goes from San Diego to New York, and he's going somewhere else next year. When he won with the Nationals back in the day, he was 19 and he was the friggin' man, and he was fired up and he was unpaid and he was incredible. Now he's got his World Series. He knows he's going to get his money. He's playing like this right here because he wants Boris to be able to get him $700 million. That's why he's doing this. I don't think he cares about winning the World Series nearly as much as half these guys do.
I think he's playing to get piped, Speedy. So
Soto also did it that year too. Like, it was the most, like, I think the winning percentage standpoint, it was like the most improbable wild card run when you're dealing with the Brewers, who, even though Nationals had a better record than them, were still like a 90-win wild card team. Then your Dodgers, obviously, you saw what happened to that, and then the Cardinals, and then the Astros in the World Series, who were probably still cheating at that time because they weren't caught yet.
They cheat all the time.
They were caught that next.
They're probably cheating right now. They went from the worst team in the American League to the top team in the American League West. So that's cheating right there.
And now they want to trade for Pete Alonso.
Hey, that's that championship pedigree. They're not worried about it. They're like, it's a long season. We'll get there. Don't worry, guys.
Yeah, they're hitting a lot of cans in the audience right there.
Yeah, that's a whatever it takes mentality. That's what you need.
See, look at that. Jake Savicki. By the way, we were talking to the owner of Rough Shot Supply Company, Jake Savicki. So, Jake, before we let you go, tell the fans a little bit about what you do and about your podcast and what you're doing right now to grow your product.
Yeah, so I coached high school baseball in Carlsbad for 10 years. Wrapped that up during COVID because my daughter was getting older and I wanted to start seeing her do stuff instead of hanging out with the boys at baseball practice. So I tried to start something that would just allow me to be around more, and started this clothing brand. And I think a mix of luck and hard work, because clothing brand online is tough to do. So I think it was a mix of both, and it's really just about our whole saying is these are the good old days. We're just about trying to enjoy, all three of us in 10 years are going to look back at this episode and go, oh man, those were the good old days. Like, yeah, like our thought is like
I'm getting older. I'm a little bit older than you, man.
10 years from now, when deferring money will be the norm.
How old are you? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 37. I might be
I'm older than you, buddy.
Yeah, okay, well.
You're a baby according to him.
You're a baby compared to me. I'm 42, man.
Oh,
I'm 5 years older than you.
So we're all the same, though. That's the same generation. We grew up with the same stuff.
I know. I'm messed.
But that's what,
you know.
Yeah, see, that's what we're all about. So I do that, and then same COVID, downloaded TikTok just for fun, to have something to do. I mean, my wife and I are bored at times, and we're like, oh, let's see what this is all about. Watch some funny videos, and then I just started making some content on there, having fun with it, and it turned into like baseball stuff. And really, the biggest baseball video I had was, what's funny, we were just talking about velocity. My TikTok blew up from seeing a guy that was posting. He said all these kids are in high school and throwing 90 plus, and there was like 8 pitches, not one of them was anywhere near the strike zone. And I was like, fuck, it like irritated me so bad. So I put zero effort into my content. I do it all from my phone, like selfie video. That's it. I give my take on something. I don't use a nice camera. I don't produce anything. So
you got to go look at what we do. We put a lot of time into what we do, and we're new to TikTok because we've had a TikTok for over a year, right? A year and a half.
It was about a year and a half. I think the fall of 22.
But we never really concentrated on it. Now we're posting up like really good short videos. People are catching on to it, but it's great. We put out great content, and a lot of people hate me. They say I'm a racist, but I think it's ridiculous. I'm not a racist. I have never said anything racist about anything that I say. They think because I take shots at certain players, they say, well, you're white, so you're a racist. I'm like, okay, so if I talk about a white guy, I'm not a racist, or I'm a racist to my own kind. So there you go.
It was interesting. Like at the time, Jake, it was October or September 2022. Yeah. We had an ex-MLB pitcher on, Josh Towers, who's been on our show a couple of times, who actually you kind of look like without the facial hair, by the way.
You do, actually.
And he was like trying to say, oh, TikTok, you got to jump on it. And then the next time we had him on, the next year, like he was showing us his wiffle ball feel, that he was like doing all these videos with all that. Well, he came from the time.
It is, I would say, because I mean, I have, I don't know, but 600 and something thousand followers, and I'm talking like zero effort to actually build it. I would just ride a wave. If I made a video and it blew up, I just keep making the same kind of videos. And then if they died out, something else would hit at one time. If it gets, some random video gets 2 million, I'd start making the same kind of videos. So, I mean, I'll go to a baseball game and literally somebody will just yell ball, and I'll like turn around and I'll look at them and they're like, I knew it. It's that guy. What's up, dude? Because I watch guys throwing 99 nowhere near the zone and just show my face and zoom in and go, yeah. And then I just go ball. Like, who gives a shit? And I didn't know there was some gigantic crowd of people that enjoys, like, that also hates the velocity movement over, I'm basically all the guys that are like Greg Maddux. We need more Greg Madduxes who would probably get shelled today. Yeah, but that's like the guys that really like me, because they're like, yeah, that's right. Maddux would throw 9 innings, 62 pitches, complete game. Like, yeah, he probably would, but not today. He would probably throw 62 pitches in the first inning. Yep. But so yeah, TikTok. And for me, it's just brought up so many cool opportunities for just fun stuff. Like we do, I work with a lot of the like Savannah Banana guys and know them. And
they've been on our show, by the way.
They're who'd you have on?
Adam Virant was one of the assistant coaches.
Yeah.
So we've been trying to get Eric Burns too. He hasn't responded, but we'd love to get him on too. But Adam was a fun guy.
They want us to come to the game. They think we're hilarious, and they think that we could add a little bit of crazy spark to their event. I said only if Speedy could do the play-by-play. I'll do the color. You want me to dance out in the crowd?
No, you had to be in the mascot suit. With
That's right. That's what they asked me. They told me I had to be a mascot. I said I'll dance in a mascot suit. I don't.
Hey, you know what their new mascot? I was just with some of those guys. The new mascot for the banana, not the bananas, the party animals is like it's literally like a farting monkey. I'm like, what do you mean? It's like this gigantic monkey like it was before, but it's, I don't know, something. The guy was showing me, and the buddy of mine had to, like, when they revealed who the new mascot was, he's like, look at this, dude. He's sitting up on stage, like reading the book to like school children type thing. And he's like reading about this farting monkey. He's like, dude, my job sometimes. He's like, I don't know how this happened.
Speedy, I think you need to fart online right now. Put your ass to the
No.
mic. Put your ass. Let's see if you can do it.
I'm not.
Just try it.
I'm not trying to do
Try
that
it,
in
try
a
it.
very closed-in
Try it.
space.
Try it. I think it'd be cool.
It's a very close.
It'll
Thank
be
you.
cool. I mean,
thank you, Scoops.
Jake would like it.
It's like an audition at this point. Maybe
An
audition for what?
Just put your buns to.
I'm
the
not
mic.
putting my buns anywhere. I'm not auditioning for some like random like America's Got Talent raunchy spoof.
You want me to do it?
You do it if you care so much.
See, I'm telling you, you guys clip these things and put them on TikTok and watch the magic unfold over the next 6 months.
Speedy likes buns, right?
No, I don't.
Well, what's your favorite, hot dog or hamburgers?
Burgers.
Why?
I like.
You like
flavor
beef?
of burgers a little more.
You
I
like
like hot
beef?
dogs too.
You like beef, or you like you like the long?
I like both of them. I prefer
How thick do you
burgers.
like the beef?
Well, listen, Jake, we have a question because we asked Speedy a lot about sausages. He's a big sausage fan, right, Speedy?
Yeah.
Tell him. Now,
Yes, I do.
Tell him why don't you like white sausages?
I prefer the spicier ones.
Okay, and tell him why.
Like Polish, German,
Polish,
even
German,
chorizo
okay.
too. I like.
And
those
how long
ones.
do you like them?
And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter size.
Long or thick? I mean, if
Flavor,
you choose,
flavor.
flavor. Okay, flavor but thick, right?
If I'm hungry enough, sure.
Mm-hmm. This conversation with zero context has been had a billion times by.
Yes, but
by,
Yes, he loves conversations about zero context things.
Oh, there it is.
It is.
We gotta reach out. And Speedy has his own OnlyFans. So anybody that wants to follow Speedy, there.
Listen, I don't know why. Maybe you do, but I don't know why you guys don't have a segment on here that's like just a 2-minute. Speedy eats a sausage every day.
We do actually. We have
Okay,
Speedy.
good.
We do have after the show. We do Speedy After Dark. It's pretty funny.
Got to do it. You got to
Show
get
him the picture. Show him the picture. Go ahead.
Men in Black memory.
Our executive producer, Fish. Go ahead, Fish. Show him the picture of what we do.
Hopefully, this is
Oh man, this has got to be good, huh? You probably get a.
Show him the shocker, Speedy. Show him the shocker. Show him the shocker.
fine. Only because
show him the shocker.
You've been great, Jake. Oh wait, no. Oh wait, hold on. No, I did it wrong. It has to be the thumb. Has to be the thumb. Has to be the thumb.
That is awesome.
Yeah, that's only. Jake, consider yourself honored. I only usually make the exception. I only do that with one of our betting guys, Wes, that comes on.
We have a lot of handicappers that come on.
I'll only do it when he comes on. So you're the first exception to that rule. So
he likes to silk the shocker.
Consider yourself honored.
It's amazing. I bet Speedy After Dark gets a whole different crowd than this, doesn't it?
He gets a crowd all right. Crowds. He likes a lot of piping.
No, I don't.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome.
Whoppers. Speedy's. We talk about the Whoppers, right, Speedy?
No, you talk about the Whoppers.
Does he know what the Whoppers are?
I don't care.
Why don't you tell him what the Whoppers?
No,
are?
Listen, I need to hear what the Whoppers are.
If you like buns, we could talk to his mom about that, right? Speedy?
No. She is not involved.
Anyways, Jake, I just want to give you a shout out. You do such great work. I checked out your TikTok. I can't believe how many followers you have. It's crazy. And we're learning a little bit more about. Maybe you could help us with TikTok because we're still learning TikTok. And you check out his TikTok. We put out some really good work. I mean, our stuff is really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
But we're still learning. We're still learning how to draw people. And there are things that we have 4,000 or 5,000 people that are viewing our stuff, and then there's 600-700 people. You know what I mean? So, but we're learning a little bit about it. We try to put the best content we possibly can out there, where people can really laugh and really enjoy some of the content that we put out there.
That's good. Yeah, my only TikTok advice is you just got to, like I said, ride the waves. If you have a video and it's maybe it's a super random topic and it's hilarious and it blows up, go create or find some more random topics that are funny and just keep riding that wave. And then if you,
So you're telling me if I could talk out of my ass and pull down my pants during the live show and maybe have my ass talk, do you think that would draw people?
That's probably the easiest way to draw people.
Speedy,
I don't know if you'd like the audience.
Do that on your own terms.
See, that's the thing. And the bigger you get, the more people will dislike and like whatever you do either way. My wife is always like, I don't know how you do it. I couldn't deal with these comments. I'm like, because I don't care like at all. I enjoy them. Like I wake up probably once a week, like clockwork, and just go, today's a good day to respond to all the idiots and just like start grilling people. But I was talking to her, it was at night, and somebody said something stupid and it was funny to me. And I was going back and forth, and she's like, why do you do that? I'm like, every now and then it's just fun to do because I don't care. And I know it's like ruins some people's day, but she goes, I just couldn't do it. Like if somebody made fun of the way I look and blah, blah. I'm like, it doesn't matter. I woke up that morning and I'm like, look at this. The first alert I had, I'm like, look at this, babe. And I show her and it just says, dude has a carrot for a nose. I'm like, see, this is a hilarious thing for me to wake up to, and it would ruin your whole day. Like, I think it's great, but social media is just, and you guys, obviously, I could tell you already have the personality. It doesn't matter what. Yeah,
I don't care what anybody thinks.
Yeah,
I don't care what anybody thinks.
And it's good. It's good when they don't. I mean, it's like that video I've made last year. Last year I was doing like World Series predictions, and I'm like guaranteed 100%. And I'd pick the Dodgers every time. I'm like, this guy's a fucking moron. Like they hated me. And when the Dodgers lost, oh man, they couldn't wait to come back. And
yeah. Listen, I don't say any of that. I don't say any of that.
They're a national easy target, just like the Yankees are and a lot of other big teams.
And that's why I do it, because I know, like, do I think they're going to win? I'm hopeful because I know. So I coached Dave Roberts' son for like 4 years. He lives here next to me.
Robertson. Remember, Robertson.
Yeah. I will never call him Rob. I will never call him. I didn't even call him that right there. I'll never call him that.
David Robertson's still pitching. So when he retires, he can become the next Yankees manager.
Yeah. See, that's kind of my default on I got to be the Dodger guy because everybody knows me as that. But I tell people sometimes, I'm like, if Dave Roberts went to the Mariners tomorrow, I would root for the Mariners. You know what I mean? Speaking of Ohtani right here, I'm telling you right now, Spencer Jones is going to be a step down from Ohtani. Same guy, same speed. How many stolen bags does Ohtani have? 40?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is a DH. You stack up Stanton and Ohtani; those are two completely different guys. That's why I'm saying
that has 40 since he's become a Yankee.
That's what I'm saying. Like right now, a fresh, probably not great Spencer Jones coming up to the big leagues. He would not be phenomenal, but I would. I think if they're going to win, it's going to be something like that, where Spencer Jones comes up and he's the Corbin Carroll of the Yankees for this rest of the season. We're like, holy shit, this kid came up here and hit 290. He was our guy, and then all of a sudden he goes and has a regular career, but he blows up for coming up at the right time. The right things come together. I think that's what it would take, and he would probably fire that whole clubhouse up just from. He's not a big talker, I don't think, but just from having a young kid up there like, oh, shoot, this is awesome. This kid's having fun. 1 or 2 walk-offs or big plays from him, and that team that's what teams need. They need something to, like, make it exciting. The Yankees are in that 15-year.
All that stuff, Before we let you go, I just want to let you know something. Tell me a guy on a radio show that's ever put icy hot on their balls for 10 minutes. I mean, well, guess what? I did that. I broke a world record. Anybody here that actually watched it? My face did turn blue, by the way, and I had to take a shower. I think 9 times on that Thursday, 9 times on that Friday, and probably a couple of times on that Saturday. But let me tell you something. It was one of the funniest things because I tried to speak on a segment. Remember that, Speedy?
Yeah, we had an ex-NFL player on, Jeremy Mincy, and he scared him away.
I was sweating. My nose started flaring, and I was like, everybody, they couldn't believe it. I actually, you see me put the icy hot in my hands, and I started rubbing my you-know-what, and I was like, oh, it was horrible. We recorded it. Yeah, it was pretty fun.
It's worth it to have forever. But at the time, were you like, this was a mistake?
Oh my God, that was a mistake. Dude, I felt like my balls were falling off my body.
Were you like nervous at any point? Scared?
Nervous. I wanted to. I think I was better off sticking my balls in a door jam and slamming it a couple times than putting icy hot on my balls. I mean, come on, guys. Don't do that. Don't try that at home because it said on the thing on Google, it says, do not do these things. And the top 3 things. And the last thing it says, do not put on your genitals.
See, look, the world needs people like you, because that way, when we hear the story, we're like, all right, we all read the directions. But when we hear this guy did it and said it's horrible, then we're good. So we need guys like you to test shit out that we don't really believe the instructions.
Only he had that idea 10 years ago when all the kids were eating all the Tide Pods.
I tried to jam a carrot up his ass.
No, you didn't.
I tried to do that.
Did not.
It didn't work.
You did not.
Speedy's a virgin over there, right, Speedy?
Okay, that's something I would allow you. That's something I would allow you to jam a carrot.
You know what I like about this interaction with you guys is and anytime I see you or talk to you now, I'm just 50% of me is going to believe 100% of what you say, and the other 50 is not going to believe any of it, and I like it that way.
I'm not Max Scherzer. I'm not going to cheat by doing sticky stuff on baseballs.
These graphics are awesome. I love this. When I jumped in here, I was like, "Oh, these guys they really got this thing going." I think you guys do a phenomenal job. I want to really say, like, thank you for having me on. When I was on TikTok and I was in the lobby waiting, I was talking to I'm like, "Oh shit!" I literally was like, "This is a real thing, guys. We're in trouble here." These guys, I'm like, these guys have a full on deal. You know, I do podcasts and all that stuff, but I was like, these guys are really going. So. Good job to you guys. This was a total blast for me. But I think, man, you guys, I'm excited to listen along, and just jump in and see what you guys got going on.
We'll get you on. We'll get you a lot sooner than you think. So
we'll get you on when the Yankees lose in the playoffs.
That's what I was going to say. When the Dodgers have their 24 World Series and the Yankees are bounced in the first round, we'll get back together and talk.
We're gonna tie Speedy to a metal garbage can, and we're gonna have 50 dogs take turns on him.
No. I'm not taking on that abuse on the.
Well, you're the one who let your dog lick your ass.
I did not let him.
Then what?
Do not twist the story. But nevertheless, I am not an Astros fan that's going to make sacrifices for them to cheat again.
Did your dog not lick your ass?
By accident.
How does it accidentally lick your ass?
Not by
accident. Hey, here's my
blindsided me.
Here's my last request from you guys. If the Dodgers win this year, I'm coming back. I need you to pronounce Dave Roberts' name correctly, and I need to see Speedy eat a sausage.
Oh, that's a deal.
Those
gotta
are
be
the
a
two
long
things
and thick one, right, Speedy? All
Yeah.
right.
I need you to get him the sausage that he needs to eat.
I'm gonna get a long black one because he doesn't like white sausages. They're too dry for him. He likes them spicy, dark, and long and thick. Right, Speedy?
I'll do that if the Dodgers win. Yeah.
There you go. Dodgers World Series coming at you guys. Who makes these? Who's the guy making these?
Our executive producer.
Thumbs up to you, man. He's crushing it. That's awesome.
Thank you, Jake. We really appreciate you, and keep up the good work. And we'll talk to you. We'll follow each other on social media. You're on X, right?
No. I'm telling you, when I'm minimal effort on social media, I mean minimal. I got an Instagram and a TikTok, and I'm too lazy to just repost my TikTok videos to my Instagram.
All right, so follow us on TikTok. We'll be in touch, man. We love what you do.
I'll follow you guys on both. I appreciate it. I appreciate you having me on here. This was a lot of fun.
Well, it was a lot of fun, and you got a great personality. Jake Savicki's fantastic. Keep up the good work. He knows his baseball, that's for sure, and he's a Dodger fan. And he does not want to pipe Speedy out. I mean, who does? I mean, Scoops, do you want to pipe him out?
Say no on that one.
No on that one? Yeah, we'll keep him away from piping. Maybe Jeff. Maybe Jeff would like to pipe him out. All right, what do you think?
Not worth it.
Who would you take out of 3? Scoops? Okay, this is a good question. Jeff or Fish? Who would you let pipe you out if you had a chance?
I'll go with Fish because he's probably the least be annoying about it. Jeff definitely not, because Jeff would never shut up about it. Scoops, you're like a 2A, 2B scenario with Fish.
The backup plan. You're the backup plan.
Yeah, definitely not.
Sharing is caring, right? Maybe Scoops and Fish in one. Double team you.
Speedy.
Random sexual scenario.
That's our soundboard, by the way. We get a lot of different sounds from our show. It's great. Well, let's show them the sounds.
Smothering.
Show them some of the sounds that we have.
Are you smarter than a 5th grader? Go share a Putang pie with The Rock. I'm going to trust a medical professional. 99% of the world would too. Chocolate's a good flavor. You're the king of wishful thinking.
No, I'm not embracing it. Yeah, because the word jizz is really structured.
Structured.
Errol doesn't know context of structures. He thinks everything just meshes together.
It does when you just decide this is what we're going to do. We're going to mesh it all together.
I got a soundboard too.
Have you ever sniffed lines?
Are you a meat bender?
Good for me or good for you? It's good for both of us. Slap that ass. Shave the ass, Speedy. Shave the ass. Willy Whoppers, Speedy. Willy Whoppers.
That's my favorite. Right?
Yes, Carl, I do like Speedy. I do like pickles and juicy watermelon.
When we asked him, what would you do with the pickles? Would you stick a pickle in the watermelon? And Speedy says, yes, I would. And Speedy, tell him what you said you would do with the pickles.
I don't remember.
You don't remember what you would do with the pickles?
99% of the world would too.
I don't remember what I
said. Oh, man, Speedy is the best. He is the best. Very unique individual. That's for damn sure. Anyways.
Hey, did the Yanks hold on today, or did they come back today, or no?
No, they lost 3-2.
Lost 3-2. The Mets bullpen actually held something for once.
And it's so funny because I was around the Met fans today, and they said, "Oh, the Mets are going to beat the Yankees." I said, "Do you think the Yankees give a crap if the Mets win?" I mean, serious.
No. That's like, hey, that's how it was. That's how it was here with when the Padres had their year or two. Everybody was like calling me. I'm like, do you think the Dodgers are worried about the Padres in any realm? Like,
no,
they're worried about winning a World Series. The Padres can do their thing. They ended up getting them that year, but Dodgers were so beat up. They ended up throwing that.
We both called that was going to happen to Errol.
Yes.
I both picked the Padres.
Yes,
I actually picked I picked the Cardinals because I thought it might have been like a ceremonial run for Albert Pujols, but my logic pick said a Padres Astros World Series thing.
Yeah.
Then they ended up losing to the freaking Phillies all teams.
Yeah, that's not good. I mean, that's like that year that they beat the Dodgers in the playoffs. It's like, well, you got Kershaw, who you already know that's an automatic dub for the other team, and then.
Yeah.
And then I think they rolled Gonsolin out there after being injured or somebody, and he just got slaughtered in the first inning. You're like, this guy's first outing in 4 months is in an elimination game. What are we doing? But anyways, all right, guys, appreciate you seriously so much. This was a blast.
Thank you, Jake. Thank you. Jake Savicki, fantastic. So much good content on his podcast. He's selling shirts. He's selling hats. He's selling all different things. Hey, listen, man, if you can make a living doing that on social media, you're doing something right. He's doing a lot of things right. Speedy, especially, maybe he'll get a hat with you, like a piping sign in the back, and, your face is a cartoon character on the front. What do you think?
He wants to get you a hat like that. Go ahead.
No, a hat like that for you.
No, not for me. I'll give you that one. No, it's your hat.
No, it's our hat.
It'd be your hat.
We share.
I'm not wearing that hat. No offense, Jake. It's not you. I'll get another hat from your company, but I'm not wearing one with that.
Not embracing your nonsense.
There's no way. You're right. There's no way I would ever embrace that.
I like it. I think it'd sell.
Yeah, so you can wear it.
I will wear it.
I'm sure you will.
I'll have the piping sign on the front, and the front of my hat, and you on the back with a smile.
I'm sure
pipe
you
back,
would.
Speedy. Pipe back.
I'm sure you would.
Anyways, there you go. Anyways, a Mets win is good for all of us. Yeah, well, I don't know about all of us. For you guys, I mean, not for us Yankee fans. But hey, you know what? Joshua Silverberg, he likes to silver the balls, right, Speedy?
I don't know. Ask Josh.
Well, I'm asking you. You know.
I don't know.
You work with him.
That doesn't mean I know him on an intimate level.
You like silver bells, the silver balls. You like that?
If you want to come on his show in Christmas time and sing that for him, you can.
Silver balls. Come on, give me a.
No, it's not Christmas time. And first of all, you could call Josh's show and sing that if you want in December.
I want you to sing it with me. Will you sing it with me?
No.
Why?
I'm not advocating for your raunchy Christmas songs.
Raunchy Christmas song. What does he say? I have to silver them. If my last name was Goldberg, it would be different.
True. That is true. Very true, Josh.
Oh, man. What a day. What a show. Anyways, You want to do the Kevin Durant thing?
All righty.
Let's bring Fish in. Chris Mad Dog Russo said on First Take that Team USA is needing Kevin Durant to return from his injury. It's a big concern. Kevin Durant has not played yet for Team USA because of a calf injury. Durant's agent, Rich Kleiman, believes that Durant will be ready for Team USA's Olympic opener against Serbia on July 28th. Steve Kerr said there is no thought to taking Durant off the Olympic roster. Team USA's controversially sent Kawhi Leonard home last week because of an injury, but Kawhi and the Clippers said he was healthy enough to play. Interesting story how Kevin Durant is not healthy with a calf injury. He's still on the roster. And Kawhi Leonard, who is not supposedly hurt, gets sent home. Very interesting, by the way, Jeff. Thank you for the arguments over there. I'm going to tell you this right now. There is some kind of love fest with LeBron James and Kevin Durant. I'm surprised if both of them are not sucking each other off. I mean, seriously. I have no idea what is going on with Team USA, but if you remember what happened with the Redeem team, before Kobe Bryant came to that roster, nobody thought that roster was going to win. And 4 years before that with Stephon Marbury and all those teams, all those players, Tim Duncan, Kevin Garnett, it didn't work. That roster didn't work. And now when you look at talent, it's not always about the talent that's on the roster. It's if they mesh. And you look at this roster, and I don't know. I like Drew Holiday. I do. I like the way he plays. I like Joel Embiid. I like the way he plays. I'm not a big fan of the way LeBron James is and the way he is when it comes to his remarks. After the game recently against, what was it? Saudi? What was the?
It was South Sudan.
South Sudan. After the game, it was very interesting what he said. He says, we didn't play our best game, but we're not supposed to. What do you mean we're not supposed to? We're not supposed to play our best game all the time. Did you ever see the Dream Team in '92 ever say that? I mean, Michael Jordan, you would never hear Michael Jordan come out and say, well, we didn't play our best, but we're not supposed to.
LeBron literally played 7 years.
What the hell is that?
LeBron literally played like 8 years in the NBA before they became a country.
And you're 40 years old. You've won how many championships? You've been to how many straight NBA finals? And you're considered the GOAT. Everybody says, I mean, Robin Lundberg came out and said you're the greatest athlete of all time, which I think Robin Lundberg, I actually attacked him on Facebook recently. I think that's ridiculous, by the way. And I love Robin. A shout out to Robin Lundberg, but that take was just absolutely horrible. He must be, hanging out with LeBron James or doing other things with LeBron James, because anybody that's kissing LeBron James's ass and saying that he's the greatest athlete is on drugs. Okay. So if he's smoking something, whatever you're smoking, man, hook me up with some of that stuff. I have no idea what is going on with Team USA. And Grant Hill with his thoughts about why they sent Kawhi Leonard home and saying that Kawhi Leonard, he didn't fit what Team USA is doing. Oh, so defense and offense is not what you're looking for. So what are you looking for? Just offense? Are you looking for a bunch of 40-year-old guys running up and down the court? So Joel Embiid limping up and down the court, showing no athletic ability whatsoever. Yeah, that's great. That's great to watch. I'm happy to watch that for Team USA and watch Team USA get knocked out by Serbia. I mean, it's to me, it's just a ridiculous thing. Just like the Caitlin Clark thing. I said it about Team USA women's basketball, taking shots at Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, and why they shouldn't make the team because they weren't on the roster in the beginning. They've been in practice with the team. They're superstars. They're the biggest names. Why did Team USA girls basketball lose against the All-Stars of the WNBA? Answer that. I'm going to tell you why. Because the youngsters are better to watch and more fun to watch and more younger to watch going up and down the court than the old guys or the old girls or gals like Diana Taurasi. I don't want to watch Diana Taurasi go up and down the court. I want to see Caitlin Clark go up and down the court and have a triple-double. Okay? It is ridiculous. You have LeBron James, that's 40. You have Kevin Durant, who's 36, 37. What else do we have? Drew Holiday, who's 34, 35
Steph Curry's
years old.
36.
Steph Curry's 36. You got a bunch of old guys. And then you look at some of these teams like Serbia or Russia or how about
Slovenia with Luka Doncic.
I think the oldest player on France is 24 years old. Are you kidding me? Luka Doncic.
Gobert's older. I think he's 30. But...
Whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, their best player is 23, 24 years old. To me, It's just ridiculous. And it tells me one thing about Team USA basketball. It's run by one person, just like the league is run by one person. It's run by LeBron James. LeBron James runs the league. He whatever LeBron James says goes. And if LeBron doesn't want Kawhi Leonard on the roster, he doesn't want this guy on the roster, he wants Kevin Durant there. That's why Kevin Durant is sitting. He hasn't played at all, and he's still a part of this roster. It is appalling. It shows you where Team USA basketball is going. I want to see the new guys. I want to see some of these youngsters come up. I know you have a couple of them that are on the roster that tells me, it tells me you're trying to bring in some of the what do they call them? The
new blood.
The new blood. But to me, it's all about, look at the starting lineup. Go look at the starting lineup right now for Team USA. It's a bunch of old guys. You have Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, and LeBron James. All of them should be, rolling around in freaking wheelchairs, okay? In basketball words, they're old. They're not, obviously, they're my age, so I'm older than all of those guys. But in basketball years, they're old guys. They're not the same players they once was. And Team USA and Grant Hill's going to sell that to us? Well, they don't fit they fit the culture, and Donovan Mitchell doesn't fit the culture, or I'm sorry, Jaylen Brown doesn't fit the culture, or none of these guys fit the culture. What is the culture? Give me the culture.
The culture is
culture is a bunch of old guys running around up and down the court like LeBron James that looks like a shell of himself, looks like a moo-moo in heat.
Yeah.
Okay.
The culture is GM LeBron taking his tactics to the Olympics, apparently.
It's embarrassing.
Because it's really that generation. Like I mentioned in the past, I'm hoping this younger generation of these NBA superstars are not going to be like that.
We're going to lose. I'm going to tell you right now.
I think so too.
I do not think we're going to win the United States. The United States is not winning the gold medal.
Yeah.
And you could book that on that. You could take that. If you want to put a bet on it, and whatever the odds are, I take the odds against. Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be good value too when you're considering. Okay, the Team USA is going to be quote unquote favorite because of talent, but
favorite by 40 to like high odds.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be high odd favorites, and they're not going to win. I'm telling you right now. I wouldn't be surprised if they win the bronze this year.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking now as well. Because you have, even with some of these younger NBA superstars, teams that have still developed with each other, two professional leagues that are in these European countries as well. Like we talked about with Spain, always being good for a while, but now there's the other ones. Like you're saying, Serbia now led by Nikola Jokic, the best player in the NBA. Luka Doncic, who not far behind, you could argue is the best player in the NBA with Slovenia.
And what is Mad Dog coming out saying that the United States needs Kevin Durant? They don't need Kevin Durant. They need Kawhi Leonard. He's old, but I take Kawhi Leonard over Kevin Durant any day.
And they need size with the way Embiid's playing.
They have nothing. They have no size. They're one of the smallest teams in this tournament. Who would have thought that Team USA would be one of the smallest teams in this tournament? The two big guys on their team is Anthony Davis and Joel Embiid. Congratulations. Good luck on this. Two guys that quit on their teams. Two guys that can't win without superstars on their rosters. Okay. We'll see how much that works out over there with Paul George, with Joel Embiid, with the 76ers.
Yeah.
And Anthony Davis, he hasn't won anything since LeBron James. And by the way, they haven't won anything since the bubble. And the only reason why they won something was because it was a short season.
And we've seen that as well. Like these older players throughout their careers, maybe not Steph Curry as much, but some of the other guys have had their lack of effort stretches throughout their careers.
Steph Curry's a shooter.
I know. I'm just saying from an effort standpoint, we've definitely seen Joel Embiid have that kind of thing at certain points during his career. Definitely Anthony Davis. I don't know if we see that with Steph Curry, but these younger teams are going to be hungrier. These younger teams are going to, even if they're not NBA players, are still professional players in their countries.
All these coaches, and I'm going to say this, and I want to hear what Fish has to say. All these coaches have the United States marked up on their boards for the Olympics. Trust me. And they're going to want to embarrass them. And I'm going to tell you, there's going to be a game. And for anybody, for whoever said that this United States team could beat the 92 Olympic team, shame on whoever believes that. Because if you actually believe that, you are a bunch of morons. You heard it from me. Morons. Every one of you. Stupid, dumb, retarded. I use that word very lightly. You guys are stupid. This team could never beat that 92 Olympic team. Never. Those guys would never let them even come close to 10 points. You would never hear Michael Jordan come out and say, it doesn't mean anything. What do you mean it doesn't? Every game meant something to those guys. Every game, even practices against one another meant something. Michael Jordan wouldn't let any of those guys get ahead of them. He would jump from one team to another. He would never. And then when you listen to Charles Barkley and Patrick Ewing say something about Michael Jordan and speak highly of what Michael Jordan was all about, LeBron James doesn't have that killer instinct. Kevin Durant don't have that killer instinct. None of those guys have that killer instinct. It's a shame on whoever thought that. And by the way, you're going to be gargling that like the bunch of balls that are in your mouth after the Olympics are over.
Maybe we'll get Robin Lundberg on the show again. You could ask him if he thinks that way too.
Robin Lundberg's just trying to kiss you-know-what's butt, okay? And maybe he needs to gargle something too.
Well, I mean, if you can get Durant away from his 7 different burner accounts long enough to get back on the court and, deal with everyone's criticism of him because he's not being treated like he's the greatest player going, even though, look, he had that Achilles injury.
He's the greatest windbag. That's what he is.
He's definitely an interesting guy. He has this sensitivity to him that you don't usually see in star players. He's won a championship, but again, we don't really give him as much credit as if he won it on his own, as opposed to joining the Warriors to get those titles. So he's not really as secure. He just seems very insecure for someone who should be so established. And it's very strange to watch him. Now, maybe some of that insecurity is he's not as good defensively anymore since the Achilles injury. And that's where I think Mad Dog is wrong. I don't think KD is the same guy that we're in trouble without him. If you're talking about the KD years ago when he first got to Brooklyn, yeah, maybe, because that guy would have been the best player on this team. But he's not that guy anymore. So I really have no idea what he's saying. I agree. Kawhi would have been the guy I would have wanted on this team ahead of KD. I don't think it's even close. You need that two-way play, that positionless play, especially with the rules international game. It just seems to be more of a logical thing, especially with KD today. So that's the thing, And the only other thing I wanted to bring up before we finish this topic was the parity is so much more than it ever was internationally. When in '92, the only team that was even had a whiff of a chance was Tony.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. If you put this '92 Olympic team in this Olympics, do win by? Did any team come even close to them by 10 to 15 points?
So it's a tough question to answer because that they didn't play that like 5-out type style back in the early 90s. So the matchups would be very weird, and they just didn't play that way. But with the type of athletes, taking that aside, the type of athletes that you had on that team, the greatness that was on it, and how they pushed each other in practice, there's stories, and we saw a little bit of it in The Last Dance, of just how intense that was, that the games were nothing compared to the practices. And there's like legendary practices where like Clyde Drexler was like embarrassed to the point where like he lost his confidence going forwards. It was that bad what Michael Jordan was able to do to him. And that was just a practice. When has that ever happened in the history of ever in practice? Not to sound like Iverson too much.
I was going to say, you're going to recreate the speech, Trish.
No.
All
But
right.
it's very, just finishing up, guys, like this Team USA, this is not set in stone. They're not elite, but to think that they're one, Kevin Durant away, come on, Mad Dog, what are you even talking about? Has he watched
That's
any
why
of
they
the
call him
games?
the Mad Dog, because he's mad in the head. That's what he is. I have no idea what he's talking about. I think he needs to stick with tennis and baseball or whatever the hell he knows, because he doesn't know anything about basketball and football. There's a lot. I love Chris. I've been friends with Chris for a long, long time. I've interviewed Chris like 4 or 5 times. I know his son, Colin. I know a lot about Chris Mad Dog Russo. I just think that some things that come out of his mouth is just ridiculous. Just like Stephen A. Smith. I have a lot of respect of him. I have a lot of respect for what he does in the business. Some of the things that come out of his mouth when it comes to boxing. What do you know about boxing? Who do you know in boxing? Just because you're friends and you're butt buddies with Floyd Mayweather does not mean you know boxing. And then you go to mixed martial arts fights and you're sitting there after the fights and you're talking about certain fights. I'm like, dude, do you even know what Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is? Do you know what Judo is? Do you know what Kempo is? Do you know what Muay Thai is? You have no idea where the origin comes from. And why are you talking about it on UFC fight night after dark? I mean, I don't care what you have to say. Honestly, I don't want to hear it because you don't know what you're talking about. I mean, you talk basketball. I've watched you shoot baskets. You're not very good. I mean, seriously, you don't have any athletic ability whatsoever. So you're going to tell somebody, and I'm not saying you don't know basketball, but come on, man. You're going to tell me that you know more about certain things than the players do? Come on. That's ridiculous. It's redundant. And I don't want to I don't want to throw him under the bus, but it's the truth. I tell the truth, and you don't like it, tough luck. I'm sure Stephen A. Smith wouldn't want to hear that either, but I don't care.
Thank you, Scoops, for bringing in that great stat of averaging 1 point in a game in college.
Yeah, Speedy, are you ready for Speedy After Dark quick?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready?
Sure.
All right. Well, we're going to get a drop for this, Speedy. We are going to get a drop. I'm going to have to make one for you. You know?
Oh, God.
What do you think?
I have no idea what that's going to transpire.
What are you talking about?
We already have a graphic. That's already.
I mean, seriously. I mean, Fish, you have any questions for Speedster? I mean, we talk about piping. You know, there's a lot of piping. You know, have you ever climbed anything long?
Climbed anything long?
Yes. Have you ever climbed anything long?
That's a good question.
That's a good question. Yeah, it's very good.
I don't know. I don't know if long. I know I've done. Well, not climbing really. I mean, with those, I guess those tree logs.
The tree logs. How big were the logs?
the ones you had in like a ropes course and
were thick.
Like middle school, high school, probably. Yeah, they were big logs.
Big logs, thick.
Yeah, I would say that would probably be the biggest thing that I would have like had my hands and my arms around.
Hands and arms around.
Yeah.
Okay. So
yeah, they're like ropes courses. Those were fun.
They were very fun.
And middle school, high school.
Middle school. So middle school and high school, you
more middle school, but
grabbing thick things.
Logs, yeah.
Logs.
They were logs. Yeah.
Logs. Big logs.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
They're pretty long. They're probably
pretty long. Long, thick?
Thick, yeah. It'd be hard to grip if they weren't thick.
Okay.
I mean, unless they were the rough ones, but usually with the trees, you would climb the metal tongs.
Oh, metal tongs.
Yeah.
Did you ever
vertically though, not horizontally?
Vertically metal thongs. Oh.
Tongs. Get fish.
Did you ever have to wear any like protective like coverings so you wouldn't get splinters?
Yeah,
like latex gloves or.
Have you ever got a splinter in your ass? Have you ever had that?
Not my ass. No, I've had splinters in my feet and legs. And
no, in your ass?
Not my ass.
I had a splinter in my ass one time.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
I was sitting on a deck and I was horse playing and I tried to roll off the deck and this big splinter went in went in my ass. It was a big one. It was a long one. You know, it really hurt, man. Speedy. I was trying to pull that out of my ass. If I had a splinter in my ass, would you pull it out for me?
No.
Why? I'm bleeding. And I need to get.
You have a girlfriend that's a nurse.
I need the power of the speedster,
which would not be very good because I don't have a strong upper body.
How do you know you don't?
I'm going to trust a medical professional.
Correct. There you go, Scoops. Which he has a girlfriend that's a nurse. So that works.
I need you to help. I need your strong grips.
I don't have strong grips.
You do.
I don't.
You just said you were gripping ropes and logs and stuff like that.
Yes. Like Fish was saying, was attached to the rope system. I forget what it's called. The
belaying system.
Yes, you were attached to something.
Yeah, right. I wasn't the one doing it though. I was the one climbing.
But you were
pulling. No, I wasn't the one pulling. No, the teachers were.
Oh, the teacher was pulling it. Okay. Awesome.
Was it a public school, private school, Catholic school?
Public school.
So
Scoops, you're laughing like you never did a ropes course in. I'll bring you in, Scoops. You never did a ropes course, anything like that in grade school?
No, I don't.
Was anybody pulling on you?
No, they were pulling the rope.
Wait, Speedy. I have a genuine question. Though.
Okay,
like, this is.
I just answer mine. You never did anything like that in school, or
me?
No,
I
you a question.
Look, he's flipping the script now.
Yeah.
No, I can't say I have. I can't say. My instructor, he wasn't a very good instructor to help me. Like my gym teacher, his name was James Greenbush. You know, he wasn't the best instructor.
James Greenbush.
I swear to God.
James Greenbush. Oh my God.
Speedy tuned off from the question as soon as he heard the name.
Did he have a bush?
He did have a bush.
Oh, Speedy's got a bush.
Okay. So what?
Okay, but wait, Speedy.
All right,
I
was
have
it
a
like the
question.
bushes out?
Hold on. It's Scoops' question time.
I have a genuine question, Speedy. Ready? Everybody remembers a lot of their firsts, right?
Mhm.
Their first Christmas, their first birthday, right?
Your first blowjob.
I don't remember that because it didn't happen. So.
The first sausage you ever consumed. Boom.
Ooh, do I remember that? All right. The first significant one I can recall, because I remember eating a lot of them. It was in Busch Gardens when I was
Busch Gardens
in Virginia.
It was very
Virginia.
bushy over there.
Gardens.
Busch. Busch Gardens.
Wow, they have sausages over there.
Yeah, because it was like European country themed.
I've been at Busch Gardens before.
And it was probably the most sausages I ever ate in one sitting.
Wow.
Oh, how many did you eat?
I think it was 5 because I was hungry at the time. We were around in the amusement park rides all day. That was probably the first one I can remember, like having some significance at the time, because we went to a lot of baseball games, obviously, as a kid when I was a kid. But I don't think I remember ordering specifically any bratwurst or anything like that, like specialty orders.
Have you ever guzzled a sausage without chewing?
No.
You've never tried that?
No.
Why?
Because I'm not getting involved in like juvenile college pranks.
What do you mean? Juvenile college pranks. You're guzzling a sausage.
I'm not doing that.
that
I'm
what
not
they used to do at
risking
your
choking.
college?
No, I didn't say I did it. I'm just saying I feel like
Carl
people
wants
would...
to know your first salty pickle. When did you do that?
Salty pickle.
Salty pickle.
Yeah, I don't know if I can recall that offhand. I mean, a pickle that was salty. Like I like pickles, but they're not like as much of the like super significance. I remember what the first one was. It probably would have been around that same time though. So that would have been 2000, summer of 09, I believe.
Wow. So you were eating salty pickles for
Maybe.
the last couple of years.
No, I've liked pickles. Again, with classification as salty, I don't remember off of hand. I don't remember if it was a gherkin, Carl. I don't remember the brand name.
Do you like sweet pickles?
They're okay, not as much.
No, he likes the spicy.
I like the
ones.
tart. No, I like the tart ones more. Like same
The
kind
tart
of
ones? What is it?
tart.
No,
Like sour.
I don't like those too much.
You
They
like
taste
sour?
ass.
Have you ever taken a pickle out of the jar and just like suck it? Like lick it before you chew on it?
Licked it?
Yeah,
before I
like
chewed?
you put it in your mouth and you take the juices off of it before you bite
No,
into it.
no.
You just bite into it?
Yeah.
How do you bite into it? Do you just grab it and just how do you do it?
How do you bite food? You've been on this earth for 42 years.
I mean, you grab it like right.
Did you all forget in deciding how to eat food?
No, I
No,
wouldn't
Carl,
be-
I'm not gonna pucker.
Wait, Speedy,
So
do
if
you
I
know
had a
that
pickle
people?
and I gave it to you, how would you eat it?
I would bite it like a normal person.
Speedy, did you know for athletes, for football, we have kids that like cramp up during like the August months for football,
I've
and
heard,
they have
I've
these
heard
things
that pickle
called.
juice is good for that. Yeah, I think
They have something called pickle pops now, where you can
Ah.
like literally
You have to
just
rub it on your
freeze the
crotch.
pickle
Yeah,
juice
right.
Oh, well,
and turn it into an ice pop, and you could suck on the ice pop, and that'll get you kind of. And then you can put on whatever kind of pickle juice you want. Is that something that you think you do, or would you rather have like the straight pickle juice?
Well,
so suck.
I don't know
sucking
how I
on
would
or
feel if I
gargling?
was hypothetically like a football player that you would coach. Maybe I think maybe it would be good for that kind of thing for cramping. The cramps I've had in my life are probably nowhere near what a football player would have.
I heard you have to bathe in pickle juice if you want to stop cramps. So you got to put it on your crotch and rub it into your crotch. Would you do that?
No. I'd probably, to answer your question, Fish.
I would if it works.
Fish, to answer your question, I probably would just do the straight pickle juice because I don't think I would want like that kind of thing that cold and like trying to do that for like where I would get brain freeze. Like I don't think that'd be as ideal.
Have you ever tried to eat an ice pop and you get a headache? And
Yes, it's called brain freeze.
Brain freeze. But do you ever
everyone gets it except for my mom for whatever.
I don't either. So
Oh, that's-
you ever suck one so like you just keep sucking it until you
No,
can't
because
suck
I get brain
anymore?
freeze.
When
I don't
you
want to
suck-
get brain freeze.
What is your favorite sucker?
What?
What is your favorite?
I don't have a favorite sucker.
What is your favorite tasty, ice pop?
It probably was the ones you had as a kid. You have them in your freezer all the time. I think it's the fruit punch one of those.
The fruit punch?
Yeah.
What really sinks to your head about the fruit punch?
The flavor of fruit punch.
A fruit punch. You're a fruit punch fan.
Yes.
Now, would you?
I do like
bathe-
the watermelon though.
Would you
That's probably
bathe in
the
fruit punch if you had a
That
chance?
would be a waste.
Why?
That would be a waste of perfectly good fruit punch to put my dirty sweat all over in a bathtub. That would not be worth it.
You're telling me you would lay?
No!
Why,
It'd be a waste.
why don't you go under the thing and suck it up?
And you would get pretty
Why
sticky.
would I want to do it in a bathtub?
I mean, you're gonna have to shave your balls.
It's way too much
You have
effort
too much hair
for
over
not
there.
worth it. I don't know what it would taste like with all the bodily fluids going in
You
there.
would probably get pretty sticky. You ever gotten sticky, Speedy?
Why would I want to do that either? That's a good point. Very good point, Scoops. Thank you for thinking logically.
I like getting sticky.
Okay, then you can go bathe in fruit punch if you want. Carl, I don't know if I would. I don't know what kind of reaction I would have with Pedialyte. No, I would not bathe in milk either. I don't milk smell like rotten milk when I come out. I don't drink a lot of milk.
No, they say. I mean, seriously, they say that you should bathe in milk.
Okay, go
Once
bathe
again.
in milk. I'm not stopping you from it.
You have to. You have to. Do
No,
it.
I don't.
I mean, God.
I don't
tells
need
us.
to smell
it's
like
in the Bible.
milk.
It's in the Bible.
I don't care if it's in the Bible.
So you're telling me God? You're telling me God is wrong about what He says?
There's a bunch of like negative things in the Bible too. It's not going to be only things that positive.
So if you had the opportunity to jump in to a pile of milk to bathe for the Bible to be present in God's view,
I'm sure there's tons of like passionate people with religion. I'm not going to go like.
I'll
more
tell you what.
extremes
I'll tell you
than
what. I'll let you do it. and
No,
then
no.
After you're done dipping yourself, I will take some Oreo cookies and dip it into the same goo that you were in, and I'll eat them.
All right, ask Mikey C. Maybe he'll do it. Mikey C loves his Oreos.
You're just gonna have to shave in many
Mikey C
different
loves his
areas, 'cause I don't
Oreos. You could
wanna-
ask him to do it.
I don't want to be picking up any pubes.
Mikey C loves his Oreos. Let him be the guy to be your test subject for that. I'm sure Mikey C would be
How about
bathing
Jeff?
in milk.
How about
Bathing
Jeff?
in milk with all the the
bathe-
models that he wants to be
Would
with.
you bathe with Jeff?
No,
If Jeff,
I'm not doing anything with Jeff in the same body of water. Again, have Mikey C invite one of his toy models that he loves to bathe in milk, and then you could do that to Mikey C.
No, but I want you to like if you had a chance to bathe with Jeff, would you?
No,
Why?
I'm not bathing with anyone else.
But Jeff, I mean Jeff.
I'm not bathing with anyone.
Would you fit in the same?
I don't know how big the tub is. I'm not doing it anyway.
He said, I'm not doing anything in a body of water.
So, like, if Jeff was in the Atlantic Ocean in like Canada, and you were in Florida in the Atlantic Ocean, you would get
That
out.
would be sheer coincidence. I can't see him. There's no way I can see Jeff in the Atlantic
The
Ocean.
same body of water.
He told you that he was in the water over there. Like,
when he was dipping his balls in it.
what if he called you? Like, what if you knew beforehand? Like, would you not just?
Would you dip it like he's dipping it?
She got me. I guess in that scenario. Because the Atlantic Ocean is too big, the second biggest body of water.
I'll tell you what else.
Maybe
is
you
big.
wouldn't know.
I'll tell you what else is big. We should ask Jeff.
What is big? What is big that Jeff's gonna know? That Jeff's gonna care about outside of the Atlantic Ocean?
Well, he's in Tampa, so he'd be by the Gulf of Mexico.
Correct.
He'll be at the golf for sure. That's for sure.
That's right.
Yeah, jamming, jamming as much as he can.
I don't know. You can ask Jeff.
He'll be putting. Would you putt with him?
Sure, that's golf. That's not, you don't need to be in the water to golf. If you're in the
I don't
water, it's
care.
gonna be a problem.
Would you share the same hole as him?
You do golf on the same hole, don't you?
Balls and holes.
I mean, but you.
That's how you golf. Good job. See,
Wait.
Scoops. What's the reason?
So, Speedy, if you were going to play golf with Jeff, what other two people would you want to play with for your foursome?
Yes.
I'll ask Jeff on that one. He has a lot of connections in Tampa that are.
No, if you could choose any two other people, like throughout all of time, like not even just like from that we know, like from all of history.
You can invite
What
Abraham
two other
Lincoln if
people
you
would
want.
you want in your foursome?
Oh,
with Jeff?
all of history. Okay, that that would be interesting. Abraham Lincoln.
You got to
could
share
be-
the same hole.
Abraham Lincoln would be could be an interesting
In his foursome.
one. And let's say
So far in the foursome,
I feel like I want to do one like eight. I want to do like an ancient one.
Ooh,
Like an
How
ancient.
about
Yeah, I'm serious.
Cleopatra?
Like modern concepts with like an ancient. Like, it's like a Bill and Ted's Extra Life.
You got to share the same hole.
Okay, whatever. Regardless, that's not the point here.
What about like Julius Caesar?
Nah, I want probably one of the Asian cultures. The Mongol, the Genghis Khan. I'll go Genghis Khan.
Genghis Khan.
I'll do.
So you're
I kind of want to do it more
He's a
like
wild animal. What are you going to do with it?
right. That's the point. I kind of want to see it in a more peaceful sport. That's why it makes sense for the iron.
So
Yeah,
just to be clear,
You want to share the same hole with Genghis Khan?
you're gonna share the same hole in the foursome with Abraham Lincoln, Jeff, and Genghis Khan. If you could.
For the experimental hypothetical golf in
What a foursome. What a foursome.
the golf version of Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Damn, is that some foursome?
That is a foursome.
Just imagine walking in on that.
So who's gonna shoot the first one?
We'll go Lincoln first.
Oh, so Lincoln's
got
gonna
the first
shoot.
shot?
Who's second?
Jeff. Jeff can demonstrate it to Genghis Khan. And then
Who's
I'll go
third?
last.
Who's third?
No, he's third.
Oh, you're going last?
I'll go last.
Last slicks, right?
Yeah.
You get the finals. You get the final. Get the final hole.
Sure.
You get the final hole, right?
No, Carl, I would not be able to scale the Great Wall of China.
So you get the final hole. In the
It's the same hole. You've gone golfing. You know how that works. Anyone that's done golfing will know how that kind of thing works. Unless you have the entire club to yourself.
Oh, okay, that's it.
Thank you, Scoops, for being the voice of reason.
That's an honor if you thought I was the voice of Reese.
You are. You were.
That was Speedy After Dark, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm not licking anyone.
Oh man.
That's correct.
Anyways, thank you to LIU Brooklyn senior forward and captain, assistant captain Preston Brodziak, who for joining us. He was fantastic. Thank you to him. I always fuck up his name, you know. And thank you to Rough Shot Supply Company, Jake Savicki. He was fantastic as well. Really, really good interview. Gave us his take about baseball. We had some fun with him. Speedy, he loves you. He adores you. We all adore you, Speedy. How about our foursome? What do you think? I mean, who would go first in the same hole?
I don't know.
I mean, give us the order.
I don't know either.
I mean,
which skill level.
We're sharing the same.
I'll go
hole.
third.
All right. You go third. All right.
I'll go third.
Who goes first?
We'll let you go first. Then
All right,
Scoop.
Oh,
Me,
so
and
I'm the
Fish.
first guy. Okay.
Yeah.
Scoops. So Scoops, you're legging right behind me, man. And then you got Speedy, and then I guess Fish. You get the finish.
So I'm batting cleanup.
You're batting cleanup. Very valuable. Very valuable in analytic lineup. As you're hitting second, which is you, Scoops. Even though we're golfing in this scenario, so I don't know if golf analytics are going to apply the same.
Oh man.
My lungs
Oh
man.
I love you, Speedy. Piece of
Oh
work.
man.
He's a piece of work, man.
I can tell.
Anyways, guys, check out Bovada, 100% on the first deposit. So you get 100% on the first deposit, a match, ladies and gentlemen. So if you put $100, you're going to get $200. If you put $200, you're going to get $400. So you have $400 to spend. Bet on almost anything like the president election. You can also withdraw from Bitcoin, Ethereum, any one of those. No limitations on what state you're in. You can bet anywhere. That means, obviously, DraftKings and FanDuel, if you're in a state that doesn't bet, you cannot bet when you're in that state. Well, with Bovada, you could be in any other state and you can bet no matter what. Go check out Bovada. Hit our link right up there. It's right on our page. You'll obviously get a percentage out of it and also a match by doing that as well. All you have to do is click the link. So Bovada, one of the best in the business when it comes to sports betting. If you're a sports bettor, check it out. You have a chance to win every single time. Anyways, Speedy, it's been a great show. You were fantastic, by the way. I like the red shirt on you.
Yes, you mentioned that last week.
You know, you like red?
Not really. It's my brother.
Are you a blood fan? Are you a blood fan?
A blood fan?
Are you a blood fan? You like to bleed?
No.
You don't like to bleed?
No.
You don't like see blood come out of your ass or something like that?
No.
For sure.
I would be worried if I was infected. What's the case?
All right.
No, I would rush her to the hospital.
Strikes again.
That board's got an answer to everything.
Whole conversation.
Oh, he would. He would.
Oh, don't know if you saw it though, Speedy, but Jake Savicki said that he's got a custom 1-of-1 hat coming for you, Speedy.
Yes, I saw that.
Pretty cool.
That'll be cool.
And if there's anything involving what we're talking about, it's going to Errol. Or maybe we'll send it to Carl. He was embracing it too.
I like it, man. Pickle juice. You like
Pickles are good.
Yes, I like pickle juice. You already answered that.
You like other things, right?
I don't know. You gotta be more specific.
Anyways, thank you to all the fans. Thank you to all the guests. Thank you for everything, everybody. Keep up the fan following on all the social medias, from YouTube to Twitter to TikTok, all over the place, X, whatever you call it. Keep following us, The Sports Loudmouth. We are the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. Again, check out Bovada. Hit the click on the top. You'll have the opportunity to win some money. You have a chance to be matched. So definitely check it out whenever you have a chance. We will be back on Thursday. Speedy, who do we have on the show?
All right, 8 o'clock. Former Tigers and Phillies relief pitcher Daniel Stumpf will be joining us at 8. And then returning to the show at 9 o'clock, another one of our favorite baseball guests, Mr. Ryan Spader.
Oh, the Spadester is coming on. Oh, man, he hates everybody. We love him. We love him. And he also likes to play golf, so, you know.
No, he wanted to wrestle with Rob Manfred. Remember that?
Yes. Well, I was actually going to be the referee.
That's right.
I was going to be the referee, and then him and Rob are going to wrestle to the death. That would be fun. If Rob gets on top of him, I'm hitting him with the chair. You know, I'm just knocking him in the ass out. So, I can't stand Rob Manfred. I just keep beating him. I'll be like, get out of the ring, Spader. I got him. It's over for him. And I'll drop the, the people's elbow. There you go. What do you think? There you go.
Go share a poutang pie with the Rock.
There you go. A little poutang, Speedy. Yeah. You like poutang, right, Speedy?
I don't know.
Okay. But you do, right?
I don't know. I
I'm
don't know what
sharing
it is.
I'm sharing it.
I don't care.
So you have to share it.
It doesn't matter.
We'll share it together.
No. Enjoy your poutang.
Save that one, please, Tommy. That was great.
Anyways, we'll be back on Thursday. Good night, everybody.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.